Futures trying to hold on to positive territory early on here this morning, coming off a negative performance on Friday that followed that stronger than expected jobs number, the non-farm payrolls report, and an uptick in the unemployment rate, if you remember. Obviously coming off another fourth straight 75 basis point hike to interest rates last week as well. So all three U.S. markets were downside heading into the weekend, and also on the weekly performances, all three in the red, coming off back-to-back positive weeks for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. We're looking at a few interesting names so far this morning. Apple, under pressure here. A little bit relative weakness coming into play here as the company itself actually came out over the weekend and said, COVID going to hurt iPhone production and deliveries coming out of China over the next coming months. So Apple downside so far. Meta, however, nicely strong. They're finally looking at some job cuts. Wall Street Journal reporting over the weekend that we could finally get some cost-cutting measures coming through for Meta. So we'll have a look at that. Speaking of China, all the ADRs back to the upside once again. Zero COVID policy in China going to be revisited. Zero timeline given, however, from the Wall Street Journal this morning on yet more reports that could benefit some of these. A ton to talk about once again this morning. It's Monday, November 7th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things stand right now. It's the Dow actually performing a little bit better, 0.42 overall. The S&P and the NASDAQ about 0.2. Yeah, positive on the day, so we'll take it. But only just about the same for futures here in Toronto. The TSX pointing towards positivity coming up this morning. Oil back in the red. Yeah, more negativity. Bitcoin and Ethereum downside as well. Coming off back-to-back pretty solid weeks, in fact, is worth mentioning for crypto markets, even with the interest rate hike last week. We did see quite the rally continuing for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Good morning, guys. Brand new week. Means a lot to get to here this morning, including DWAC, obviously. Lots of people talking about Digital World Acquisition Corporation. Back to the upside. More reports, I guess, over the weekend of a 2024 Trump campaign to come. We also have these tech stories to get through this morning. Could be an interesting day.
Yeah, it should be. And what goes up must come down. That's what I feel about each of these DWAC spikes to the upside. I gotta fix my poppy there a little bit. But anyways, it's not the best of mornings for me because bad Josh Allen showed up on Sunday, and that meant the Bills lost. I think it was ridiculous. You can't be losing to the Jets. It sucks, but congratulations to the Houston Astros. There you go. That's me tipping my cup to them. Fantastic win. They're unbelievable. We get a lot this week. Obviously, I think everybody is tuned in and waiting for that CPI number. That's going to be a big one when it comes out there. And then we do get some more earnings. And later in the week, we get like Rivian. We had Palantir this morning. We'll get AMC for those that are interested in that. But it is still all about that big tech. Meta upside today. Apple downsides. We'll watch that juxtaposition. Some concerns of productions coming through for Apple. And then, the Chinese ADR is making moves again. NIO's breaking out a little bit here, so that's going to be on watch for me. And don't sleep on, I was looking at this chart of Netflix. Yeah, it's right back into some pretty key support in front of 250. Maybe it doesn't get there, but some good levels definitely brewing. But, I just can't get over this. You can't lose to Zach Wilson, man. I don't know.
I'll tell you, the biggest problem with the Bills is that they're like anointed already AFC champs. That's the problem. They're just gonna have to get there and then see what happens. Josh Allen has never won a playoff road game. That's gonna have to change, and it will change. And they're still young, so we're fine. The Packers they already lost to the Jets, so that's already done, man. We should have let number 12 go a long time ago. But back-to-back MVPs, got to keep him around. My voice is completely shot.
You good?
Yeah. Oh, I'm completely fine. Okay. Super busy weekend. Yesterday I was teaching curling, and I was like, everyone was like, what's wrong with your voice? I was like, I lost my voice. My voice is gone. So I should still be fine. Yeah, I'm feeling completely fine. What's up, Dan McIsaac? There is a horse in my voice, but I pretty much have to be either dead or, having a lot of symptoms to not come into work. So I don't have any. I mean, I feel fine. It's a horse throat. I actually got to get some lemon tea. Sharif is back in the building.
Yeah, Sharif's back. You get
the
chamomile
shout out to Sharif. We'll get the energy going here on the midday show. We're completely good, man. Yeah, what's up, Bill Franz? What's up, everybody? I'd rather be trading. Where do you think that thing came from, right? So, we're here every single day, and we're feeling good. Palantir, we talked about that. Well, we will talk about that. Almost a nothing burger on earnings, kind of.
Yeah, not much. Yeah.
Disappointing. I mean, I'd rather it be moving around, be a better trade there. Netflix moving around, and then Apple. I don't even have Apple written on here. I think there's better names. I really want to go long Meta. Meta's been absolutely beat down, and part of the biggest problem with Meta, of course, is the costs and what they're doing. So any kind of cost cutting, I feel like, is the right move there for Meta. I'm just going to start pounding back some water pretty soon here.
Need fisherman's friend.
I need some kind of friend.
Yeah, we'll take some of the load maybe off Sean today, because that sounds kind of rough. Let's get, that's the wrong button. That's not what I wanted to push. This one is what I wanted to push. There we go. Let's talk a little bit about the overall market here to kick things off this morning. Obviously, the next big headline or the next big event that's going to come is this week, obviously, in the U.S. With midterms, guys, coming up on the 8th. South of the border, obviously, the market pays very, very close attention to not only the result, obviously, of the midterms, but headlines that come from such. So we'll have a look at that. Neil, you mentioned CPI. Thursday, we'll get October down here. October CPI. So that's going to be a big morning. It has been one of the best trading opportunities. CPI has been one of the best trading opportunities so far this year when it's been released each month. So we'll get that coming up on Thursday. But it might be a little bit of a wait and see maybe before we get to Wednesday, I guess, will be the action day for the midterm results.
Yeah, that sucks.
I was actually... Yeah, midterm results. So, by the way, with midterms coming around, like obviously you'll have to watch it tomorrow. We have to watch out some of the cannabis stocks. I guess should be in play there. If you're into it, there's probably like merger and arb stuff that's going to be pretty interesting as well. We're not really into the politics side of it being up here in Canada, but yeah, some of the wheat names are going to be on the radar for tomorrow. I was just pulling up the SPY just to get a quick look at where we are. Like we've actually bounced a higher low sort of recently here on the SPY, and I kind of feel like maybe we run back up to this like 50 period, like that 385 into said CPI number. You know that's going to be a wild trade. That's pretty one of the most volatile trades that we've been seeing throughout this year. Like that morning, and certainly the days after that, has turned into like almost a bigger event than when you get the rate hikes. As a matter of fact, I would argue the last one was even bigger. But we need to clear through this like 380 on the SPY to be sure. One other name, just wanted to get one other name out there that I'm going to be watching, and I get it. It's not necessarily, doesn't have a catalyst, but I don't want us forgetting about DraftKings. Like, there's a lot that reported last week. I mean, Twilio had a pretty large move to the ups or to the downside, I should say, and eventually caught a bounce. I know you're on that bounce there, Sean. But DraftKings, to say that it was a little bit surprising just how weak it ended up being. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming, but it got all the way down to this interesting double bottom at $11. And I just looked to say, if you put that kind of a gap, if it starts to hold the line down there, I know it was probably the wrong idea to be looking at that 12 and not considering shorts when the momentum was all to the downside. But, the midterm's obviously going to be there tomorrow. I think this 11 level is going to be interesting coming into today. Not a ton of volume on it, but I don't want to sleep on these names that had big, massive moves on earnings and then might find a little bit of whether it's a dead cat bounce or just finding some support as things calm down and everyone forgets about it. That DraftKings, the double bottom at 11 from Friday, is going to be on my radar for a little bit of support. If it does break, I think it's probably 11 leads you to 10, which is a gigantic psychological level. But this is one of those sort of will be on my radar all week at these price levels to see if it can find a little bit of a bottom there.
Yeah, I wanted to look at XOM. I mean, I think that there's no more important cannabis is a good one, but cannabis, whatever. I mean, the Democrats just keep on failing over and over again. Like I keep saying about like where Kamala Harris is right now, nobody even knows. 112.50 right here on XOM. Its 52-week high is right here at 113.50, just put on Friday. So you're gonna have to watch out for that. I think that oil, gas, all that, definitely if the Republicans can somehow sweep or take a little bit more than people thought in these midterms coming through, I think that's probably a bullish sign here for some oil and gas. gas. So I really like XOM moving into here. I still feel like there's, look, I've been pumping the tires on XLE for a very long time, and I think that that's been continuing to work, and that's now at 52-week highs as well. So, you know, this has been sort of that's still XOM. This has sort of been the savior for, not the savior, I mean, my account needs a lot of saving, but the fact that I switched over into oil a while ago has been pretty big, right? As soon as Russia, Ukraine, all that sort of stuff started coming through, it was pretty easy to sort of see the light on the trade here for energy. So we'll see if that continues to be, you know, make any sense here. I think it does as winter's coming, and we've already heard some threats from Russia to the rest of Europe, and it's going to be a scary winter here if anything happens with nat gas over there in Eastern Europe. So I'm going to watch out for that. Germany's already a little worried about energy, so I'm going to stay on XLE, XOM, keep trying to buy some dips there. But for me, that's sort of what I'm interested in here as we look forward to tomorrow, where you know, going to be a few new things happening there. We don't talk too much politics, but when it affects the market, then it's definitely worth looking into.
Yeah, hard to avoid on a day like that. There was a spike worth mentioning for oil futures on a report from the Wall Street Journal, actually picking up on this Chinese story that leaders are considering revamping this zero COVID policy. So there was a spike to the upside. Still red on the day for crude. Speaking of weed and cannabis stocks, here's Cron, down about 4% this morning off earnings. So they reported here in the pre-market. Obviously nothing to talk about, nothing to see here. Basically stuck in this range as it's been for a few months for CRON. But bigger than expected Q3 loss, surprise, surprise, for Cron out this morning. But yeah, all of these Chinese names need to be on your list this morning, including the EV names, XPeng, NIO, Li Auto, all higher so far this morning. Bob is higher, JD, Baidu, all to the upside on these reports, guys. More and more news outlets now picking up on it, as I said, that officials are going to revisit this zero COVID policy. So here we go again, another day more gaps.
Yeah, it's every single day, whether it's up or down. It's almost as if none of these Chinese ADRs can actually start the day at the price that they closed the day before. It's somehow written into their contracts. But look, NIO is going to be on my mind today. You look at it breaking back out to the upside, and you got to pick and choose which one of these you want to go to. Goldman Sachs made a note saying you could have 20% upside in some of the Chinese ADRs, and if they do have that reopen, I look at a stock like this, and well, you can pull up almost any one of them. I would almost argue that you could break easily better than that. If it were to go, you could easily be back at that 15, 16, which is right now that's sitting at the 50 period. And then you look at the resistance up at 1820, up at that 200 as well. So it's in the midst of taking a big gap up above $12. So $12 was that fantastic short opportunity. I guess it was a couple of weeks ago. So I need to see it actually hold above off the open. It's 1120. I kind of came in thinking, well, over the weekend, I was like, oh yeah, 1120 is going to be the support level if it does any kind of a gap, because we've seen these harsh dips at the open and then a rip. So if I saw that, I would have been thinking 1120, but I feel like we've gapped too far away from it. So it's going to have to be that 12 at the open. If it holds 12, I think you can try a bit of a long. And if it can't hold that at the open, you could easily be $1 lower. You can see this double top at 13 is going to be in play. Li Auto is another one. This one sets up pretty much right at some resistance from Friday. So it is not, like, it's gapped up, but it's not through Friday's highs, which makes it a little bit more interesting at 930 for me. That just gives it that play where I can look for a short in Li Auto, where if it doesn't break out this 1925 high, suddenly you can be short anywhere from 19 to 1925 with a reasonable stop in through like 30 or a relatively tight stop, and then it's pretty clear where it's breaking out from. So I'll be looking at two of the EV names there. I know XPeng is usually good for some moves, but I just kind of prefer NIO and Li Auto the way they're set up here in terms of what we can do with the price action. I do like Alibaba under normal circumstances, but if I'm watching Baba, as this one loads up here, I give it a couple seconds. There we go. As I'm watching Baba, I have to say it's this 70 level, and if it gets down to 70, okay, fair enough. I'd give it a chance to try to hold. But at this point, if this one's breaking out, you look at the gaps, it's just gap, 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 gap all over the place. Until it gets to 75, I don't really want to short Alibaba. It just feels like This one is way too all over the place, and I need to see it go to a really significant price level. So I'm sitting out BABA in favor of both NEO and Li Auto. Those are the two ones that I'm looking for. Looking at that 12 level to hold off the open on NEO, it's a relatively tight stop. But if we do get that failure at the high on Li Auto, I definitely want to be shorting that one to see if it can fill in the gap.
Yeah, to me, the most attractive one, I'm going to take the opposite. I think Alibaba is probably the best one, just because we have here a break of that 70 level. It's very similar to that NEO at 12, so I think they're very, very equal. You spent the last 6 or 7 days, well, maybe 2 weeks underneath the 70 level, obviously on some bad news. Now you're starting to take it upside there. Whether or not zero COVID policy is going to continue there, I mean, it looks like they're staying strong with it. So that's going to be obviously a major effect. We have already seen the flow through to Apple getting hit to the downside today because of Foxconn. So let's just see. Now you're above 70. The thing I like about Alibaba is that you have your out, right? So if it comes down to 70 and breaks it lower, then you can just get out. But I feel like just here on the daily, you've taken out now, like I said, 7 or 8 days of some sort of some under 70 there. Now you're above, and yeah, I think there's 20 minute doesn't look like anything. I think there is a lot of opportunity here, at least 14%. I mean, I think that, you know, if China goes, you have a big opportunity. And I mean, look at this right here, $72. I mean, how this, you're not going to get a better. This is what I'm saying. I don't think you're going to get a better look than this right there. That 72 top break, if it breaks it, great, you can go long. I think you have more than $2 of upside, and then you have the $2 of downside. I'd rather bottom pick this at 70 and then hold it for 69, something like that. But again, just a matter of what you think the market's going to be like. I mean, the market right now is pretty flat. I mean, up and down today. If anything, it's starting to head to the downside. As you can see, new lower highs starting to be made. So you start up there, then you go there, then you go there, then we're, you know, see what I'm saying? All the way to the downside right now. So we'll look to take out 10,900 right here. If we do, not great right there. Oh, great. There's news. Rashawn Gary, Packers' best linebacker, now tears his ACL. So that's great. All right. And by the way, you see that
That's not good.
the guy from Minnesota now that we lost there, Darius Smith. That guy's gone crazy again. Yep. Packers, yeah, we lost. You know, to lose a guy to your own division is part of is a problem. But yeah, so congratulations to the Vikings as well. All right, so yeah, the future's starting to point to the downside. I like the long here in these Chinese names, but it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be right. So I would watch out for 70 right there as the bottom for Alibaba, and I think it's worth testing. I'm going to put a bid there right now. If we come in, we get filled at 70, then we'll treat it like that 68 bottom. But I think there's more than $2 worth of a win here to the upside. So I'm going to put a bid at 70, sounding, you know, maybe sounding just as scary as my voice. But like I told you yesterday, it's funny because I started teaching early yesterday, and then all of a sudden within like a half hour, it got a lot better. But I am going to go get some water here. Yeah, this is me yelling yesterday at the TV. Actually, I didn't watch too many games yesterday. The night game wasn't too bad, actually. Cheap, but the problem is, it was the biggest, no, because it was a competitive game.
Yeah, it was a good game.
But it was the biggest disparity ever in completion attempt or passing attempts. Mahomes had 66, Willis had 16.
At the end of the game, all I can say about this for Tennessee is I don't know how you complete 5 passes for the entire game, and it actually felt like they threw less than that. Like, I was like, really?
Won. I mean, they went to overtime.
Like, they threw 5 passes, and all they did is run the ball, and you knew what was coming, and still, it went to overtime. But the difference with Mahomes right now and Josh Allen is Mahomes doesn't make the critical mistake. He finds a way when his team's getting outplayed. He finds a way.
He has the experience,
and he's got that experience. But I'm surprised by some of that in-division stuff as well, like Hawkinson.
Yeah.
How do you let him go in division? But like, there's going to be a lot to get to, Brendo. So let's get off the football.
Here's the I want to show you this. Here's the exact headline from the Wall Street Journal on the Chinese reopening efforts. The timeline could stretch into sometime near the end of next year. So this is not something, according to the Wall Street Journal, that's going to happen anytime soon, but just a heads up on that. Also, positive note, Neil, you mentioned Rivian coming up later in the week. Positive note this morning suggesting Amazon's Rivian delivery vans could be delivering, up here actually, could be delivering products in the U.S. in over 100 cities by the end of this year, the holiday season. which is a positive, obviously, for Rivian up here on 1.4.
Yeah, we finally get to go back over to Rivian because I feel like it's been a while since I've traded this name, and it looks like this, going into earnings, it's actually stabilized quite a bit here. And if you're really looking at this the last couple of sessions, I mean, I'm kicking myself as to why I really wasn't looking at it. $31 has just been, nothing is free money in trading, obviously, but $31 the last couple of days has been the clear floor. It's just bounced off of it twice. You got a dollar move the second time. That was on Friday, late in the day. You got a dollar move right off 31. It's not as if it was, like, we're not talking like 3 or 4, like 30, 40 cents away. This is right off that 31 level. If we come to the chart for a second there, Lucas, this is right off that 31 level, double top, double bottoms. And then the tops have been back-to-back, same thing, like 33.5. That's not quite as clean because I think really you've had a ton of resistance at 34. If you like the notion that sometimes we'll have inside, like a stock might go inside going into earnings, or that the market might go inside, at least to a certain extent, until you actually get that inflation number, well then you want something which will give you some pretty clear defined levels. So I'm just basically looking at those two on Rivian 31. I'm not gonna pay, we always have to pay for locates on this, so I wouldn't go jump out and pay for locates in anticipation of it going $1.50 to the upside and wanting to find a short at that level. I feel like if it gets to 33.5, I can make that judgment call when it gets there. And when you look at the daily chart, this is it doesn't have a lot of volatility in it right now. You can sort of see what's been going on here. This is unlikely to stand. I think if things go poorly for it, yeah, they got a lot of cash on hand, and everyone keeps talking about how, they don't have to do any debt raises till next year. That puts them opposed to something like a Lucid or some of these other EV names. I get it. But you've seen what can happen when Tesla starts rolling over and heading to the downside because of valuation. If the same thing happens to Rivian and you break that $30 level, it could get pretty ugly. But for the day trade, I'm just buying off of 31 this week until that level breaks.
A few analyst moves for you to kick off. A brand new week. Here comes upgrades and downgrades. Apple making a rare appearance on this side of the board today. Barclays with a price target cut on Apple shares on that iPhone note. We'll talk about more coming up. Carvana on here. CBNA 2 days in a row. Downside. Workday. BP Energy is going to be in focus this week. There's DoorDash as well. Oppenheimer with an upgrade. Not only a price target increase, but an upgrade on DoorDash this morning, coming off earnings on Friday.
Yeah, good day for DoorDash. I mean, at least it was initially. The morning was pretty good if you had it. I wish I was looking at this a little bit closer, that DoorDash. We had a lot of other names that I liked. I liked Boeing last week a lot, and I'll probably revisit that a little bit here today. But yeah, DoorDash off 51, it just gave you an absolute gift. Like, look at that double bottom. It's pretty clean there off the pre-market levels. But once it took it out, I kind of wrote it off saying, if it went all the way back into where this started before earnings, okay, well, maybe it doesn't want to go up. I thought it was a pretty solid report. It's not about making money just yet, obviously, for them, and maybe they got lumped into that. Maybe they caught some of the strength from Uber, but once you were past that support, I pretty much gave it up. And the fact that it's this strong, I almost want to revisit that 50 to 51 level. What happens is you've rejected the 50 period moving average, so I almost wonder if I shouldn't just be waiting until it gets above 54. Close above there, and then it looks a little bit more bullish. Otherwise, play longs off of that previous resistance level, 50, which looks like, you had to wick through it, but it looks like it wants to hold up there. Sometimes it's all about closing above that 50. I'm just going to throw this one out there because this is one I'm watching here today. NVIDIA. This close in strength above that 50. Now you have a bit of a double top. Like, I almost don't want to be looking for shorts. I get it. It could come to the downside. Certainly that could happen. Why is that still DoorDash? It could easily come to the downside NVIDIA. But above that 37, that 50 period, I want to be looking for longs. It could hold above these double top highs or triple top highs, 142, and it could be a long off this, or I could just be waiting down for that 137. Either way, I like when things start closing above the 50 on the daily, and you can start thinking about a secondary trend to the upside. DoorDash isn't there yet. It could easily do it here today, but NVIDIA is there. That's why I wanted to point it out.
Yeah, we traded Carvana pretty good. We made, I think it was, we were long at 9. Remember, we got out like at 9:30, and then it dipped, or we were long at 9:10, dipped down to 9:30, or up to 9:30, dipped through 9, and we got out there. And then 9 held, you know, pretty much the rest of the afternoon. But that was a late trade there. We actually dipped out right there at close to 862. Carvana got a 10-cent price target from Morgan Stanley last week. So we talked about there was no worse name. And I think we were right. We tried to go through Affirm and some other names there, other than maybe some ADRs that sort of went crazy there, or some of those Chinese names. But what was at one point a legitimate company now down to $10 and through now 850, looking like it wants to take that out. I want to be here for that short. You break down that 837. This is our. I mean, I don't need to. I mean, maybe we do need to talk about Carvana a little bit. We've gone over that here. It's just been an absolute nightmare as, you know, used cars. They tried to change the game there a little bit with how you purchase cars, and I think the idea was fine. It's just they ran into issues, right? Now, inventory problems. I've never owned this stock, and I've never really been interested in it, so I don't know a whole heck of a lot about it other than price action. And I feel like if we can get back anywhere near this 9 to 940 area, then that would be a good short for Carvana. I've just paid for some shares. It's next to nothing, so it's basically free for shares to be shorted here at Day Trade the World. So I'm looking to punch the ticket short through 840. So that's that bottom right there that was made on Friday. I don't really see the reason why I would have stopped there to go back upside. I haven't seen anything positive about Carvana. So for me, it's a fade until it's finished with. So we've done that to the downside. Now we've paid for shorts. I think an 840 break, and we just go on that. There's been nothing lower than this, I don't believe, anyways, for Carvana. There's the 20 minutes, so we just got double downgraded there on Friday down to 840. The minute looks like that. What is the daily? We were just on the daily. I just want to see. Yeah, so there's been nothing lower than this. So there goes Carvana. It's been an absolute disaster, man. This was $20. Like, you want to talk about a name that, again, even though the market seems to be getting bludgeoned every day as well, although it was an up day on Friday, you know, this was $20. 2 weeks ago. Now you're down here to 9. So I look to go short this name, and it's that break of the 52-week low of 840, 838. So we're going to put I just got a T, but thanks for that, Randy. We are going to short Carvana there. It's on the downgrade list. Who downgraded that? Again, when you have a second there, Brendo, when we get thrown back over there, because I know there was a horrible report from Morgan on Thursday, Friday. So,
Baird?
You know, again, Bear Stearns? Okay, so, Baird. Baird. Okay, so yeah, hopefully not Bear Stearns. Baird there on a downgrade Lehman Brothers downgrading Carvana today. But yeah, so I'm going to look short on that name anyways. So let's wait to see what's happening on that. And I do have the mug now, but you can't see it this way. It says.
Oh, you have the stink mug.
Yeah, it says O. It says O, and then that. So we'll be ready to rock and roll. My voice will be better in 20 minutes. Trust me on that one.
All right, let's get a few updates here as far as what else is happening around the globe. Here's a look at European markets to kick off a brand new week here. England downside so far, 0.3. 0.7 for Germany there in positive territory. Overall, pretty positive start over in Europe outside of the Swiss market and England downside both. To kick things off, there's a look at your social sentiment board to start the week as well. The SPY positive after what happened last week. The Q's positive as well. Good to see. Mullen has been on here and red for the past, I want to say 3 or 4 days in a row. FWBI popped up on Friday as well. There's that HUDI trying to make a move here in the pre-market. DWAC will obviously get into green on this board. NIO is green. Meta is green. BABA is green. APE also green. To the downside, there's Twilio. Carvana, CVNA, we just discussed. Amazon as well on that Rivian note. I mean, more positive, obviously, for Rivian, which I don't actually see on here, but Amazon being mentioned to the upside. AMC earnings to come this week as well. And DKNG back to the downside as well.
Yeah, like we said, rough for DraftKings. I don't know that I'll be watching much. I've had Mullen on the radar for a few days now, but I think until it gets down to 20 cents, I won't be terribly interested in it. I know some people are going to be watching, said AMC. I get it. It's out there, to be sure. But, you know, you pick your poison, and what's actually moving today is going to be DWAC. There's a $5 level, which I suppose, I did say this last week when it was at $6, that if this got to $5, I would anticipate, just because it's $5, like I would anticipate there's likely to be a bid on this. And at that particular point, I'd be looking, if it's significant, like a few million shares on the bid, or just too sharp of a move to the downside, like that dead cat bounce, or like just one of those little quick support area bounces off a significant level like that would make some sense to me. But outside of that, it's going to be DWAC I'm favoring today. I did pay for locates because every single time there's a gap to the upside on DWAC recently, it's just been a shorting opportunity. Whether or not you've been able to capture it or not you got to be pretty quick, and you got to be prepared for it. It was at 20 to 21 last time through. You got this 25 level. It didn't quite challenge it. We get 25, 26. That's the first place I'm looking for a turn. You hit 30. I'm looking for a turn at that particular point. It just always feels like you're looking for that chance to be able to get into the short after it makes the spike to the upside. And it's entirely possible that we've already seen a high, whether it's at 24, the lower high at 23. But as long as it's showing signs of strength, I'll always be looking for that. Okay, pop and fade off the pre-market high, pop and fade off 25, and then if it breaks that, go to that 30 level. But you got to be patient. It tends to have a bit of a spread in there with DWAC. Volume very, very solid here today. But if an official announcement ever comes, that's one you might want to get out of the way of.
Yeah, DWAC. The other one there, of course, is Rumble. I mean, you could see it's a NASDAQ name. You could see a similar move coming for Rumble at some point as well. Remember, we got that move in Dogecoin. I'll have to double check to see what crypto's doing right now. It's 1.9 billion. What's up, Dan McIsaac? What is that? Was the Powerball not won or something? Or I don't.
Nobody won it.
Nobody won, so it's back up to one. That's crazy. I was trying to explain that to my kid. He's like, well, if you bought more tickets, then you're guaranteed to win. I'm like, no, not when it's a numbers thing. And no number could get drawn, right? So, and like, wow, 1.9 billion. I'll pay the 54% tax on that. That's no problem. But anyways, Rumble there, still above that $10 mark. For me, it was scary when it was below 10. So that was something, that we could have looked at there again. So we're going to have to wait now until it gets back to $10. That was that CFVI bottom when it was a SPAC. So now you're nicely above it. The reason why I bring this up is that you're one tweet away from Elon Musk or somebody at Rumble announcing something there. Like, what if Elon Musk goes on Rumble and starts talking about it, posts it up on Twitter? Who knows? Like, I don't know. I think there's just some action here. It's an actionable name, and want to look at Rumble today.
Right. I was reading something on the weekend on that lottery number, which blew my mind, and that was if the winner ends up taking the lump sum, the government would end up getting, it was like more than $1 billion in taxes on that. It was crazy. Versus what the actual winner will get. Anyway, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market to kick off a brand new week ahead of, we got the midterms this week, Arun. We got CPI coming up this week. It's going to be a lot of fun. What do we do today?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an exciting one this week. Last week, we got a couple numbers out there that really moved the market, and that's just the warm-up for what would come this week. Because, midterms, yes, but also everyone's looking at that CPI because that is going to be hot regardless of the direction it goes in. It'd be crazy to the upside. Imagine if it actually surprises to the upside because a lot of people aren't expecting that. Anyways, back to today's trade. In terms of levels, we're still using the same levels from Friday, which was that 3,800 to 3,830 top end range. If we can find a short somewhere in that range, we're going to look for shorts. That's still the play. The market's much closer now, makes it much easier to catch a trade if we get the setup. Obviously, the overnight strength is to the upside and the trend is to the upside. So it is, taking a little bit of time here, but if it can digest through what's going on and actually pick up some more strength as we go through this overnight high at 3,805, we could just easily keep on chugging through that zone and eventually break it, right? But we'll keep an eye out. If the short sets up at some point, we'll get involved on the short side. Otherwise, we'll just back off. Flip side, downside, if we were to break down, let's just say this range is back in play and we do take the short, now looking for the bottom end of the range. Well, first target, I put it underneath 37.50. Then you start getting into the 37.45, 40 area. There's going to be a small pocket of volume and possible support there. We'll keep an eye on that. Are we going to catch a trade there? It's kind of mid-range. I wouldn't jump on board. If we do break down into the 30s, though, that could open up a trade through the bottom end, which is 37.30, going on down to 36.95. So you got the bottom end of the range, you got the top end of the range. We're sitting near the top end or at the top end of the range. And it's just a matter of playing the ranges until we lose the range, right? And obviously we have some headline risk coming up in the next couple of days. So for now, expect some range trading, or at least some wide ranges being traded. But then, once you get some momentum movement off these news releases and these results, it's going to be what you just got to be running with the direction that it goes for the time being, and then just be smart about it after that.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Just noting as well, as we saw at the end of last week, we're going to get a steady stream of Fed officials coming through with statements not only today, but throughout the remainder of the week as well. So heads up on some of those comments that could, as we've seen, move the market in the past. Anyways, let's get into everything else you need to know. 25 minutes to go here before the market opens on a Monday. Here are a few things to digest. Anyways, Meta, top of the watch list this morning. Make sure you grab that every single day, guys. We send it out to you for free. Wall Street Journal over the weekend says large-scale layoffs are coming. This comes just a week or so after the company reported earnings. Obviously, in that earnings report, they said they're not only going to spend more next year, but in the coming years. Now we get a change in direction here, finally, from Meta.
Before we get to that, just very quickly here, I don't know if it got said, but maybe in the chat, that hoodie, yeah, you remember that from last week offering. So rug pull on there. Look, what goes up must come down. Must come down. It was $20. It got up to like almost 200 on Friday, and there you go, right back into 38. So if you're wondering why down 80%, that would be the reason. At this point, if it was still up in the 150s, maybe it would have been interesting for potential trades. But I really don't see it now that you've got that offering in there. So, of course, be careful. Maybe you get some bounces, and we'll see if volume does stick around there, and maybe it can catch a bit somewhere. Look, I like this for Meta. One of the biggest criticisms, obviously, was continuing to spend in the midst of what was going on. It was woodshedded again. It's like the #1 stock down in the S&P 500, I think, on the year. And it's just continued to get beaten up. And then finally, it's like, okay, we're going to do some cost cutting here by potentially cutting the workforce. Now, all of social media seems to be doing that. You saw what happened with Twitter. I mean, Snapchat's talked about it as well. So this is more along the lines of just the realities of what's going on with the advertising, the pullback in the economy. So I like this for Meta. You're already gapping to the upside. It does have this 95 resistance area up there that I think could pose at least a little bit of a challenge. But when I peel back, I should say, I always look at previous highs. I don't know if we get back to 90, 91. If we do, I like to be on that bid. And then I go right here to 92.5. This was outside of Thursday and Friday. 92.5 was pretty much support for the front half of the week. If there's a dip to be bought, then that's the one I want over there in Meta. It just feels like pretty solid news to me. And it's been trying to make a bottom for a while. It does have a lot of room to possibly recover. Forget about filling in some of those gaps. I'm just talking about if you were to even get back to the point where, like, this was at 104 in the pre-market after those earnings, and it was finding resistance at 101, 100, right? So forget about filling in the gap. Like, this has got $10 just to those levels after earnings. So let's count me on the bid at that 92.5 level. I think it could have trouble at 95, though.
I can't remember if Meta or Microsoft was the #1 stock on Friday. I think it might have been Microsoft. But yeah, Meta, this is what we're waiting for, man. We've been waiting for cost cuts to be announced. Finally, they're up 3%. Much more than the market, as the market is doing nothing right now. I like it. It's staying up here. I've already written down that on the sticky note here. You can find it at Trader TV, Sean. See the voice getting better. The more I talk, the better the voice gets. 95 long right there on Meta. So I like it. I think you could dip by into 92, just kind of a random area there. We'll see what happens. Here's the 20-minute chart. I feel like you are starting to break out. $100 coming this week. I feel like for Meta, if I buy calls on any sort of big tech name right now, it would be Meta. I just think it's been beat down so much. Their cash flow is so huge. And at some point, I think it's too big to have like activists come in here. But, we saw what Netflix was doing when they started to, recover a little bit. And now it's just straight up to the upside. Although Netflix struggling a little bit at 300. We'll talk about that. I just think that, hey, if they're going to now start to, there's so many letters penned to Zuckerberg because you can't change the corporate structure over there. If he wants to continue to spend, no one's going to stop him. So it's nice to see that maybe they're pulling something back out of the metaverse now. I don't know what section these job cuts are coming from, but the fact that they've burned over $10 billion and have seen absolutely nothing for it is definitely cause for concern, and that's not going to make investors happy. But cutting back jobs does show that, hey, maybe we are starting to get a change of philosophy here for Meta. So I like it, and I think that, maybe 92. I don't know. I'm trying to find out where I got that 92 from, but there has to have been something. That's that bottom is 91 right there. So we'll see. I do have some dip buys in there starting at 92.50. So if we do get to the downside, that's an area that I like. And then I really like a 94 break, but that's going to happen early. So I wrote down 95, just thinking that, hey, if we break through 95, then that's going to be a level of concern for me. Here's what it looks like on the E-signal chart. So this looks a little bit better for the 92 level. It's right there. So we came in, we dipped down through 92 bucks back on the 2nd, and we made it down to 88. We didn't really get back up there. We wicked to 91.50 a couple times, 91 as well as a top there. So yeah, any pullbacks for Meta for me is a screaming long. So I'm liking Meta down here at that 92 level. So let's just take it for the long side. I'm going to be looking LONG long on Meta today. If we get to 90, it's definitely loaded up, but I think we get a 95 break to the upside. The only problem is it's 3.25% already. So it's already pretty huge up there. If the market does turn around, people are going to look to short names. And Meta's already done its work to the upside, so has more to fall if the market does turn around. So don't want to get into this name early, but Meta I feel like is going to be my most heavily traded name.
All right, there's a FDA note on Veru right now. Veru popped up $3-4 there on COVID-19 trial, or their drug met main goal of study. So it was essentially just that ongoing study of their COVID-19 treatment. So nice move there for VERU to the upside. Let's go on to these. Chinese stocks back on watch here this morning. The Wall Street Journal was the latest to pick up on this story, suggesting that the government in that country going to revisit the zero COVID policy. But worth noting, as I pointed out before, the timeline suggests maybe by the end of next year, they're saying they could have something in place that is different from what it is currently on zero COVID.
Yeah, so that Veru going absolutely nuts. And that's why, I was just telling Sean, that's why Fahad's off today, because clearly he had to make that announcement, seeing as he is the CEO of Veru. But that's price action on that's insane. NEO is at 4%. It's still holding that $12 level. The volume's at 2 million shares, but it's still in this nice little tight range, kind of in the pocket here. I am looking for this one to try to go. If it breaks the high, look, it's set up pretty nicely. It's above resistance. Right, I'm not going to get 11.20. Well, I mean, you never know. If we do break $12, that 11 to 11.20 could certainly come back into play, to be sure. But first things first, can we take out that high, hold that $12 level? I like where we're sitting right now. I think this is one name. When it goes, the opportunity is there. So when I see it breaking out, am I willing to risk 20 pennies? 25 to see if it can't make one of those, go every single quarter until it's $1 to the upside type days? Yeah, sure, certainly. And if that doesn't come to fruition, then I do think Li Auto sitting here, it's up 4% as well, but just a very different setup. It has not broken out just yet. So this can also play both ways. If you miss out on a Neo long and it's a strong day, this could be taking out the high and it's got a nice double top. However, if you don't ever get through this high, I think it would be a pretty simple retracement back into 18. So I'll be looking Neo first. Neo doesn't go, then I kind of know exactly where I want to pivot to, because then Li Auto should be setting me something up in front of that said resistance. So those are two I'm watching. But wow, gonna have to add Veru to the list as a late comer here, because it is holding above 13 and absolutely screaming. This was the 13 break, what it looked like if you happen to catch it on Veru. So if it does want to pull back in and start supporting that 13 in VWAP, this one could certainly be on. Well, I mean, it already is on the chart, but it could certainly sustain. But that 13 is the key level.
Yeah. Less talking, more animations today. So I agree. Evolve Love. Evil love. Okay. Okay, so for me, the ADR is going to be very, very simple. We've already talked about it. Why I like Alibaba so much. It's above 70. We've broken now above that level. This is 70 right here. It had a hard time doing that. Now you're upside there, up to 72. Looks like it wants to break out through 72. So I have bids right now. I thought I did, I don't. I have bids, I will have bids at 70, 50, 70, something like that, just to see if this story is true. If it does hold 70, great. If not, let's test it a little bit lower. 69.50 or so, I think, is my get out spot here for Alibaba. You can see on the daily chart, we've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days below 70 right now. That was that zero COVID talk, and the NASDAQ getting beat up as well. So we had a couple rough couple weeks there for the NASDAQ, but it's nice to see that you're back above 11. Well, we'll see about 11,000, but we're bouncing up to there right now. But there it is right there at 70.50. I'm liking Alibaba right now for the long side. Let's check in on the market imbalances quickly here. There's the NIO Neil's talking about. XPeng is on there as well. No Alibaba on here. No Carvana on here. No Palantir on here. So there's a few names that aren't on here. Oxy is, though. We saw a big report from Berkshire over the weekend. Oxy, small little bid there. But oil is just absolutely rocking. I was just actually looking at oil, and I'm really glad. I added to my oil positions, and I was talking about that. The only thing is, I think I got to get out of some Eli Lilly. That stock is absolutely ripping. But there's oil back down in here into the 70s. I don't even know what it was doing down there, but it was, and now you're up to 92. So, like, that was just, I thought maybe we were in trouble, but it held there. So it's a nice little move to the upside. Oil looking to break back above 100, I think, very, very soon. You're at $93 right now. So yeah, I am an oil bull right now, despite being loaded up in my account, like 90% technology. But I really do like oil there. And it's nice. Sometimes it's nice to be favored in Canada because, again, a lot of our companies here, like I've been buying Enbridge literally since I was 18 years old. So that stock's been going well for us, and some other oil ETFs and whatnot here in Canada. So we've been really blessed with that. Trade Gold also was moving on Friday as well. So lots of names happening there. There's Oxy. We already talked about XOM taking out 52-week highs. Oxy looking to do the same thing today too, breaking back above 76. As I say, I talk less, I talk more.
They have earnings this week.
AMC. Oh, Oxy has earnings today?
Oxy. No, not today. Not today.
Soon
but,
enough.
This week, I think.
Palantir, we've
tomorrow.
already... Tomorrow, okay, yeah, that's good. All right, so we'll definitely be looking at Oxy tomorrow for sure. Palantir went to 80. We got out of a whopping 10% there for 5 cents. Let's see if Palantir can keep going north side here. I still want to look at that $8 break, but I also want to respect 750 or something in case it goes southbound there. So one more average incoming for Palantir around 770, right into here, and then we'll see if it dips down. So that's sort of my play there. We don't really have it on the watch list or anything today. It's not moving. Is it on the watch list?
It's on there.
Oh, it's on there. We have like 3 names on the watch list, so I should know what they are. But down there, $7 as a bottom. But I just don't want to hold for that. If we take out this 750 right here, then let's let it drop down to 720 and regroup, man. We can hold a 30-cent hit here on Palantir. So that's sort of my plan of action there, Brendo.
Yeah, we'll talk Apple, and then we'll get to Palantir and talk about this report here that was out this morning. Here's the note for Apple today. I just noticed, trying to get going here, back to the upside for Apple. The company itself actually came out over the weekend and said, yep, this is going to be a problem. The lockdowns and shutdowns of Foxconn specifically in China going to be a problem as far as making, they said the Pro and the Pro Max models specifically, which are still made in China. Remember a couple weeks ago, they said they're going to move a lot of the production to India, but the Pro up here, the Pro and Pro Max models are still coming out of China apparently. So Apple a little bit weaker than the market here on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd say it's a lot weaker than the market right now because we're up 0.5%. Both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both up 0.5%. You're over 1% to the downside on Apple. I'm trying to pull it back far enough on my chart so that you can see 134 and 133 down here. You got to go back to, I guess, early to mid-October when we had that bounce off 34s, and then you just got to go back to Friday to see where you made that bounce here again off 34. So I'm looking like, if I think it's going to be relatively weak off this, then I want to try to find some structure short ideas. If it gets to 33, I think that's probably where we're going to catch a bid. I like 39, so that's up where we close, because that works right into that it was like 139.5, 140, where that rolled over at about 11 o'clock, just as we were coming off air on Friday. So I'll be fading pops into this. I know there's some names that I like for looking breakouts that continue to go, like NVIDIA has a chance to really get going if it starts breaking out. If it starts breaking out, I'm looking for fades in Apple here, at least today, that's for sure. So we'll see what happens with it. It's just been one of those names that was the last shoe to almost drop there, and it rejected that 50 and that 200, and now you're testing. I just feel like you're getting back to these lows and at least retesting them, let alone that 125 from back in June, which could come into play if things go really poorly into Thursday. But yeah, on any kind of a pop, I'd rather be fading this one up off those resistance levels as opposed to looking for those longs. I think I'll save breakout longs for things like NVIDIA and Boeing and the like.
Yeah, I'm just going to, like I said, man, we've been really pretty good at waiting for stocks to make a move, and I think the Apple's going to have that play today, right? So let's just wait. Let's wait to see. Does it come back down into this 135.50 area? If it does, we load it up. And I mean, it's pretty simple to me. I feel like the story, although very important because it's Apple, the #1 stock in the whole universe. So I feel like, people are going to throw shade at it when these stories come out, and they're also going to big it up when positive stories come through as well, right? So you're down 1.23% right now. Are they suffering because of zero COVID? Of course, we already know about that story. To me, this has nothing to do with demand. It has obviously everything to do with supply. So if they can figure that out, I think they are in the process of switching over some of their production to India, like Brendan was mentioning. So this is just going to be a bump in the road. For a long-term story, this has absolutely no effect on Apple whatsoever. But short-term, obviously, with people looking at supply chain, China policies and things like that, this can't be a good sign. So I feel like, yeah, you know what? The Indian government's going to play a lot nicer with China, with Apple rather than China. So I think you just sort of got to wait this one out, buy any dips on Apple, and I'm here to do exactly that. So I'm going to let it break out one way or the other, and then we'll see about the momentum at that point. It's too tricky for me today. Down 1.2% against a strong market. Nah, I'm going to pass on that one, man. The ES is up 0.42. NASDAQ is up 0.5 point as well. So this is going to be a good day, I feel like. We've turned the bear into a bull here. I feel like it is a bullish kind of day heading into it. We have Microsoft on my mind, AMD, like what Neil was saying there. Meta is going to be the big name for me. I already talked about that. And then Palantir. So I have 4 names on the sticky note. And funny the fact that Apple starts our sticky note, our watch list, and is a big story, and I don't even have it on the sticky note. So for me, it's a wait and see. Let's pull back the strings a little bit on Apple. Let's let the market tell us what it wants to do. If it bigs a bottom, then I'm going to be there with open arms looking to go long.
All right, let's go on to retail favorite here, one that has become a retail favorite. Palantir reports this morning pre-market. A few positives coming out of this report. I mean, it wasn't all negative. 22% growth in revenue there, $478 million in the quarter. They re-upped on their full year 2022 guidance, and the 2023 apparently was a little bit light, I saw, but overall, I mean, not bad really, I guess, for Palantir, but it's not really doing anything either.
Yeah, well, it definitely moved going into this, but that percent rise, as you put there in the note there, that's the slowest growth they've had since coming via, it wasn't an IPO, but it was a direct listing in 2020. So it is slower growth, and they trade like almost 10 times sales. So it's not like it's priced ridiculously cheaply. I guess I'm going to have to be patient with this because it's trading at 775 is more or less the opposite of what I was hoping would happen with the stock. I either thought we could be testing this 750, and if it was bad, you'd be breaking down from here and making fresh lows, or I just wanted to structure longs off this 8 to 8.25 area. So, now you're in the middle. If it rejects $8, maybe there's some shorts up there. I'd rather just sort of sit around waiting for that 750 bid to come in. I know at least where I'm going to be wrong if I trade Palantir down there. I'd say disappointment because I wanted it either breaking back out into the top end of the range where there's a dollar room to upside 8 to 9, which it's not doing, or at least testing down to that 750 where we saw big support, and if that were to get taken out, I mean, if you take out that 750, then suddenly you're getting back into the $7 low, that breaks, and you're talking about the May lows. sitting in here beneath the 50 period and in between these two levels, not as sexy. So I'd rather get that 750 if I can catch it, but that might have to wait.
Yeah, just talking to Pratt about Drake and 21 Savage. Came through a couple good joints on that one. Okay, so Palantir missed their EPS by 1 cent. So that's really the thing there. They'd have a couple nice little guide forwards and things like that. But still down 2.2%. I feel like remember I said like I'm not buying anything at all, heading into this report for Palantir. I'm already long. I wanted to see what the name was going to do. We've seen some disastrous reports from Roku and the likes, and we've seen some good reports as well come in this space. But I look at Palantir as just bottom picking. I mean, you're right here at the bottom. I think big data and analytics and things like that is the future. So I am a little surprised at how far down we are here. But again, they came with so much hype last year on their direct listing. They're a 25-year-old company, and they still haven't been able to make any money. Like I said, their EPS, well, it was 1 cent today, I believe. It was, 1 versus 2 cents. So, all right, so slightly there on the earnings per share, but still needs to show something in order to get some funds to buy. You also do have its brother in Snowflake as well, down here to 133 recently. So, yeah, there's been some big moves to the downside in this space. Like Snowflake, and the reason why I bring this up is because this is just so much more dramatic than what Palantir's been doing. Snowflake was 185 a week ago. Now it's down to 130 there. So, I mean, there are some of these names that I like equally to Palantir, and Snowflake happens to be one of those names. I mean, this was a $400 stock, right? And this was not part of, like, the reason when you look at Palantir, you're going to say, well, Palantir was $40, but it wasn't really. This was like during all that meme craziness of February, March, back in 2021 when a lot of those stocks were going ham, including on Palantir. Palantir direct lists down here, goes to the upside again. This is just a lot of pressure. We saw Rivian. I mean, some of these stocks on IPO were absolutely insane, right? So I really feel like Palantir's true levels are somewhere around here, 10 to 12. Back into here would make some sense where we had some volume come through. So 10, 11, 12. So the fact that you're still at 8 is pretty bad for PLTR. I'm going to wait on that one. If anything, wait for Snowflake, and then I think you got to sort of play those two off of each other. Might want to sprinkle some on both, but for right now, I think it's a wait and see for Palantir. Nothing special in the earnings. I'm going long until 750 breaks, and then we're gone, and we'll reassess this maybe at 7.
All right, we'll wrap things up here with these Trump-linked stocks because it's not just DWAC. DWAC obviously doing the most volume and the most exciting as far as price action here in the pre-market. But worth noting that PHUN, remember Funware? PHUN also moving on this, doing volume. There's also MRIN. I saw on an uptick this morning on this note as well. So more momentum, I guess, coming ahead of the elections tomorrow and then Wednesday of possible 2024 bid for the White House from former President Trump, guys. So what do we do with DWAC here?
Yeah, for me, it's short the pops. That's the play that I'm going to look for in DWAC. It was relatively cheap for the locates. But like 2 cents a share just to double check on it. And the first move, maybe it's going to be to that pre-market high up here, like $24. If that's the case, fair. 25, same thing. And if it gets through 25, I'd be much more patient looking at that $30 level. It's just what's happened every time we've gotten one of these spikes. This is the most significant gap to the upside. So if it does get through 25, I'll respect how big the gap is above that price. But until you get something really firm with this, actually closing of the deal or some kind of an official announcement, then it's just been a sell the speculation type of stock. And I just want to be patient enough to be able to do that here today. So just going to be looking for the fade on DWAC. I know if you're looking at Funware, it's likely to do some pretty solid volume. This might be a little different because it has 120 to 125, where you could see some interesting support, and as somewhat of a penny stock, you get enough bids down there. It could get pretty interesting if it just were to dip down and start holding. You could definitely lose some scalping, 5-10% type moves off of those lows if it were to come down. But until I see it down at those prices, I'm waiting for the pop on DWAC.
Shit, man. Oh man, I have to do it already. This sucks because yeah, Tony is back in the building, so that should be fun. I've been long Palantir from time 8:30. I don't know why it didn't show on there. I just took another fill to take to show you guys it. The reason why I just said like outside of my breath there, under my breath, is because Meta is already ripping. So again, the number one stock on the sticky note right now, taking off to new day highs. I wanted the 95 break long, so I am going to take it, but I can't take it with very many shares. It's going to break right off the open, and that's been a sort of a dangerous spot there. But the reason why I picked 95 was just because it was off. That's all. Like I knew it was going to break. I thought it would break in a couple minutes, but it looks like it wants to break early here for Meta. So with just over a minute to go, this is the Meta 20-minute chart. I guess actually let me zoom this back in here a little bit. It looks like it's just it's been just destroyed too much here to have a good look at that. There's 95 right here. So just coming back to what we were on the second and the third, I think we could take that easily. The problem is like it could also fall back to 93. So yeah, there are going to be some trades here for me on Meta, but we got to try to be patient with it. So I will take a 95 break, and then I'm going to punch myself in the face because it's probably going to rip to 98. And then I'm going to be like, oh man, I don't have enough shares. So let's start to bid some more 93s. I did have a 92 bid, but I'm going to start bidding 93s now, maybe even 93.50. As there goes Meta, man, with only 30 seconds to go. This name is on one, so is Microsoft today. This should be a good day to trade for sure.
Yeah, with about 20 seconds to go, yeah, you said Tony is back. He's looking pretty sharp. I guess he wasn't here for...
Yeah, what's up with the Halloween,
Look, man,
Tony?
you're going to see it. We'll put him on the countdown. We'll drop the countdown right now. Welcome to an interesting week. We're going to get CPI, and it's not Halloween, but Tony is in the spirit for
is
3, 2, and 1. I don't get it. I love it anyways.
See, the thing about Tony in that shirt that I can guarantee you is that shirt went on sale. And Tony grabbed that. Right, Tony?
That makes sense.
How much? There you go. Boom.
75%
Tony,
off.
I knew that one. Tony for the win. 75% off Halloween equipment and shirts. Tony's in there buying hand over fist. Smart man. Right there. There we go.
Come on.
Let's go, man. We've got this already on Meta. So let's see how high can we fly, man. This was the position that we wanted. We talked about it. It's the number one name on the sticky note. So whatever, man. We might not have that many shares, but we'll go like that anyways. There it is. 1 for 1 on L sticky notes.
And just going a couple of names in there. Neo, looks like it broke 25s, and I'll chalk it up to the first keystroke of the day. Got 35s instead of 25s on that break. But either way, it is making a power move to the upside. It needs to hold that $12 level. Li Auto's the other one that we're looking for pretty closely. If it does fail, I do like this one for the short. It did not get through that pre-market high like Neo did. And I talked about Boeing last week, and we didn't quite get to that. It needs to hold above 161. It's kind of failing this breakout on the daily chart, so we need this one to settle down. And NVIDIA, this is the one I want for those structured longs. It does look like it's trying to break out here. I do like a 137 dip, but if it breaks out off of these highs and holds 142 at the open, then we got to look for some long opportunities. Amazon as well, making some power moves. Oh, sorry, that was Apple. My bad.
No, I'm short Amazon right now. Amazon, I just got short right this second, so I think that's a good call. But let's just wait to see what it's doing now. I cannot believe Microsoft as well, that we wrote down on our list here, is also going ham. All right, Amazon is going the opposite way, so let's short this one. We've got a monster winner already here on Amazon, so let's just hold this if we can. This is a monster here. Good thing we threw to me over here. I just put this Amazon trade 2 seconds ago, and we were just in the money there, 50 cents. So let's see where it goes to the downside. We'll take another piece out there right now, but already starting to go. You want less talk, more animations? The money team is here right now. Nice move downside there for Amazon. And bye-bye Palantir. We'll see. We just got a 71 long there, giving us an average price of 73. So far, so good. Meta, good thing we took that profit out because that's screaming back in here. Watch out for this 93 bid that we have going.
Yeah, Tesla's falling pretty big there. Watch out. I'm watching 31s on Rivian as a bit of a sympathy play. I just got my bids in and actually stepped them up. I like 92.5 for support on Meta, but I'm seeing it hold right around this 94. That's a bit of a breakout off the open, was that 94 level. So if it holds there long enough, we definitely got to take a look there. Tesla, you can't tell, but this stupid wicks here, but Tesla getting absolutely woodshedded down to 206. 200 is going to be in play. And I said if Neo doesn't go, which it could break that 12 to the downside, I'd take my chance at Li Auto if it fails off of that high. Neo is now breaking that 20 level, and Li Auto's off of that high. So they're going to get to Brendan in a quick second, but if this does fail this pre-market high, now looking for the pop and fade off the pre-market tops on Li Auto. Brendo?
Walgreens making a pretty good move here this morning, guys. On this note, their Village MD unit going to merge with Summit Health for $9 billion. So straight higher here for WBA, up 4%.
All right, this is for you, Henry. Banks coming through. He's got some 79s there on Palantir. Look at that, Phil, man. 85 off the open, averaged it back in and just took some out here at the pre-market high. I mean, I know it sucks to get some out at 79, and it's not a huge trade, but hey, we're in the money and we're taking advantage of that one. Yeah, look, I see what you're talking about there, Ashtuk. I've loved Microsoft today, and it's just ripping, but now you're starting to come back in. Some of these names are starting to come back in here up to some key levels, I feel like, for Microsoft, but I was still waiting for that 220 to hit. I'm not completely in love with this trade on Microsoft, but you know, it's now coming back in. The funny part about all of this is Amazon, the one that was super weak to begin with, I felt like, is now making a little bit of a comeback as the market goes to the downside. There's Alibaba. We got a 70-50 long here for Alibaba. Lots of stuff happening for me right now. 4 positions I said I wouldn't start early, or I would start later rather than early, but there's Alibaba again, man. I mean, we're just doing it, whatever. I don't care when I start this trade. If the winners are going to come in like that on Alibaba, then let's take another piece out for that one. Nice trade right there for Alibaba. Upside move, man. We're long 40 cents in the money off 70.50. We gave you that trade as well. Amazon needs to work. Meta not working.
Just got look. Obviously, Meta just came back into the downside, so got that dip buy off those pre-market lows there. I want to hold that 93 level. If 93 is going to be good, we stepped it up from 92.5, given the strength that it just made, into that out of that Neo and into that Li Auto to the short side. And then back over to, I mean, Tesla is absolutely, it's still down at 205. I know it's hard to see on that chart, but it's still cratering down here. If it tests 200, you know that's a big level. I'll likely be all over, but I have to watch this as I'm hanging on to an EV name to the short side. Just took some Li Auto out there, so we'll try to see if that flushes down the toilet. But the Tesla 205 holding a bid, no size on this bid, so I'm waiting for 200 level. I think that can come in. Brendo, what you got, bud?
I keep seeing this one pop up on a volume scanner, guys. XPeng, XPEV, a ton of volume behind this move, heading up to $9 now after gapping higher along with the rest of the Chinese names. Guys, take a sec, smash the like, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We do this every single day. It's going to be a big week and an exciting one.
Yeah, it's good call on that one, Brendo. Yeah, hit that subscribe button, folks. Show every day we're here and we're bringing you the heat, I hope, anyways. All right, so yeah, talk about heat, man. We're starting to get heated up again here as some levels starting to come in. Another position for me on AMD. I really got to slow the heck down right now because we have a lot of longs and I don't know if they're clean or not. So let's just wait. There's an AMD fill that we just got, man. AMD was at 63.50. It's now down to 62 and change. Let's hold out hope that the market can stay above here. Above water a little bit. We're just going to flat right now on the day. So we did pick this name up. It's nicely in the, well, nicely in the money. It was at 15 cents in the money there, which is nice for me. But we'll take a piece out if it gets back into the 30s there for AMD. But yeah, for right now, Meta has bounced back nicely for us a little bit. But there goes Amazon right back into 91 again. So I'm going to put some more bids out. There it is to capture some more Amazon there. We did take a piece out when it went back to flat, but there it comes faded right back in again for Amazon. So far so good, man. Amazon with the nice long, Palantir not doing anything, and Meta's trying to battle back as well. So we're going to hold out hope that Meta gets a nice little bump here back to the upside. No scalping now. Let's see if there's a move back up here for Meta. So far, so good, man. We're net positive. Some good trades today.
Yeah, I just got my bounce on Meta. I just took that scalp trade when it took out that 94 level. It held 93.5, just got up to 94, took some out there. The other one we have now is that Li Auto to the short side. It did that pop and fade. I said if Neo doesn't work to the long, which it did not, that broke that pre-market low, then I would go over to Li Auto and then fade it off the highs. If it takes out 19, I want to be holding for the gap fill into said downside. Tesla continues to crater. Apple, which we started out thinking, okay, Apple could be the one. On that pop, it didn't get to that 139 that I liked. So Apple's still kind of doing its thing in the middle. And then DraftKings, someone's saying, did I like DraftKings in front of that 11 level? Yeah, DKNG. I saw it get to about 11.11. Didn't see it get down to 11 even because I was on the bid in front of it. But DraftKings continuing to get flushed. Brendo, what's up, bud?
We saw this insider buying note on Tupperware this morning in the pre-market, but wasn't doing anything. No volume. Not a lot of volume still, but Tupperware up 16.5% here after that disastrous earnings last week, guys.
They don't like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, Tupperware was pretty bad last week. Yeah, I saw them. I saw something.
Was this CO?
Yeah, see, someone bought some more shares there. All right, so some news about Tilray, but it doesn't seem like it's anything major. Okay, so this is what we're built for this. So let's wait to see here. Amazon 70 cents in the money now. It just broke. We just took a 91 out. We noticed this one was really weak early, so we definitely took advantage of that, and now it's falling in. The only thing here is like Meta right now. I'm trying to defend that 93 area. Well, we're going to lose on this name. I mean, if it just keeps on doing this, I want the long on this. So I don't know, man. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But we just sitting there at 31s. Am I sitting? Where am I here? I want to get some more longs. Oh, 21s. 21 Savage there. So we'll wait to see if that comes in. Fills us down here at 93.20 or so. I don't really know why we picked that level, but there it is right now coming back in for Meta. So we're on the bid again to get more shares here long, and we're at 21. There it is. Nice little bid there for that. Alibaba also falling. So some of these longs, the market's turned red, so the longs are going to get flushed, and that's what's happening right now. Good thing we have the Alibaba short, but right now AMD is getting elevated as well, down to 61.50. Looks like they're definitely taking risk off today, not risk on. That bull needs to be a bear.
Yeah, we'll change in a minute, but like the bids start coming in, right? Like what's coming to the downside. I just got my Palantir in front of 50. I just got DraftKings in front of 11. So you can see even these stocks that are right down at what I would think are support levels, they're just going to get shellacked here. Li Auto is going to end up working for me, but I just bought Meta in front of that 203, sorry, that 93 area. If these don't start holding, then it is going to be one of those days, and that's only to the short side. I got to go back over to my friend. My friend is Intel. And if the market's going to be heading down, then I just want to be getting with the trend on this. Every single day it's a short, I like it, but 28.85 was my level this morning. We're nowhere near it. That's why I'm not on it. If we get back to 28.50, the pre-market levels, I'll be all over that. But as we take advantage of another dip, look, if you're going to get any chance off these pre-market levels on Meta, you got to ring the register on them. So I just got some in front of that 93. Going to start taking it out here. Hopefully, nope, there goes Palantir through 750. That one not bouncing. DraftKings at least holding up. So of my three longs, Meta catching a little bit of a bid here. It's Palantir that can't seem to get one.
Money, yeah, we got Palantir. Palantir's out of there. Right now, we're not taking anything out of anything right now, except for AMD. As there it is, man, a nice little rip upside for AMD. Look at that long at 61.90. We're going to try to take more advantage of this right now to get to the upside. There's 62.33s just got taken out, and there goes Meta right now. Yes, let's blast upside right here. We'll take a piece out, man. We'll take a piece out on Meta. There it is. 50 cents now in the money for Meta, and we're just going to go like this because we are really starting to elevate ourselves right now. The net is just ripping here today. So look at also Alibaba as that's starting to go to the upside again off of a nice little 70 long. So that's really starting to make some cash. Okay, AMD, I see you, man. I'm going to have to take another piece out of AMD. That really got excited there back up to the upside. That's what really sent the net to the moon right now. Meta also, good long there, back down. This is why patience is key. We keep on winning when we wait. So far, so good here, man. Amazon also 70 cents in the money, near the low. I think I'm going to take a piece out of Amazon. They got flushed down right there again, so we'll take another piece out for a 70-cent winner. If you're here for these, then you've got them today. We're gonna go 4 for 5. The only losing trade is Palantir today. 4 for 5. AMD monster win. Amazon doesn't get much better than that. Alibaba's in the money now, and Meta flying. So far so good. But we got to go back over to Brendan for some breaking news.
Yeah, possibly catching a bit off that Meta strength today, guys. Snapchat keeps popping up on a volume chart. Not a huge move yet, but much higher than usual volume so far. Up 3.5 for Snap today.
Yeah, we'll do the ring the register here. Look, obviously you flushed yourself down the toilet last week on DraftKings. I'm not saying it's a strong stock, but it bounced at 11.01 right up to 11.25. That's about as clean as it gets. If it tries to hold it again, I will take a reload down there, but each time you test a key level, eventually it's going to break. I only favor dip buys on Meta, so that's pretty much all I've done. But it's not through VWAP yet. You still have a bit of a lower high. Next leg out has to either break this VWAP 94.30. Come on, Randy. You can't change it.
I've already told Randy he's going to turn that to a bear. I'm just going to turn it back, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. But if we don't break VWAP, then I got to sit here and just make this inside move at $1 to $1.50. Li Auto has only worked to the downside. We just broke the pre-market lows. I got one leg out when it made a bit of a it did a wick off bottom, or wick bottom at 1875. That got me to take another leg out. But if you do break lower, this is where I think Li Auto could be headed, down around like 18 to 1825 area where it closed on Friday. So if the market stays down, this is the one I want to hold on to short side.
Okay, so FYI on a couple things here. Market had a little bit of a problem at this 10,900. So it just stopped there at 10,900. It was a nice little retracement back to the upside. So that started to go. And then, you know, on the, oh my God, the awesome trade of the day, why wasn't I here? I paid for shorts. I said I'm going short on Carvana at 838 or whatever that price was of the 52-week low. Yeah, it's only $1 and change in the money now as that name just keeps on cracking lower and lower, and I don't have it. So that really sucks for Carvana for me. So, you know, we should have had that one. We went right over there, missed it. I have serious FOMO about not being short Carvana because, again, just rewind the tape to 845 when I was like the one name. And I went over, paid for shorts, just didn't put the order out. So that's really on me for sure on that one. But we're on one today, and thanks to Rolling Records for that as well. Look at Meta. I mean, there it goes, man. We told you that this was going to be our most active stock, and it is. Net, my highest nets. Well, Amazon's going to be my highest net. That's $1 in the money. And then AMD was cruising pretty good, man. We got a 62.50, but now the market's coming back in off missing that 10,900. So, yeah, you're right, Zach. You can't trade them all, but it's not that. I know I can't trade them all. That sucks, man, because there it is right there, Carvana, now with the halt. We should be short many shares there at 830. We gave this one, man, and that really sucks that we missed it. But there goes Carvana. Congratulations, anybody that hit that one, not with me, but anyone that hit it as we were talking about that. Carvana right now halting to the downside. Next stop, 0.
Yeah, I don't know if it gets to actually 0, but it might get close. Fundamentally speaking, it is a pretty big mess
Damn
there.
it.
You're real close to 200 on Tesla, so as the market comes down, it's crazy. Like, you look at Meta holding up some strength there, but Tesla at 200 coming in. If there's a regret, yeah, Boeing did make the break. It got to 163, but hey, it's dipping back in, so these pre-market lows, and that was actually a better trade last week on Boeing. That was, instead of just taking the breakout, waiting for it to dip and test pre-market lows was pretty fantastic a couple of times. I'll take a third swing at that going into it again here today. It's obviously on a bit of a tear, and you could see a rejection of this 161 on the daily, and maybe it is due for a pullback day. Until that happens, I want to give it a chance. There goes DraftKings. I didn't even reload this one. Thank goodness. I was like, yeah, let's see what happens when it gets down there because there wasn't much of a bid at 11. And there really wasn't a bid at 11. If it does a wick bottom, like this is 95 that it just got to, and wants to reclaim that 11 area, I don't mind jumping back into the long, but this is now just an abject disaster. It gave you the bounce, it gave you that 20 to 25, didn't reload it, took the last third out. I'm into Boeing now, looking for some more shorts, probably going to be Intel next. Brendo, what's up, bud?
Another big mover here, guys. Funko, FNKO higher right now, but this happened on Friday. So this thing got cut in more than half on Friday after they cut their forecast for next year. But nice pop here. Doesn't look like much, but if you zoom in a bit, straight upside so far for FNKO.
FNKO, okay. A Funko right there. I mean, look at Meta now, $1 in the money and just ripping. Like, this is making my day anyways. So, I mean, it's right there. We talked about it on the sticky note is Meta, and we just absolutely cranked that stock. So that's been fantastic there today. Meta, the #1 stock on the floor here. Meta right now today. So far, so good on that one. And then, you know, we were trying to make Alibaba the #1 stock as well. That we just got a nice little bid downside on Alibaba. Let's take some more out here in the mid-90s as there it goes, ripping to the upside. I mean, we've got the trades today. Amazon, Baba, Meta. The only one we failed on is Palantir so far. That one's going to be a problem. Look at this, all the way down to 720.
Jeez.
That's why you got to. Yeah, that's why you got to have outs, man. I mean, it's disaster strikes for PLTR. What about Snowflake? And this is why I said, man, like I'm not buying anything into these earnings reports, man. Like I'm sticking with, and I haven't bought any more Meta. Last week I bought more Microsoft and more Google. We haven't even looked at those yet today. But I'm just going to sit here with Meta, watch this name continue to fly higher. I really like Meta. AMD's dipping down as well. This is a buy opportunity down here.
Yeah, and look, I obviously got to go back over to Tesla just quickly because it is getting close to that 200. The dip on Meta is doing okay. It's just the market just turned red. So I'm asking myself, okay, I just got Boeing long, it's in the money, Meta's still in the money, but at some point, can they even buck that trend? 200, clearly, obviously, a pretty big psychological level as well there for Tesla. I'm going to hold on to Li Auto no matter what. Like, if we do break 200 on Tesla, I want to be holding Li Auto, maybe even adding to the short, but I want to give it at least a chance to work as long as beneath that 19 area. So here comes 200 on Tesla. I know it's kind of annoying when we look at these even dollar levels, but when they trade off of them, when they break, they're fantastic. If they hold, you saw what happened the first time through on DraftKings. I just got some more Boeing in there, so while we're waiting around for that, Boeing did just bounce again off these pre-market lows, getting back up to VWAP. I didn't take any out when it got to VWAP the first time. So Neil, this time, let's do that because the market's heading down, silly. You should definitely be trying to take. No, but it's like the market's heading down and giving you multiple fills off the lows. If a stock is strong like Meta was doing, you should probably take something out and pay yourself on the way up. Do I think Boeing can continue its breakout and be strong? Yes, but the market just turned red on us.
Yeah, no, I'm doing the same thing here as we have a nice little win for ourselves on BABA, which is what I was going to talk about. Very similar trade to what Neil just mentioned there. Again, a name that's not... It's stronger than the market, but these names have been getting hit. You can't hold something you can hold forever if you want to, but not in our game, man. Neil and I are day traders, and we are flat at the end of every single day. So I just wanted to get that clear to everybody as well, because people wonder, what are we trading? We are trading actual physical stock and equity. We are not trading CFDs. We are not trading options. So if you're in that with us, then that's what we're doing. And congratulations, you've now found the best show on YouTube for sure. But AMD is not making me look very good right here yet today. Good ends, man. But right now, this hold on AMD as the market is now making new lows. This was a strong name last week. This week, the complete opposite. So there's even some size there at 50 helping this thing go to the downside. So I'm not super pleased with this position. I'm going to give it a shot. Look, we're out of the money 40 cents. I'm going to give this a shot down here at 91. If it holds, hallelujah. If not, then it's going to be an out for us there at 61. So let's wait to see if that does hold spot here for AMD downside right now. What's up, Brando?
Barely a green candle here for Tesla, guys. Just made a day low on a volume spike. I just saw pop up on a scanner there. So 200 watch could come into play once again here for Tesla.
No, Lucas told me to fix my mic, so that's what that was there. But yeah, well, Neil, you've been on Tesla. I actually haven't even looked at it.
It just bounced 201, so it wasn't quite close enough to get me in. Look, if you already have a couple of longs into this market going against, I'm not going to compromise and just start bidding out in front of it to get way too out in front of the trade. Just not going to happen. I did want to go over to, we haven't really talked any Microsoft here. Just quickly load. As this one is showing some signs of strength, right? Like Microsoft is up 0.5% as the market craters. So I'm liking this. If the market catches a bit of a bounce, you've got 220, that previous resistance level that turns into support, and then you even have a breakout here at 224. So file those two, we're in the middle of that range, file those two away for potential opportunities. But let's look at Meta bouncing here, now back to a buck in the money, and of course Boeing starting to go. I want to add to these. If the market gets back green and holds it, I want something else that can go. So 224 break sets up on Microsoft, but the 220 bid I'll just be on no matter what, because that was such a good resistance level. If it wants to turn to support, fantastic. Yeah, now we're bouncing into that upside. Yeah, we're starting to go here. Meta now up at 94.60. I'll show you Meta. There we go. Meta back up 94.60. Need this to get back up to that 95 level. The dip buys come in. I'd love to be able to see us hold higher lows at VWAP here and start structuring along a little bit higher compared to what we just have on. And if you're going back over to DraftKings, I say it once, I'll say it a million times. I don't know, it's just, I should be in this trade. It's wick bottom, wicks the bottom, reclaims 11, and I'm not in it. That's a wick bottom last time I checked. I'm not in this one. I'm not going to chase it up here. I wanted it off that 11 level, so I'm not going to chase DraftKings, but it is now still holding that 11. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. There's a lot of these names here today that are trading a little funny, including this one, Alibaba. We just took profit. There, we're going to get out. There it is. So, we were just like, yep, we got to take profit on Alibaba. It came right up to VWAP, and then now it's taking lower lows here on Alibaba. So, watch out for this name right now, just taking down 69.50. We're done with Alibaba now. We'll wait. Like I said, we'll wait. We already took some profit on this name, but it got weaker into this market weakness. So, yeah, it's still a bear there for now. now. So Randy turned that guy around. All right, let's see what happens. We also did take some profit on the upside there when AMD came right back. I mean, it's making lows here at the 61.40. I feel like, you know what, we'll take a little bit of a bid here. 45s, did I just get there? Yeah, so we just got some 45s in. Okay, for AMD. All right, let's offer some 65s now if we can take a quick 20-cent scalp there. It just came back in a little bit for us on AMD, so it's right in the money, 10 cents instantly. We're not going to take that, but AMD is not showing signs of strength, that's for sure. So, you know, any kind of a bump up right there, it looks like I should have saw that. 62 looks like it was the top. So we'll take a little bit there and cancel our 65s. Maybe we get a 62 bid off of that reload. Still though, our average price 84, not great. Let's just take a piece out if it does bump up, and then we're going to get longer near the bottom. But really, I know you have this as well. The winner of the day is the #1 name on the sticky note today, and that's going to be Meta, right? We took it early. I'm just going to show you. I know it's hard to see on here right now, but follow me at Trader TV Sean. Almost 40,000 people following right now, and there it is right now. Meta, buy the dips. That's all we talked about, and watch out for a 95 long. Well, there it is right now. It's the #1 name here on the floor, and there it goes, man. Really creating, we're at one-time daily goal. Right now, it's really gotten going here, Meta. So although Alibaba's going to be a loser today, Meta is the big-time winner for us. Nice little move to the upside here.
And yeah, as that gets back up to the pre-market highs, opening range highs, that was 96. If it fails 96, I'm talking Meta, I do want to be out. But by the way, Carvana has a halt to the upside now. So it is, like obviously the stock has gotten battered, but looks like it'll be a volatility halt from what I can check. Got up to 750. It's indicating a flat open. If this gets back to $8, it gets pretty interesting, like halfway in between 9, got down to 7, right? So if it gets up to $8, I think that could be interesting for a bit of a short opportunity. And there is a secondary move. Just be careful when you're trading this. It might halt a few times today. Liquidity could be a concern, and it has that short interest behind it as well. So we are getting up to that top on Meta here, and if we cannot chew through, I have to show you guys a block. Sorry, guys. If we cannot chew through this top up here at 96, to me that's a good place to take it out. Look for the dip buy back into 94, and then continue to ride that train to the upside. Similar thing with Boeing, although maybe not as extreme of a move in Boeing. I think it's getting a little top heavy on the daily, but very similar. Enter twice, where it's trying to get back up to that high, that 163. Last week, I was willing to take it off at the highs and then play the breakout and play the dips a couple more times. So I'm willing to do that same thing again here. It's okay to play the trend, but you want to pay yourself out, and as a day trader, look for multiple entry points. I can buy the tops if I have to. I can buy the dips again if I like it at that 161, but this still can't get above VWAP, which is very different from Meta. And one more time, here comes Tesla down to 200. Maybe it actually gets there this time.
Ooh, Nelly right now. Meta, we just got some out at 95.40 right there. This is what I'm talking about. You put on risk on names that, you know, you get that feeling for. Like I was talking about 95 Meta when it was down here at 93. So there it is, man. Nice little take to the upside. There's an out at 95. There's an out again. We took it early for 80 cents off the 95 rip to begin with. So that was already a good trade. Let's see if Meta can get back to the upside, man. If this market turns green, man, Meta has a 98 fill coming on it soon. So that's what I'm thinking for Meta. Amazon is still Deadsville right now. We're still $1 in the money on that one for Meta. So we're going to have to watch out to see what happens with Amazon, sorry, not Meta, as it's trying to take this out. I'm debating this 90.70 right now. Wow, Microsoft is off as well. As long as all these names keep on going up, man, you know, we've done really well for ourselves here today. We need AMD to go. I'm going to take another piece out here at 73. There it goes. On AMD, we did get that load up down, not a load up, but we did get some more shares downside, but this has been a name that has been failing today and not really getting going. So right now, AMD, a nice little long for us here as it's continuing its move, but who knows for how long this will be a long. So AMD right now, not performing that well. We still want to hold out for it. It's just like we hold out faith there in Meta. So, you know, you got to stay strong on some names. We did that with Meta. I'm trying to do it with AMD, but AMD is profiling a little bit different. It's not really going for that jog. So let's see if it can continue to do it. But right now I'm strong long on all these names, and we're holding what I think is probably the weakest big tech name. There must be others, but whether or not I use Amazon or Meta, I'm really proud of both of these trades and disappointed in myself for Carvana.
Yeah, I just got out of Meta. Just this one little checkup here at 95.5. I do like the pull back into 94, 94.5 into VWAP on the 3-minute. You also have set up for a 96 break. It's similar to Boeing, like I just said, but Microsoft is already there. I mean, Meta's going to get there in a second, but Microsoft is already making its breakout through that 224.
Jesus.
Oh, you talk.
Look at Apple too.
Oh, Apple
they're all
as well?
going. They're all going.
Oh, okay, so they're all going.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Microsoft just got through its highs there, making a power move, and Boeing's only about 80 cents in the money, so it is fading a little bit. And I still have that Li Auto short. So, I mean, Li Auto's still really working to the short side, and maybe this is worth a reload below VWAP, because I'm not really seeing anything that makes me want to get out of this trade altogether. And Tesla, by the way, Tesla finding a bit of a bid at that 201 level. I guess that's what's going to be it here. Might not go to that 200 after all.
Okay, we just really banged it out here on AMD, man. I was talking about like ye of little faith, and then the next thing you know, AMD just rips up. Like we got a 61.99 fill or 98 fill there. Like that was ripped. And then when it came back down, we got out again at 83 and then some more at 73. So we're just taking advantage of that move to the high side there on AMD. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be the big winner that we thought it would be today. So that's willing to sort of die on that sword, but again, it's not much of a sword. All right, Amazon is looking to break through 90. We have this short, man, 91.50. What a monster move that was right there for Amazon early. It took down that pre-market low, and I had this on my radar today, looking for negative stocks to come through. Amazon has been performing real poorly, man, and they just hit 52-week lows and everything on Friday. It looks like it's trying to do that again today. I believe it was 88 something on Friday. Yeah, there it is. There, 88.20. So, unfortunately, that could come into play, but we're just bouncing off 90. Brendo.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. Check them out today. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Bottom of the screen right now, T-Live. Use T-Live, the code at checkout there, and get yourself 20% off. Here comes a bit of a mix board to kick things off on a brand new week here. We are red for the NASDAQ now, about 0.25% for the composite. It is leading. The 100, not as bad, just 0.1. You can see the S&P just going red right now. The Dow holding up a little bit better than the rest. As we saw in the pre-market, it was leading as far as strength is concerned. Russell, 1, 2, 3,000, all positive. If you joined us pre-market, we discussed Meta. We discussed Apple on that China story, and also, Palantir reported earnings, kind of there or thereabouts for Palantir. Here's DWAC, still up about 20%, but continues to fade this early gap off that pre-market high for DWAC. Surprisingly low volume right now for DWAC as well, not really doing a heck of a lot. Apple, not really doing a heck of a lot, kind of chopping around within the range from Friday, guys. Back over to you.
I'm going to sit here and be like, okay, so Microsoft is going, it's going to the upside. Li Auto's probably not going to work. Boeing's now $2 in the money. But Carvana opened back up, saw 750, basically crapped on itself and went to $7. So I was sitting around thinking it could pop into 8. Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. I'll say that, and then, of course, it'll be at $8. The one that's going absolutely bonkers, Veru, up to $15. Yeah, so that one's still going. I know Fahad is off today, but I guess he's busy promoting the news on Veru. I know he's not. But if this gets back in, can get to VWAP, this is one heck of a trend to the upside that I do want to be respecting. If it does want to hold VWAP or that 14 even on any kind of a dip, and that's the only way I can get into it, I'll go for it. Unfortunately, DWAC just never set up. Like, I wasn't willing to short any pop. There was no pop to be shorted in DWAC, but here comes the train that is Boeing to the upside. If it gets to 165, that makes a lot of sense to me. This has been on an absolute tear on the daily, so it's now through that 161. 165 makes sense for it to check up. There's room at 170, but I don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth. Microsoft's going to take some out as that's now up to 225. It's not quite the home run that Giordano hit, because quite frankly, I've never seen a home run that was as big as that in the postseason. You can at me if someone's hit a ball further than that dude in Houston. But yeah, these bottoms have been absolutely fantastic. I only wish I had the bottom on Tesla, but it never got to 200, so I never went long.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I mean, there's so many bottoms here that we could have had today. Meta's at the bottom. I mean, this AMD trade is really, again, another banger for you right now. This is just a monster move back to the upside for AMD. And so we're going to be here to capture it, man. We said have faith. Have faith in AMD, and then it's paying off for us right now because we did, and there it is. So a nice little move there for AMD as we hold that one as it goes right back up to 60. Look at this, 62.30s. Like, we have these home runs today for sure. That was a monster bomb on Saturday night for sure. I don't know why they took out Wheeler, but hey, I don't get paid the big bucks.
It's the same nonsense. You know what that stupidness is, man. Third time through the order BS, right?
It's nonsense for sure. All right, so AMD. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of, honestly, guys, I mean, this has just been a big day for me. The only losing trade is going to be Palantir, and that's trying to bounce off a little bit as well. So, yeah, man, I mean, here it goes over and over again. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you for doing such a great job on our chat as well today and every day. Meta, I still think it takes out 96. I don't really want to get out anymore. We're $2.50 in the money for Meta. We've already taken a piece out right here. Look, we could fall back down. I mean, the market just turned green, which, I was already getting upset about turning that bull around, but we'll keep it there. Randy turned it now, so you can blame him for that. And the other name that came back was Alibaba. So Alibaba did wind up coming back. I don't really want to be short. Yeah, it is sounding better. My voice is a little bit better. Some nice upside move. Wow, there we go, man. AMD really ripping off right now. Still taking out some nice levels. Amazon right back to $1 in the money. If anything, I probably need to short Amazon on any kind of moves to the upside here, including that 91. It just bounced off 91. Missed opportunity there for a short. I still like the short here, though, in Amazon.
Yeah, I just put my trail in there. At some point, Boeing's going to have to turn around if the market doesn't hold, at least get through some of those highs. And especially 3,800 on the ES. Like, if we don't take out that 3,800 on the ES, then I'm going to have to give up this Boeing because this is double top. It's double top zone on the S&P 500, and you got to respect the fact that if you don't get through resistance, you can have inside days. I'm going to hold the rest of Microsoft for that 225, but I want to get to NVIDIA because I never got into NVIDIA. It didn't really dip past that 140 level, so my dip buy is no good. But you're trying to reestablish 142 monster level here. This is the daily chart on NVIDIA. This is 142. It's the third time we've gotten here. We have yet to really break out from this area. And if we do, it could just be a clean it won't be a clean 143 break because 143.09 is the high, but 143.10 on NVIDIA could be that breakout for me. I'm being patient as the market comes back in with Intel. It's not back up. I'd expected it would be back at these highs on this little bit of a bounce, and I'd be short Intel. It just hasn't got there yet. So I'm not going to short it at 25 if the pre-market high is at 28.50. I'm going to wait. It's going to come to me. If the market goes up, I can short Intel at the top and not in the middle. Brendo?
Just seeing a couple more, too, in fact. Price target increases, guys, for Block today. One from BMO, the other here from Barclays, both raising their price on this one. Just took out day highs. Up 6% again here for SQ.
Oh, that's right here. This is a big level on Block. This is 64 break on Block. Why do I not have a stop order for this? Do I want to hit the top blindly when the market's at the high? I'll try to be patient with this. Actually, the break was more like 63.5. I think this is why I sat this one out, because you had just all kinds of wicks above 63. You got a 63.70 high, you got a 63.60, and then you have a 63 even. So I probably wanted, the reason why I don't have the stop order is probably because I wanted to see it check up in that range if it was going to go. Microsoft just made another failure at 225. So this is what 225 looks like on the 15-minute. Above here, you have a lot of room at 230, so I want to give this a chance. Like, I've already scalped a bunch out on that breakout because it's a breakout-style trade, but at this point, it is now hold for the top end of that range on Microsoft and maybe give it back to like 223.5 or so. And now Boeing, it's all about trail management, if that's even a thing. I put my trail in if it couldn't hold at 164. Now it's at 165 even, trying to make that break. I do want to still be buying dips, but that's all the way back at 163. I'll keep upping my trail on this name. And Li Auto actually holding up. By holding up, I mean down. That wick top, I said if I lost on NIO in the long, I'd be in the Li Auto short. It wick top through the high. It can't seem to break that high. If I can get back into this, it might just happen to be sub 19 instead of off the high of the day. This trend is at least still working to said downside by essentially not breaking the highs. But this is what happened to NIO. Just get out of Dodge, man. I wish you know what? I could have reversed in this instead of gone to Liado, but I had it structured that I wanted the long on Neo. It took out the top. My stop was at that 12 level. You get out. Now it's all the way back at 11.20. Oddly enough, that was a dip buy price that I didn't think was going to come in that I did like, and you've already bounced off it once. But you can't be stubborn about these things. You hold on to that and it ruins your day. Brendo?
Not a lot of volume on this one. Just a heads up. NRIX, positive note on an ovarian cancer treatment just came out here for this one. Popped up through 13 on that, but again, not a lot of volume yet.
All right. Man. Yeah, I was looking at that Neo. That's starting to go to the downside, too. Alibaba's actually holding up pretty well. We did lose a small cup of coffee on Neo when it dropped off right there, but still some good longs today in Neo, taking out that 70-50 level right there as a possibility. So we'll have to watch out for NIO again. We're pretty much at the highest spot we've been at all day here. So far, so good trading now, but we missed that Microsoft bottom. I know Neil has it as well. We were waiting, not even the bottom. We were waiting
I'm to the top.
Yeah, that's what sucks.
Yeah.
What sucks about it is that we were waiting down here at $20.20. It only went down as low as $221.12. So we missed it by $1. I mean, we knew we wanted Microsoft long, but it just didn't come in to our spot there. All right, Amazon has been a complete disaster, but it's been not my top stock. This is just a one-hit thriller right there for that name. So Amazon continues to make the moves down. I think if we take out 90.50, we could just get out. I mean, right into this area, made that nice move back, and now you're right back down here to the bottom, trying to bounce off 90. So I'm going to put a bid here on Amazon and just take this out if it does come anywhere near 90 again. I mean, I'm pretty happy with this move. I can't do much better, man. $1.50 in the money on Amazon is a good trade for me. So we're going to take that. And if it does take too much more upside here, then I feel like we need to get out of that, man. I mean, it can easily take out that 91, and it's just like one or two good stories, or someone gets the feels for Amazon, and this stock rifles up, right? We've seen it take off before, just like it did late on Friday. It took off from 88 up to 91. That could happen. So if we take out 90.50, we're gone, and at the same time, if we get filled down here at 90.15, I believe I put the price, we're gone on that one. Meta having a hard time, man. I put an offer at 90. Let's see, there it goes. So we just got out of something there. Amazon. So yeah, let's go, man. Again, a big stock for me, Amazon. My number 2 stock going. It might be Amazon or it might be AMD by the time we're out of that one. But there we go, out of Amazon on that retrace, and then out. Oh, not out. I thought I had an AMD offer upside there, but no, we don't. So let's see if AMD, we already got out at 45. Let's see if AMD continues to climb as well. But so far, so good here. I'm pretty happy with that out on Amazon. Would have been better lower. What can we do? We didn't get it. So right now, so far, so good there. Amazon on a move back up.
Yeah, I just knocked the last one out there, and we'll ring the register on Boeing. It's up 3% now, and it did just reject 165 a couple of times. So that was that target area, that 165 level. Now I'm really just looking for the dip buy opportunity. If it does a nice consolidation, there's always the chance at a secondary breakout. Meta is a very similar story, at least it was, off that 96. I think I was maybe just a little too quick to pull the trigger. If I had waited for it to actually get to 96 again, and then that little dip, I might have gotten another 20 or 30 cents out of it. But this now pulling back is gonna, if it's gonna trend to the upside, I think we'll have some chances on some dips in there. Brenda, what do you got for us?
Twilio, finally, a bounce, guys. TWLO, remember, 3 monster days to the downside over here on the daily chart last week following earnings. There are some takeover rumors floating around this morning I saw, but nothing confirmed. Nice day back upside, though, for TWLO.
Yeah, that was
by who was the question?
That was a great long that we had. You guys remember we had these longs on Friday down here at 41. So those 41 longs were so amazing. Wish we were able to hold those overnight, but now up to $44. So Twilio, yeah, been absolutely beat down again. Another data name, moved to the downside there. I mean, we've already seen Palantir and Snowflake. They're going to be a little bit different, but again, it's just part of data transmission, Internet of Things, stuff like that for Twilio. So nice little move to the downside, 41.50, making that bottom now up to $44. So yeah, man, good name there for Twilio. I've got a couple bigger fish to fry because I'm actually in these other positions, and I want to look at Tesla as well. that take of $2, maybe 202 right now, down to 200. You definitely want to look at Tesla coming through here, man. There should be some big size at 200. We've been a seller of this name for a very long time, so I'm pretty light in this in my own positions right now. But yeah, Netflix. I was just turning over to Netflix. Tesla getting in some trouble. And also, what stock's been in trouble lately that I think hasn't got enough play is Netflix, man. I mean, this stock's getting beat down pretty badly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight down days right now and making a move back to its 50 period. So I took advantage of getting out of some of this. We talked about that. I'm in the money on Netflix about 30% off of those bottoms. So we took advantage of that near $300. But now you're right back down. Remember, we took some advantage of getting some out of Netflix and buying some Google and Microsoft. But Netflix again today down another 2.5%. So yeah, it looks pretty nasty as this one continues to get flushed here. NFLX.
And yeah, so it'll happen. And Leroy Jenkins, you're probably correct. Yeah, I probably got shaken out of that Boeing because it got to that 165. It started to check up. I'm thinking after the way it dipped back and the nature in which it traded on Thursday and Friday, I'm thinking there's going to be a secondary dip before you get to the next high. And that just didn't happen. It just consolidated and is now going up to 166. There's room to 170. So congratulations if you're hanging on to it. This is now several days in a row that we've liked the Boeing long, and it is super strong. It's not showing too many signs of slowing down here. I'll have Microsoft still on board. I still believe as the market goes higher, I just keep seeing it go higher and higher and higher. And Intel just doesn't even want to give, it's not even sniffing breaking out. So I'm trying to be really patient with when I want to short this thing. But if it doesn't even make any budge to the upside, at some point I'm just going to start sitting in it when the market gets to that 3,800 on the ES and the NASDAQ challenges the highs, because maybe that means Intel just rolls over from Friday's close price, which it's basically sitting at. I'm only in the Li Auto. I don't need to chase anything right now, but wow, Veru, right back up at the high of the day. This stock is on an absolute tear here. I don't like chasing breakouts at this particular time. I was thinking that 13 even earlier, but it plowed through that. I'll probably be thinking about 13 to 1350 on this next little bit of a dip to the downside. Just don't want to be going long if it's into a halt. So I need to see it come down first, try and catch a little bit of a bid if I'm going to be in this party. Very up 47%, or 45%, looking strong. I'm on the Netflix 250 train, but it hasn't really gotten there. It's kind of like Tesla 200. If it doesn't come to my price, I don't want to be going against the grain and then compromising and giving up an extra $1 or $1.50 by chasing that long a little bit too early.
Yeah, it's too bad we got out of Baba, man, or we'd be really cruising, man. We're almost at 2-time daily goal right now for the day, so that's been working out well for us. And part of that is because of this, man. Wake up. If you're not on the stick, you know, right now, I mean, and our watch list, we had Meta all over that. And there it is right now, man. My #1 trade of the day is going to be Meta off of that idea, man. Buy the dips and watch that 95 long. If you didn't buy the dips, you're in the money $1. If you did buy the dips, you're in the money $3. So, you know, we're in the money $3 right now off buying those dips, and get to damn work right now, Meta. Let's go. There it is, man. It is just Rip City. I'm canceling my 96.20. I had a 96.20 offer there. Nah. Let's see how high this one can go. And by the way, you saying, well, you know, maybe you're in the money on one, but what about something else? Okay, how about AMD? That's also $1 in the money as well. So far, so good here. We lost a cup of coffee on Baba. We talked about that, which probably we shouldn't have. And then Palantir. You know, this name again, we never got into, like, we got into this in the pre-market and then a little bit there, took advantage of it, but then dropped the rest off for a 20-cent hit. So, you know, not great price action, as you guys know today on Palantir. So I'm keeping it so simple, man. What's been working, just keep it. Look at it. Look at this. Like, what's been working, just keep going with it, man. Look at Amazon. We got out of trouble on that one. See ya, as that just touches 91. Meta right now, $3 in the money. We called that one. And then AMD, I wish I had, like, I'm going to say this to myself, ye of little faith, because I was talking about AMD on that downside there and was like, you know what? I don't know if this name's going to work. Man, did it tell me it was working today. Over to Brenda, what you got?
I just saw Microsoft taking out day highs here, guys. The company's president on CNBC right now talking about ESG efforts. So Microsoft with a bit of a spike on that. There was also this GCT, a little one trying to take out highs as well, and $7 right now. Didn't see much on this. This is a relatively small float stock, but making a move here on volume, you can see.
Yeah, well, when you get the other network pump, usually it's a decent place to start taking profit if you haven't done so already. But it wouldn't have mattered. 224 break. Got to 225 on the first leg. The second leg, it goes to 226. So I'm gonna ring the register. Congratulations if you got some of these longs, because the longs have been fantastic. The only one I got left is gonna be Microsoft. Took out Meta on the dip buy. Took out Boeing and maybe didn't have enough faith in Boeing. But I like that Microsoft in terms of setup. Daily chart's pretty darn ugly. But if you look at where Microsoft has gotten through, like, there's a lot of room for this to still go. If the market does want to continue to churn to the upside, Microsoft has, 230 is the next significant level on Softy. I'm not saying it's going to 230 today, but if you sustain this move a couple of days, I think you could easily get there. Somehow Li Auto doesn't want to go. And yeah, we just touched 3,800. I said if we got to 3,800 and Intel still hadn't really moved, then I would just sort of short it off to some of these lower levels. Guess I got to go ahead and start doing that because it's back down in this 20 range. We just touched 3,800 on the ES. The NASDAQ also rejected the pre-market highs. So I'm going to try to get into some Intel shares away from the 28.50 short. Let's just get into it in front of 28.30. Maybe give it a couple of pennies or I like saying shekels now that I know what it is. Past that 30 level. But yeah, time to get into some Intel to the short side. Never got NVIDIA because it didn't come down to my price. I still only want to be looking for longs in NVIDIA, but no break of the high. Never got to 137, so want to be very patient with this. It makes a nice little bull flag in here. I can always grab this breaking through 143.10 at that high of the day. So I just got into Intel. We'll add that one to the list of short trades that I like. Li Auto still doesn't want to get, cancel this order. Doesn't want to get all the way to the pre-market highs. It's just putting in lower highs. I'll have to play off those for Li Auto.
Amazon. Oh, damn it. Amazon ripped up to 91 again. We just talked about that. I thought it was over 91 when I was looking right now, but it's not. So that was a good opportunity. And yeah, Neil's right, man. Congratulations to everybody that has these longs off the market today. Like I said, I was yelling at Randy for turning that around. And he was turning...
I didn't know what he was doing at first.
Yeah, well, the market was down 0.4 when he was turning it around. So I was like, okay, we'll keep it. But, I was just kept on buying those names. So hopefully you guys are with us on all of this, man. All right, so I don't know. What else do you guys want to talk about here? If there's any names you want me to look at, I'll do that for you right now. I'm still looking at Amazon. Should have reshorted that. Really missed opportunity. Right back to the 50 period. What is weak? Like, if you guys want... Look, Tesla being a massive POS. I've told that... I don't know what else we could do about Tesla there, man. There's nothing to do, honestly, on this. But we've talked about this, pulling back down, man. I got most of these out like near that $300 mark. So I'm not in Tesla anymore. People that are a little smarter than me might know where this name's going. But honestly, I think it's going a lot further down than this one. You have not heard me recommend Tesla as a buy for a very, very long time. So I don't know, man. The P is still out of whack. There's reasons why I bought Google. We talked about that a lot. Like, if this was Google just continuing to go down, then I'd be like, okay, I want to buy more of this like I did buy more of Google. But, I bought it on Friday, somewhere around here, 84 and change. But right now, you're seeing, like, it's just, the deterioration of names that have high PEs, man. You see Palantir, DraftKings even, the other day, Carvana. I don't know what Carvana's PE is now, but some of these, high growth names continue to get hit. And no matter what you think about Tesla, man, the spend is real, and here they come back into 201 right now. I think there could be a trade-off 200. That's going to be a very key level. So let's go back to Brendan, and then we'll come back and check out what our boy Tesla and Elon Musk wants to do at $2 bills.
Hey guys, Small Cap brought to you once again this week by Masterworks. Shout out to them. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 Masterworks exits have delivered over 20% net returns. Check out masterworks.art/tradertv.live. We'll find out more about Masterworks. Back on board for another week. Here we go. DWAC was a pretty active name in the pre-market this morning, and I really like, if you go to the daily chart, these levels over here, there was a gap to the downside, and then it hung out between essentially 22.5 and 24.5 for about 2 weeks, going back to September, I guess it was. We were right at that level this morning. As I was mentioning earlier, though, hasn't really done much, kind of chopping around here between 23.5 and 21.5 right now. Give you a couple of opportunities for a few scalps on the downside, but still just kind of grinding, volume dying off already on DWAC. Took a couple shots at this one as well. 13 was kind of the last line in the sand for VERU. Above that, this thing's got a ton of room, up to 15.5, 16 before it might stall out. So gave you a quick scalp at the open there, but I've been taking swings at this ever since then. But 15.5, I should say, and then 16 now for VERU, guys.
In an absolute and utter shock, Intel's already down 10 cents from when we got into it, because that's what it does. It only goes to the downside. Tesla just got down again to 201. And I know it's like, if you were just long at 201 every single time and not even waiting around for that 200 level, just long 201, it was giving you these. It just got back up to 202, but the first bounce gave you 204s. It might just be a clean breakdown trade at that 200 level. I don't know how. Sometimes it's not that clean because you get like a bit of a fake out, but I'm not going to go long 200 anymore. It's gone through this a couple of times, and if it bounces twice off 201, to me, if it gets to 200, I don't know if the long is going to be that fantastic off that level. So I'm no longer going to be on that bid. Clearly, it's already given you 2 bounces, and that was off 01s. The third time, to me, is not a charm, so I'm not going to mess with it. I just mentioned Intel. I was trying to get more as it got to the downside, but I'll get some out there at 28.10. Oh man, I have Tesla on my brain here. And then that 28 even level. If it gets to 28 even, I'll get out of this trade. I'm not structured short off the highs. And if it breaks 28, I can always just short the 28 break on Intel. So we'll see on Intel. If it does break 28s, I do want to be getting back into it. But that Tesla, count me out for that 200 long. If anything, I just think we should be looking for shorts on Tesla offset level. And then if that goes down, I'm still looking for 31s on Rivian. Clearly, it never got there. That could be one long off Rivian if it breaks. That obviously is a bit of a short trade. Li Auto's still working to the south side. And I'll hold on to Microsoft. That still looks okay, even though we rejected the 3,800 level on the ES there. And the NASDAQ rejected 1,100. Still about $1 in the money, and it's still breaking out. And I want Microsoft long. If we make a challenge and continue the uptrend and break this, I like that Microsoft to be able to hold on to it all afternoon. But when we reject levels like that, I'm going to be having some shorts put on when you reject the top on the futures.
Okay, so a couple things happened there. We shorted Tesla. We're short at 201. We got some bids at 50. Maybe that fills, maybe it doesn't. We're going to give it back to that 202. So I don't know, man. I mean, it's not really creating.
It's breaking 200.
It's not. Okay.
You don't think so?
Well, I don't know. I'm the only one short. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know. I agree with Neil. I think it's breaking 200 for sure. But when you're short, it's a little different situation. So let's wait to see. I'm in the name, so hopefully it does go to the downside. So hopefully that can print. I'm waiting at 50 just to take a piece out because we did another play here and we made a little bit more money off of Meta. Meta came in and we bought these 95s. So right now we're long again. It's only going to show 95.13. There it is. Okay, so here we go. Now, again, because we traded this, we put some shares on board. We did take some out for 40 cents there on Tesla. Now the fall comes through. Now we wait to see. We don't have to do anything at 200 because we're already short at 201. So let's wait to see what kind of action comes through here at a 200 break on Tesla. So far, so good, man. Yeah, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. I don't know if I want to be a bull or a bear because Meta starting to go back up to the upside right now off of that long. So that's working for us long, but Tesla right now working for us short, almost $1 in the money. But like Neil said, man, we're here for that 200 break. So hopefully this will break to the downside and we'll be able to capture a little bit of profit on that one. But yeah, Meta, again, a break of 95, we're gone. It just went up to 50, that 45, and we didn't get any out. That was a silly mistake. And then AMD, man, I mean, there's that out. We talked about that, getting out on AMD when it ripped up to there. Now you're falling back in. We have 5% left on this one. This is probably a reload as well. Neil, it seems like the market is coming down here a lot because of Tesla, I feel like. People want to see what that 200 mark has.
Yeah, it's like you're going to get there. It just feels like you're going to get there. We just got there already. You can flush Intel down to it. It's already at 28 even. So that breakdown is certainly, it feels like it's going to come in. Obviously, I'm watching Tesla for the 200 level, but 28 is another level I'm looking for that breakdown on Intel. Probably a safer, when you take a level break on Intel, you don't get shaken out quite as badly, I find. Oh, there's a Tesla bounce off 200. You know what? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm going to wait for that 200 to break down. I don't want that long. Market looks relatively weak. There's Boeing. Boeing is still going. Like this dip buy, it's just not happening. at this particular point. Like, forget about VWAP. It's now off to the races. If it gets to 170, without me, A, I'll be kicking myself. B, I'll probably be looking some shorts. I did forget all about this one, and that's Moderna. And I know some people in the chat were trying to get me to look at it, and I kept meaning to get over to Moderna and just got distracted. But it's now, I'd say, thrice trying to get through 161 here and just kind of failing on some strength, obviously, but starting to fail at these levels. So looking for something to roll over that's at highs. Moderna is in play. Just watch out. Volume not nearly what it was the last couple of days. So I don't know about liquidity there on Moderna. And then one last one for you. I talked about NEO. I like the long. We'll stick the fail on it. It's still down around that 1120 bottom. Hasn't been able to break it just yet. I was long off that breakout. It could not hold 12. Now you've essentially barcoded off of 1120. Decent size there on that bid. I'll take a shot long if I can get like 23, 24. Just like risk about 5 or 6 cents. But this is a level I did like in the morning before we even started sitting down and thinking about the breakout. I did like an 1120 on a dip. Now that it's held, I want to take a shot at it.
All right, guys, it's only 10:30. I mean, there's lots of action still to come here throughout today. And then look at that. This is why we don't have it, so we'll hit the bang. But we were reloaded right there on Meta. So, you know, we reloaded that trade. We're going to go 2 for 2 on this one. Well, I mean, ultimately, that was just one. I just consider this one long. And then there's my second decision because I didn't have any decisions to make here. I was already going long, and we knew we wanted that long. So this was the first decision point for me. And now we just took out 40 cents. Well, sorry, 35 cents as we're long at 11. Right now. Okay, AMD, I don't want to reload this one, I don't think, until we get back down here, you know, to a lot lower. So I'll try something here at 50 on AMD. We already have some bids there, but I'm going to put another one there, see if we can get that for Advanced Micro. And then, of course, right here, the name that I don't have anything to do. My out's going to be at 202.20 here for this name. So right into there, we have to break through 202, and then we'll get out on a little bit of a high side move. Like I'm you know, we're staring at 70 cents for a winner. We already took 40 cents. So, you know, I could take 70 on this, get out, regroup if and when we break 200. But I'm just going to let this one flow out. I sort of already know where my out's going to be, and I'm well in for the risk parameters on that trade. So that's all good. All right, wow. Meta just went into the 70s again there. I feel like I got to take something out. Let's put an offer at 69er right there, 95.69 as it just touched. What was the high there? Now we got to go a little lower than that. It was just at 60. Let's go to 63, right? Basically, right where that mark was, right there at 63. So we'll put an offer there, right here. If we do get bounced up there, that's great, and then hopefully we'll be able to hold for a higher take on that one. And I know everyone wants Tesla, so we could just look at it. Here it comes, man. It just touched 200 again, right there. So. Yeah, I mean, how many times a charm? I think whatever the next time is finished with. So let's wait to see. It needs the market, and I feel like you're gonna, if you're long, man, you should cross down like $1. Let's see what fills here. Here comes 200. We're $1 in the money. Good trade, shorting that Tesla.
Yeah, and it's not the only thing that's sort of testing those bottoms. I know Netflix is off of those lows as well, but it's keep bouncing off 252. I think 250, that's the level I like there. Watch out some of the Chinese EVs. I didn't talk about XPeng. This is actually holding green in front of pre-market lows. So if Tesla makes a bounce, if the market makes a bounce, there is a chance this one can get going. I talked about NEO, and obviously I'm in Liado. Intel's the other break that I'm looking for to said downside. It just got down to that 28 level. Remember I said when the market got to resistance, I mean, just if Intel gives you a level, just short it. But this 28 break, got to have it. Absolutely have to have it. There's room down to 27.5 here. Sorry, 27.60 more technically, but that's about a 40-cent move, which I like on Intel. Time to get to Brendan for a crypto update. Just realized I haven't even looked at Coinbase today.
Yeah, pretty active once again are some of the crypto-related stocks this morning. However, as we saw in the pre-market, if you joined us, negative start to the week for crypto markets right across the board. I'll show you in a second. Interesting note here from the U.S. this morning. Authorities seizing 50,000 Bitcoins in related to dark web activity in the month of November. So, yeah, 3.36 billion worth of Bitcoin coming out of the market into authorities' hands. There's Bitcoin right now. I mean, this is a 4-hour chart. This is an hourly chart. My apologies. So downside since overnight, essentially, back to 20,700 right now, but coming into some areas of congestion from the past couple of weeks. Still pretty constructive as far as the chart is concerned for BTC. Shout out to Binance for the big board. Once again, 2.6% here to the downside. In fact, 20,700, as I mentioned, still holding that 15,500 level for Ethereum, down 3% so far today, though. The rest pretty red as well. Notably, Solana down 11.5%. Still seeing strength from Matic as it was on Friday. Back to the upside once again. Dogecoin, not so much. 7% off the top for Doge, guys.
Ooh, you know what's actually I was just looking at my my leaderboard here on my TradingView's leaderboard of my races for the stocks I'm watching, and I'm like, Roblox, what is Roblox doing here? I'm like, okay, Baba, Boeing, I get it. Rivian, I've been watching. Tesla, obviously on there, but like I haven't even looked at Roblox. Yikes is the only thing that comes to mind. Look at this. It's a train wreck down through the 40 level. And as this gets, oh, come on, daily chart. As this gets even lower, like look at this gap when it broke that 40. I should be all over this one. I'm not. I get it. It happens. But there's a room for this to continue down to like a 33 to a 34. This is one that just broke the 50 period on the daily chart, and now the trend to the downside is pretty clean. You got lower highs as well. So if it can't break above 39, there could be some reentries to that short. I said I would not be on that bid of 200 at Tesla, which I guess anointed it as the easiest scalp trade over and over and over again. But it's really only giving you, what, like 50, 60 cents at a time at this particular point. This could come in the bottom break at the same time as like Intel could come in at 28, Neo 1120 could come in for the dip buy. But I'm also watching Boeing, which, man, this thing is strong. Like, it won't even give you anything. The market rejects, and it won't even dip a little bit here. I just feel if we take out the lows, I hate saying this, but there is so much room for Boeing to pull back if the market takes out the bottom that I am going to look for a Boeing short here off of these highs. If I can try to risk about 30 to 40 cents, maybe 50 on with slippage, then there's room for this to pull back $2 here into VWAP if the market gets down to those lows. But I need to see the market at the lows and breaking it for me to like this one to the short side. It's just almost chasing it getting a little bit too far out of hand here. And that Tesla is just free money apparently off 200 since I decided not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I could be getting out at that spot as well every time. What we've been doing, though, has been pretty good. Needless to say, we're doing the other scalp, Meta, man. I mean, we've gotten Meta a couple times down here and then gotten it out again. Like our best out is 50, an average out right there is 30. We have also a 35, and here it comes back to the upside again. So Tesla be damned, man. I'm not even looking at Tesla right now, to be honest with you. As there it is again. Yeah, let's go, man. We've got this one. Let's go, Meta. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. Like, let's just keep on trading Meta. We already have our plan of action on Tesla. I mean, if it goes back up, it takes out that 202.20, it takes it out, man, and we'll lose a little. We'll lose a little bit. I mean, it's not even that much. But here goes. Again, let's just see what it does. Back upside here through that 201. Looks like it is catching that bid at 200. So, yeah, good job for Tesla. Good job for everyone that's been buying that one up there on that flow. But, yeah, there it is, man. Look at Meta, another one. Like, we just got out at 45 again right there. So, to talk about how easy sort of this trade's been going, this has been pretty easy, man. So, good upside move there for Meta today. My number one stock, and like I said, the most profitable name here today for us, Meta. Yeah, other than that, we're waiting for AMD. I wish I had some more ideas for you right now. Veru is still up to $14, almost $15 right now, and still trying to go. Let's check out where the high is, $15.50. So, you know, you're right back into the 50 period now for Veru. So if you like that today, up 40%, you do have a 50 period. I would say you get out if you take out 14. So some nice moves for Veru. We topped out 14. Once we broke it, we haven't taken it since. So for me, that's an area of concern right there. This is why I'm not worried about Meta, man. We've been making a lot of, Tesla. We've been making a lot of money off Meta, off this bounce, but here comes Tesla again. I mean, do we just take the dollar is the question. I'm saying no, and we're gonna wait for that break. So let's see, here it comes back down again. There's no reload positioning on the short for me, you know, until we get back to 204, 205. So it needs to take it now or I'm going to be gone on this name. And as it takes it out, let's just get some more out on Meta, man. Give me that 50. Yes, sir. Wow, what a great trade Meta's been today, guys. So big time upside move. There it is. We're at 2-time daily goal right now, and going to get a lot higher if and when Tesla breaks. Also, Microsoft off the sticky note, Palantir, and AMD. So those are the 4 trades that I've had. What's up, Ryan? I don't know what you agree with, but I agree with you as well.
Yeah, I don't know what you agreed. I'm not sure. But anyways, I did get Intel. It just broke that low. Have to give it more than just the 2 cents that it is. Moderna has just broken out that high, so no rejection off the pre-market, the early range tops. That was at 161, so it doesn't set up, it doesn't reject that high, doesn't get back in underneath that 160, so we don't have to worry about that one. Unless you're looking for those longs, it is still breaking to the upside there. Vero, I want to get to Vero in a quick little second, but as I said, Intel on the breakdown. If it does get back above like 28.10, I'm going to have to give this one up, but I'm not bidding till it gets 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, that good party into the downside. NEO right at those lows of the day as it's about to get down to that 11.20 where I want to test that bottom. So I am going for that long on NEO. It'll be a scalp trade. Obviously, if it gets through that support. On Friday, there's also support Friday afternoon at about 11.20. Brenda, what's up?
Just the Rivian note, Amazon Rivian note we mentioned in the pre-market there, making the rounds one more time. So it did pop up back to 32.20, but look, right back down again, basically break even now for Rivian. If you missed it, Amazon delivery vans going to be in service in 100 cities this holiday season.
Man, we have, we'll check out Rivian for sure, but let's just go bang. We've become such a more patient and I feel like dangerous trader now because like now we're just waiting. We're just laying around like a thief in the night. Dangerous. Thank you, Sharif, for that one. King of the Grill is back. Thank you, Sharif. He always grabs it. There it is. There's Tesla break. So, man, are we on one today again, man. There it goes. Meta, we just took out $1 on that reload for Meta. You do as you wish, Meta. But there goes Tesla right now, $1 plus in the money. And, yeah, we sit back, relax, sip that cognac, and wash the money through the laundromat right there. Shout out to AZ and the firm. Real old track right there. But there it goes, man. We did it again on Tesla. I don't know. We have so many opportunities for trades of the day, but Tesla's going to be one, Meta's one, your Microsoft. There's so many good trades here today. And in the meantime, we just reloaded some AMD long. I don't know if that's good, but there goes Tesla. See you later, man. We got this one for show.
Yeah, it gives right to 99.54, right? So it does the break. It pretty much gives you that like 50-cent move right away. We'll take that scalp trade. But I think you gotta give this at least some room to work as it's now broken to the downside pretty heavily. I did get into NEO, but I'm risking about 5 pennies on that. And of course, I also have the Intel break. I'm holding on to Li Auto because it hasn't given me a reason to get out. I should have just slapped that Boeing trade and put it on. But I feel like that one's a little bit more cautious off the highs, but it is starting to roll over and starting to work into the downside. I have to watch out for Microsoft here because I've trailed out of just about everything else. Microsoft still trying to get through that 226 top, so it looks pretty solid. At some point, if the market keeps going down, I got to get out of this Microsoft, but I've taken most of it out anyways, and that's the thing. Like, if you've already scalped out, it's like, be patient, be patient. I want some exposure for something strong if the market can hold some of these lows. But right now, it does look like the shorts are really starting to pay off here. Did add that third one with Tesla, and then going back over to, I don't know if we've talked Google. No. We haven't even... It's one of those kind of days. Like, everything has been pretty solid, with the exception of NEO. NEO kind of sucked for me off the open, but it is what it is. I jumped into the Li Auto the other direction. Should have just shorted NEO. But look at Alphabet. I'm talking about Microsoft being relatively strong. Well, look at Alphabet up 1.25%. So this is another one in that bucket. I haven't traded it yet today, but you're getting higher lows the entire way through. It's holding VWAP. If the market holds these bottoms, hey, slap along on this one at VWAP, and you can do a heck of a lot worse than that. An 88 break, maybe, but I'm saying maybe to any of these breakout longs while we're testing lower. I already have one with Microsoft, but I got to find a way to get into Google. I'm favoring dip buys in a weak market, so we have to be patient for it to get back into VWAP. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch. Hey, something's pretty green on that.
Guys, yeah, a bit of a mixed board to show you so far for the S&P 500. We are positive right now, so there is that. 0.16 though right now, 0.18 for the S&P 500. But yeah, a lot of big movers either direction, once again, kind of offsetting each other, including this one, VTRS. They're picking up that OYST. So this company, VTR, is buying another company, so they're up on that news. So heads up on OYST as well. Energy stocks higher with oil trying to get back to the upside as well. Some positivity coming from the tech group, but for the most part negative today from software names and semiconductor names. But there is a little bit of green, including Microsoft, 1.5% back to the upside for Softy today. Consumer discretionary names, specifically the travel group, very, very weak on the day. Cruise lines all downside, 3+%. Expedia there, 6% in negative territory. Some of the hotels and casinos back under pressure as well. That's Tesla, tough to see down there, but Tesla down 3.25 now. Tapestry, some of the apparel makers, Ralph Lauren, I see there down 3.25 to the downside. So discretionary, consumer discretionary names specifically weak. Want to mention these as well, just a heads up. Banks struggling so far today after some strength to end the week. Last week, guys.
And thank you, Brennan. We'll do this one. Not looking any gift horses in the mouth. If something is as weak as NEO and it bounces off the low, you better get something out because it's trending to the downside. If it ultimately gets to VWAP, I'm looking for 1150 is the out anyways, but it goes that first leg, can't really get past the 30s after going long in front of 1120, so I'll take some out there. I'll take some out in front of 1140 as well. Look, it's a counter trend trade, but as long as it holds the low, I think it can be pretty solid. Now Boeing's really starting to participate into the downside. I definitely missed out on that one to add to the shorts. If you're still watching Moderna, Moderna's gotten out of hand to the upside. It's now up at 165, so this is the thing. Sometimes you want it rejecting a level, and you only like to short beneath said level. Once it started breaking out again, I'm thinking about 170 and being patient with this. Let's just wait for it to calm down before I even think about shorting this one. So it didn't fail that 161, didn't get back below 160. Now I'm looking for that 170 level. Tesla's still working, though not exactly falling off a cliff. And I don't mean to be forgetting about Veru, but there's so much going on in the big cap names. And this is still holding the top end of the range that I don't see much of a trade. Unless it starts breaking and getting above 1550, which it's rejected at least 5 times here, I don't see much of anything unless it gives you a real dip into VWAP. That hasn't happened either, so no need to rush on over to Veru. The new trade, like we said, NEO starting to bounce off that upside. Intel, it did give me about 5 cents. That's not what I'm looking for. If I'm giving it 10, I want to get 10 before I start getting out there. But I am chasing this one a little bit, shorting off some of those lows. And Microsoft holding long and strong there. And then Li Auto. This is the one where I didn't even get a reload on this. Now it's starting to come in here. If this tests that high, I'm looking to get back in 1915 to 1920 on Li Auto if I can get it.
Yeah, so I was just... Meta has been such a monster stock, and it's really created, almost half of my net today on that one. And I'm not being messing around too much with Tesla. I took some out when it broke through 200 again there on that last time. So if I'm going to hold for a break, I did want to see more than this to the downside. So we're just going to trade this as smartly as we can. Notice that right now it is starting to go back up to the upside. If it still falls, it still falls. We still got a position on. It's all good. We still got on a third of what we took. So we'll take a third out for 50 cents, a third out for $1, and then now we'll wait to see how low this name can go with, of course, a 202 out. So, well worth it here for me on this trade. We're going to wait to see what happens now on that one. Tilray not doing anything. We did talk a little bit about that with some of the marijuana news coming through there. I see Elon Musk says, I recommend voting for Republican Congress. So good job on that one, Elon Musk, throwing out his recommendations for where you guys should
Elon, or
be
was it a
voting.
fake count?
So we'll see what he has to say about that. But I think we all sort of thought that that's where he would be leaning anyways. All right. There's Tilray. I just want to talk about it. We did have a nice move early on some of that talk there. And that's why I went over to marijuana stocks. There is going to be energy is going to be talked about. I don't think cannabis will be talked about at all. But for right now, it is on my mind as Tilray's been a decent mover. Only 8 million shares, though. I am just I'm in love with trading today for a few reasons. The first one is Meta. The second one is that Amazon trade that we had. Obviously, we got out when it broke 90.50, and we should still be in this $2 and $2.50 in the money. But we had it early, and that's really what I'm most happy with. excuse me, is the fact that we had this, we identified it, and we knew it was weak, and there it is, just we should have held on to it. So bigger fish to fry there today. Right now, there goes AMD as well. What a move back for this name as we averaged into that long as well right there. So good averaging in all over the place today. That's why we're at that 2 times goal, right? Really happy with what the market's been doing today. My losses are a cup of coffee, and my wins are a coffee machine. So, that's the way you're going to look at it. And as long as your winners are higher than your losers, you're doing pretty good. And today is that day for me. I don't know, man. Tesla's still hovering around 200. I don't really have an opinion other than holding this until 202 breaks, and hopefully the floodgates open to the low side.
Yeah, look, the market just bounced, not huge, but about 10 points off the bottom, and Tesla's still at the low. So, from that regard, it feels okay. I just got another fill there in NEO. It did get up to that 1140, so the next leg in. I'll be on the bid maybe one more time, maybe a couple of times if it can hold this bottom. But at some point, you might just start continuing to go into that downside, and it becomes an abject failure. I didn't mention Roblox, and then was looking at just the disaster that stock is, but it made a strong move back up here. But now you've double tapped 39.5 and are heading back into the downside. So, it's not that 40 level on Roblox, but 39.5 could be a little something. We're getting on at 11 o'clock. It's almost 11 o'clock here, so we are getting on in time. This is the time of day where I like support and resistance if I can get those tight scalp trades and see if you can't get into a trend trade. But if this breaks 39.50, I think it's headed to 40. So if I short this in the 25 to 30 range, it is with a hard stop at 50s and not holding it to said 40 level on Roblox. It could easily make a little bit of a breakout. So I'll get on the offer there. I know some people have asked about Moderna, but I was sort of saying I'll be patient, wait for like a 170 or something. It does turn at 165, but no look there. And then Tampa NDA, maybe that's what it is. How's my short on Boeing? Well, I never got that short on Boeing because I wasn't aggressive enough trying to catch it. I did think it was making a bit of a turn if the market headed to the lows. Yeah, Boeing risk to reward was good, but I didn't get into it. I wanted it testing that high one more time. I just never got the short. I'd be out, if I had this short, I'd be out at VWAP anyways because this is a strong stock, but I'm not in it. It was one of those things where I did like the setup on it, just not nearly aggressive enough. Tesla happened. I'm still in that Intel off the bottom, but never really got that Boeing. I don't feel like fighting. I don't really feel like fighting that Moderna too much unless it makes another test that high of the day. But speaking of fighting a stock, here comes NEO back to the lows. I'm on the bid in front of that 1120. I'll take it one more time if it goes there. And somehow started off with Apple, and then Apple ended up with an inside day. So, there's been, I think, almost nothing to do with Apple. You have about $1.50 range effectively. No test of the lows at 34, no test of the 139. So neither one of those things came in, so I didn't have to trade Apple. But there was plenty else to look at here today, despite the fact that Apple was in play on news. Brendo?
Hi guys, quick look at currency markets for you today. A little bit of dollar weakness coming back into play once again after a very, very strong end to last week following the jobs report on Friday and the interest rate decision back on Wednesday. 0.35 right now. Downside, though, for the U.S. dollar has everything back to the upside, including this one. I wanted to point out the euro flirting right now with parity once again. It's been back and forth for the past couple of weeks here for the euro. You can see this is a daily chart, so you got to go back to the end of September, end of August, really, was the last time it was hovering around parity, but 99.95 right now for the euro. Canadian dollar still, weak relatively, but 74 has been a pivot for the CAD as well. Pound back to the upside as well. Was a full percent, now 0.75%, 114.5 for the pound. Everything else, though, pretty much strong, except for cryptocurrencies at the bottom end, as we said, pretty weak on the day, guys.
Yeah, Coinbase.
Yeah, Coinbase. Anytime I hear cryptocurrency strong, I just want to pay for shorts on Coinbase and short it. I haven't even looked at it yet. But what we're doing right now is just honestly, it's great that we're done the show because we get to pass it off to Sharif and Prad, which has been fantastic. It's great to have Sharif back. He's going to have hopefully some stories to talk about there, and glad to have him back safe and sound back in Trader TV Live desk. So that's going to be important for us. And then honestly, Tesla, first of all, I'm getting out on 201.20. Now you can see what's happened. This is why, man. again, I saw some people saying, like, how did Sean know to get out and stuff like that? It's just, it broke above 200. It didn't go down that much, man. It went to like 199.30 was the wick, like 199.70 it held, right? That's not strong enough action. So if it takes this out, like as opposed to Amazon, you know, like when those levels break, we're making more money. Like this can pretty much go all the way to 202. It wouldn't matter. We're Meta, we're $1.50 in the money, and now AMD, we're rocking to the upside as well. But there we go. No matter what happens on this trade, we're not going to lose. So Tesla was a very, very positive trade on that 201 break. So look what I'm saying. We're going to take 50 cents there. We're going to take $1 there. If we get out at 201.20, we will lose 35 cents. So the most we'll do is take that back and be net up $1. So let's see if that continues to work. I feel like this is a good out for us here again. There it goes. We'll just take a 96 on AMD. I mean, look at these reloads. Buy, 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 in. Buy, 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 boom. Comes down, buy. You know, that's it. So, you know, regardless of how my voice feels, that don't stop these fingers, baby. So we just keep on putting those trades through, keep on hitting them. And that's not even my best trade. Meta, we just reloaded it down there. Not only that, if you missed it early because you're like, I'm not sure if I like this trade, I went long down here 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, all within 10, 15 minutes. So there goes Meta right back to the high of the day. And some of you thought I was joking when I said Meta can get to 98. All right, well, here we go. Meta up 7% today and still going. Yeah, you're right. It does sound like I'm under the weather, but it's not going to stop me. It's just my voice. We're here to trade, man. We are at a very busy. My daughter scored this sick goal. It's her 3rd time ever playing. She got a sick goal in hockey yesterday. Grandparents were there and everything. Who hit that bang? Thanks, Sharif, man. It means a lot, man. So that was awesome. Everything's just been such a great day. And yeah, I feel great. The voice is losing it, but it's 10:54. Your boy's on one. Tesla back to the downside. Wow, our net is just ramping the TF up right now, up to 96.80. Let's go.
Oh, you just got to reload in Boeing, by the way, guys. If you saw you might have seen a short slip in. I left a stop order out, keystroked it, got right out of it instantly, but now you've got the bounce play happening. The market just got off 70 points off of those lows, so the long's really starting to come into play here. Boeing back into that long. NEO already worked once. Microsoft back $2 in the money. Tesla, to me, like I've taken a couple legs out for the scalp trade, but you're still off those lows. Like I don't see much that's telling me this isn't still a short unless it breaks the channel back into the upside. Not enough for me to get back more shares in, but it still hasn't really changed in terms of that trend. And if that doesn't happen, I want to be in it. Boeing is still ridiculously strong as far as I'm concerned. There are a couple of names that we have not talked about that are reporting aftermarket that we do need to get to. So thankfully, Brendan's got them locked and loaded, ready to go. Let's see that earnings board.
Yeah, still some notable ones to get through this week, guys. More to come later in the week, but here's what's up for tomorrow.
So we saw what happened with Uber earnings. So you know, definitely Lyft can be a big mover and can be in play as well. You can pretty much forget about Activision. Who cares? It's about whether the deal happens or not for them. It's not. I mean, energy has been pretty fantastic, but if that, you know, I don't always think Diamondback is much of a play there. So it really is going to be all about Lyft as far as I'm concerned. Workhorse as well, because quite frankly, EVs have been movers. But it'll be Lyft that I'm paying the most attention to. Uber was incredibly volatile in the aftermarket, and I think gave us some good trading opportunities post. So Lyft is top of my board. We get some big ones later on in the week, but I really only see one that I really like, and that's going to be Lyft.
Yeah. For me, it's a hard pass on pretty much all of those names. Yeah, I don't really see too much on there that I like, man. When we keep on coming back every day and seeing Meta move this way, Tesla move this way, Carvana moving this way, like, and I left Carvana alone. I'll be trading it hopefully as we go here today. It's a nice move back to the upside, but that drop down was pretty nasty. Double alts there as well, 28 million shares. So definitely all over Carvana at some point there again. Veru, we haven't touched that. But when Amazon is moving like that, I mean, this Amazon short that we had early was just so dangerous there. I love that. This is my favorite trade. Oh, the Meta logs are my favorite because we were able to reload and give it to you guys. But honestly, man, I mean, that's what it is. It's a nice move move down for Amazon. Sucks that we got out, but really happy trading that one. As long as they keep coming out, man, we will keep on going. And yeah, I know everyone's saying take a break, let your voice, and we will. So I'm going to take a break now for 3 hours, give it over to the big guys here, and then we'll be back at 2 o'clock. That's for sure. And there goes Tesla, man. I mean, look, the only mistake, honestly, that I have on Tesla today is really not being short up here at 204 and then not reloading it right there at 201. So we did have a good opportunity to reload that short. But like I said, I'm not convinced that this name really wants to go down. Wow, there goes the market to the upside again, trying to break. It just stopped again. I was hoping it was going to break there. I got excited because I saw Meta almost touch 97 right there to the upside. But wow, yeah, good on me. I feel like I do need to drink the rest of this tea, which I'll be doing and coming back. And I want to thank everybody so much for joining us again today. I have no idea what the likes are at, but come on, you got to give it up to us. 1.6K likes. Man, that's pretty pathetic. Hopefully you guys can get it to 2K in the next 2 minutes. That's our daily goal here. 2K at least on that. We only have
it's 3 on the morning show. 2K is the afternoon when we try to get
at least, man. I mean, we should be at 2K by now. But again, when we only asked for it once, I think earlier. So we'll do it again right now. See if we can get that. Keep looking, man. 1.7, not good enough. 7,300 people watching. Come on, man. You got to hit the subscribe button as well. There it goes, 1.8K. Let's get that to 2K in the next 2 minutes.
Just snap your fingers and let it happen. I only said that because if Meta's up, Snap is up. Snap up 6.5%. So I'll leave you with this in the midst of a breakout. If this market wants to continue going, there are other names out there. I know we try to cover as much as possible, but when you have enough positions on, there's only so much that you're going to trade as a day trader. But Snapchat, look at the 965. This is definitely on the route to that $10 level. If the market continues, I don't really see much reason why it couldn't continue that. But it just broke now. It's not just about sort of, finding the trades that we like, but we want to give you what's happening in the market as well. And I saw some people talking about Snap. Definitely a big move to the upside here. If it does pull VWAP, I don't mind that for a dip buy. You got to play relative strength and relative weakness. This is about as strong as it does get. It's not Moderna strong in terms of the chart, but at this point, what is still going to hang on to some of these throughout that lunchtime, but this is not the time necessarily to overtrade. And before we go on, there's one last one I want to give you because I did get in and out of Roblox. I talked about shorting it in front of 39.50. I got short, 39 mid-30s. It broke said 50 level, so I'm now out of Roblox, and I'll wait around for it to get to 40. No need to hang on to it till it gets to 40 even. If it gets to 40, I can get right back in on that short. I do like Roblox for some weakness, but once it breaks my level, I'm just going to get out of Dodge.
All right, one last trade before we go here. I'm going to put on Palantir long at 713. Takes down 710. We gone. This name's been sick all day, almost worse than me. So we'll wait to see here. But by the way, I'm not sick. All right, there's Meta up to 97 right now. Just keeps on trucking to that upside. So if I can tell anything to Sharif and to Prad, please do not short Meta today, as that is a nice little move to the upside. We missed that Palantir long. That sucks. Maybe I should have got long and then talked about it. But the market's starting to bounce upside. I still like that level down there. It stopped at 10 or 11 and then went the other way. Maybe we can buy some shares here at 15, but I'd rather it just come back to 13 where we just were. We'll leave you with a 50-cent winner on board here for AMD and another monster for Meta. So, hey, it's been a fantastic show, man. I want to shout out to Fahad, who ain't here. A big shout out to Lucas as well for running that board today. Neil, great trading, obviously. Good look there on Snapchat. Brendan, good call. I know there wasn't too much breaking here this morning.
But look at Veru, man.
With that watch list, Veru's been super hot.
He had Veru early.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. So we just got Palantir at 13. So we're going to give this to about a 10 break. So very quick here on Palantir as it's one of our losers on board today. Here comes the market right back down.
Yeah.
Tesla touching new lows as well right now. So that was a good hold. Now taking down 119.50. I might just get out of everything here. But let's go over to the midday show because if there's new news to be broken, Brendan and these guys will get it for you. There they are. I like that look.
Oh, but it's Sharif, not...
It is Sharif. It's Sharif and Trader Prad. Let's go, guys.
Yes, sir. You know what it is. Your boy Sharif is back in town all the way back from Egypt. Hope you had a great vacation.
Yes, sir. I definitely did.
We for sure did miss you. We had Luca and Ian on for a little bit. But time to get the party on again. We got the markets today. Beautiful Monday. Brand new week. a whole week full of opportunities coming in with earnings and multiple catalysts. Also with we got the elections coming up. I think that's tomorrow, and that's going to move the market around a little bit. So multiple catalysts coming out for us to take a look at and for us to discuss for the rest of the day. So let's have fun on this beautiful Monday, November 7th. I'm your host, Trader Pratt, and this is Sharif.
Yes, guys, glad to be back. It's been a while since I've seen you. It's been a while since I've actually traded. I took the time off to actually completely disconnect from the market, save and except for that one day last week when we had the rate increase. I had to tune in for that one. So otherwise, I've just kind of been off the grid, and it's my hands have been completely disconnected from the keyboard all morning. I've been taking the opportunity just to kind of feel everything again, wake up the senses, so to speak. So it's been an awesome time. I'll have lots of stories to go about the trip as I go on. But other than that, we got some small cappers today that I got my eye on. I don't know about you guys, but I got GCT here on my watch. Has been making some interesting moves. I took a bit of a losing trade on that, almost up 45% on the day, and it was much higher. SLNA also on my radar, up 62.5%. This one just popped off right at that 670.11 and retracing all the way back to VWAP. So let's see how this one acts in and around this area, and maybe we'll initiate it long, but these two have definitely been active. Veru, you heard the guys trading Veru this morning. I'm not sure if they traded, but they were definitely talking about it. Veru was on the watch, just kind of pulling back off the highs now. Is that 1550 level, we're a bit below that now, $1 below that. So a lot of small cappers to talk about, and yeah. Everything good on this side, Bradley? What's going on?
Yeah, just talking to Lucas over there about the position board. Guys, notice how it says I have a bunch of longs. Actually, never had those longs. Those are all just shorts. And I covered most of those positions, so they're not on my board anymore. The only trade I'm in is going to be an Apple short, which is currently 22 cents out of the money as the market's trying to retest that 3,800 area, which we did retest twice already. Lucas says take fill. So, we could take a fill over here in a second as I'm waiting for the market to really decide what it wants to do. So QQQ, I would love to short it again back if the market pulls up to 3,800 and rejects it. But looks like the S&P 500 currently wants to reject slightly below 3,800, which is at 37.95. So just watching the S&P 500 market on my second screen, waiting for that 3,800 to pull back. And this was my short when 3,800 did come into play. Here's my short on the S&P ETF. Got short exactly around the same 380 area, correlated to the S&P 500 futures. Scalped out on the way down, and then eventually got out of most of my size when I saw the market was trying to go back up. Didn't want to hold my size all the way back through. I guess part of me should have done that on Apple today too. Got short, got stopped out, got back in, took profits. And I held some, and now just recently around this 137 area, getting back into it. Apple sadly coming out with a little bit of a negative catalyst. They've been saying that their factory in China is going to be creating lower iPhone 14 units because of possible COVID-19 problems coming into their factory where they make that phone now. Foxconn, thank you. So they're going to struggle with that, most likely coming out with that catalyst. Apple pushing down a little bit more. Previously, I was happy that, I'm $10 in the money on my long-term account on Apple. Now I'm $10 out of the money. But I'm not too upset for it. If Apple does manage to go break 130 sometime this week, which was the call out that Lucas sent out to us last week. Apple to break 130 sometime this week was his call out. We're looking for that move to come into play. If it does come into play, I'm looking to load up more shares for my long term.
Was just going to say the same thing. Yes, I see that 130 mark, and I'm running to my brokerage account. Dollar cost average in Apple's definitely been on my hit list for a while for a long-term hold. And as you know, if you've been watching the show the last little while, I've been averaging down into Apple. So any lower prints are always very welcome down my side. Hate to say that for anybody who's obviously dollar cost average higher and wants to go higher, but yeah. Anyway, interesting thing about Foxconn, I met a guy on the trip. He makes microchips and like circuit boards. That's his company, right? And so he had some deal with Foxconn, and these guys are so tight that like you can't bring any cell phones, any laptops, nothing electronic with you into the factory. This guy brought his laptop, left it in the car. Yes, it was the parking lot of the factory, but he didn't bring it in. And they went through the entire thing And like, like you got to open up your laptop. They went into all his files. They did whatever they needed to do. They gave it a colonoscopy, but that's how tight they are at Foxconn. And that's not really surprising to me, given that a lot of these big Apple kind of upgrades to their phones don't seem to leak, or they don't leak as aggressively as you think they would. Like, I think they got, he was telling me 250,000 people or something like that employed at that company. So there's a lot of potential leaks. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Guys, I got into GCT on the dip, on to VWAP. I got in at 664. I've scalped some out on the top here. That's what this whole blot of red marks is. I scalped three times, got a little bit less than half my position left. I'm going to give this one to that 650 area, right above 650, maybe 651 or 2. If it breaks that level, I'll be out of it. And it looks like it will at the moment here. It holds 52 there. I'm seeing 55s on the bid. But this one's a little bit tricky. I'm going to have to exercise some patience, but a good dollar cost average into this one, 64. So we'll see what this one does. I got to keep an eye on it in case it just starts to plummet on me there. SLNA is another one I'm looking at. This could have been a nice entry here near VWAP as well. That $5.90 area, that $6 area at the moment. Perhaps I'll nurse my trade with SLNA, and I got to get out of this one. So this one is going to be, the remaining portion is going to be a loss. Thankfully, it took about over 50% for a profit, but the remaining portion will be at a loss there for about 20 cents per share. That's a big one. Yeah, still definitely trying to get my my senses back in order. But I'm looking for a long here on SLNA. We'll see how this one acts into high a day, about 670 or so, maybe a little bit below that.
I'm currently looking at FWONK, F1, the stock that holds Sirius FM and F1 racing and so on. Currently up 6.23% up on the day. Their earnings were on Friday, 6% move today coming in off of their earnings. Apparently they also have 2 price cuts coming into play. But, with 2 price cuts, you would expect them to go down. They're currently pushing all the way up to $58, which is, if you see in this range low, where multiple bottoms came into play around that 58 area, even this bottom around over here. So we can either turn 58 into resistance and reject that 58 area, or burst through 58 and actually find a way to get back over 58 and trade between 60 to 58 on FWONK. Since we're talking about a Formula One stock, I want to bring out a box over here that our good friend Playmaker sent not too long ago to Sharif. So Sharif got what was it again? The CD Lamb jersey?
Well, it was my name, but yeah, it's CD Lamb's number.
It had your name on there. Okay. That's what we're talking about. So our boy Playmaker over here, please God, don't be a Red Bull. Like anything Red Bull, that's all I care about.
Okay,
if it's anything Red Bull, I'm gonna cry. Okay, now that I open it right off the bat, I see it's nothing related to Red Bull, which is perfect, which is exactly what we need it to be. And then we got over here.
I see a Mercedes logo.
I see a Mercedes logo too. So this is nice. This is nice. Look at this one. Ooh, baby. This guy, Playmaker, you're too nice, bro. You've been hooking up the team over here. Way too generous. And he has a little message over here that he sent me. Where is that message? Enjoy. I enjoy you and the whole team over there. And have fun. Make sure you wear this next to the guy who always wears the Ferrari jacket. So that's a shout out to Luca over there. But thank you for this nice jacket. This is gonna be my first ever Formula One related clothing gear that I'm gonna own.
Man, let's see it, bro.
Take it out.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
You don't want to open it?
I would love to.
Okay,
I would love to. Just gonna rip it. No point in keeping it clean over here.
No,
but while I'm opening this up real quick, I just want to show you guys my Apple trade, and then we can cut back to me when we're opening it. Apple trade was winning in the money. We were about 20, 30 points in the money on Apple as the market pulled back. But Apple now pulling right back to 137, watching carefully as how Apple reacts to 137. We'll throw it back to our friend Sharif over here while I open this bad boy.
Yeah, I've got my eye on SLNA, guys. It made a nice move up there off that 6 that we talked about. VWAP was a little bit below 590, so we had a bit of a 10-cent range there. Volume definitely starting to come in on this one to the upside. I see a lot of green volume. It's inclining. If you were to draw a trend line, let's see how it acts around that 650. 650 was previously resistance. Look at how many times it wicked off here and rejected back. And even here, I mean, like, look, you're only up here for a second, right above that 666 number, and then right back down, you get a big red candle. So 650, definitely a live level to keep your eye on SLNA. It looks like it is respecting some of these trend lines with respect to pullback. So if you're looking to get in somewhere and you don't want it to take the break, I completely sympathize with you. That's not my style either. I'm thinking maybe off the whole dollar here at 6 or lower into that 590 area where VWAP is. So let's flip back to Prad because let's see this. Nice, man. Hey, is that fleece?
Yeah.
That's nice, dude. That's perfect for winter.
This is beautiful. This is fleece exactly like Sharif said it. It's got all the branding next to it, basically AMG. Where's the Team Viewer one? We got the Pirelli on the other side. Of course, the big Patronus on the back and the Tommy Hilfiger. You know those Tommies are not cheap, man. Those Tommies are not cheap. So that's
a heavy fleece,
beautiful
too,
one. Thank you, Playmaker. You're the best, homie. We appreciate it. All the love and support. Not only Playmaker, but everyone else in the chat that hits the like button, hits the subscribe button, rings the notification bell. All of you in there, all you beauties. We appreciate each and every single one of you. Once again, shout out to your boy Playmaker. Currently looking at Tesla going back to the south side. So I originally wanted to take the 200 break. I missed out on the 200 break. Then I tried the 200 long. I won that a couple times, but then eventually didn't win again. So it turned out to be a sour trade. And now, as the market is not able to go back to test that 3,800 area, we got rejected from 3,795 on this move to the north side. Market pulling back again to south side, so down goes Tesla right below 200. This is going to be now a new low that Tesla is around post-split. The previous post-split low, I think, was 199, 198. Like now we're at 197.91, which is going to be the new low. People in the chat saying, nice Playmaker, good job on Playmaker. Yeah, Playmaker and Laced Up Souls were the two people who sent us gifts so far, and we appreciate them and all of you. Trust me, all of you.
So interesting little tidbit on Tesla, and I'm not saying this is a reason for the sell-off today, but it does seem to be weaker than the general market. A lot of people saying that Twitter's advertising revenues got hit as a result of all these activist groups trying to dissuade people from advertising on Twitter. So people were speculating in the interview that I was watching, or whether Elon Musk would have to continue to sell Tesla shares in order to fund Twitter. So that's an interesting little tidbit there. Do that what you will, obviously, but Tesla, to me anyway, looking at the big six on my top screen here, definitely the biggest relative weakness, competing with Amazon, but those two definitely weaker on the day than the other big four. But SLNA continuing to give me opportunities here to get in. I'm going to get in at this area. I'm going to go in with a quarter size just because I got zilched on my trade with GCT. There we go. So I get the fill on there for quarter position. I get it right at $6. It's made its way down, to that 590 level. So I'll give this to the 50-period moving average. That's going to be 5 3/4. But I do want to ideally see this one hold VWAP consistently, not really break it, or if it breaks it, it's got to be really perfunctory break and then pop back right up. I'm looking to see how it acts around that 650, like I mentioned earlier. That seems to be an area where it's had trouble breaking through. So 650. Definitely on my radar. I'm already 10 pennies in the money on this one, sadly only with a quarter size. I'll maybe add above 650 if it continues with any aggression. I'm not really too sure about how this one's going to act, but so far so good for me. 20 pennies in the money on this one, Brad.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm just currently watching the scanners as to what can pop up. One thing that is popping up is HUDI, HUDI. Trying to do some crazy stuff once again. I've been not yesterday. Last Friday, the stock was halting all over the place, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there you go. Halts all over the place. We saw it halting around 99, opening 110, opening up again, and got as close to 180. If I also remember, Luca said his out was 169.69, and looks like that order might have actually come into play. So Luca probably capitalized on that move over here on Friday on HUDI. That's a monster monster move. So congratulations to him on that, and to anyone in the chat who actually played his play at the same time. This market's going back to the north side after tickling VWAP for the S&P 500. So maybe now we get the move to 3,800 and a possible breakout of 3,800. Today is an inside day though on the S&P 500, guys. What is an inside day? Basically, the market is trading exactly in the inside range of last Friday, and we're just stuck in it. I think the market's waiting for the so what I'm looking for, election to see how it plays out, the midterm elections. Thank you. And also we got the CPI on Thursday. So obviously we got the CPI week where the markets are most likely going to. It's not as significant as FOMC in terms of, you know, how the market just stops trading until Wednesday 2 o'clock on FOMC because CPI is at 8:30 in the morning. But it is a good chance where the market is really waiting to see how the CPI numbers come out, and then they really decide if we want to dump off or if we want to go up. If CPI comes out as a surprise to the north side, meaning that you know, it's going lower and lower, that's going to be a big long initiating into the market. So that's what people are waiting for. Also, I'm seeing a lot of articles in the market or on the newswires these days coming out saying that the recession might be overblown. You know, the whole recession talk, it might be overblown. You know, market's not actually doing as bad as people think it is, and so on. Last night, surprisingly enough, I decided to rewatch The Big Short for like the 7th time.
Yeah, that's the scary part, is that despite all the interest rate increases, the job market continues to be strong. I think that's what makes people scared, is because the Fed is going to continue to see the job market as strong and be like, well, damn, I just got to continue to raise rates. And the more they continue to raise rates, the more they pummel other parts of the economy. And so I think that that's like a blessing and a curse at the same time. Remember we talked about this before?
Yeah.
Like how bad news is good news and vice versa. So yeah, I think it's super tricky on that part. But I think that, you know, Powell came out and was quite assertive last week. And I obviously I didn't watch it live, but when I did rewatch it, I really liked how he said he's going to stay the course, because I felt that there's been a lot of speculation, a lot of gambling on Wall Street, people trying to catch the bottom and doing it with some aggression. Like these rally days that we had, like at least a couple of weeks ago, I'm not talking about the last 2 weeks, 2 weeks previous to that, excuse me. We had like these insane rallies on absolutely no foundation. And so I think that people were trying to guess, oh, we're going to get a better than expected CPE and CPI. Well, no, guess what, man? We're going to have to follow the fundamentals. And I think that that's what he stuck up for last week. And he said, I'm going to stay the course. And that spooked the markets. And so let's continue to see what happens with Papa Powell. He's definitely a market mover, Bradley.
Someone in the chat said, Prad, why did Huddy go so far to the downside so drastically? I mean, it's the same stocks such as these other stocks, HKD, BYMD, was it?
BYND?
No, MEGI.
MEGL.
MEGL.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same stock as MEGL, HKD, and HUDI. There's the same thing at the end of the day. They get squoze up to the insane price per share, and then they go right back to the downside. So they're just pump and dumps, right? Chinese, Hong Kong pump and dumps. You got to be careful when you're trading these stocks. HKD, HUDI, MEGL. Those are just examples right now as to what you need to look out for. MEGL on NASDAQ. All of these went up above 100, and now MEGL is around what, $2. HKD is at 17 and HUDI is at 17. So that's why I try to stay away from these stocks as much as I can.
Yes,
We're going to send it over to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, mixed market, mixed social sentiment board to show you once again this morning. This is a little more red, in fact, than when we first looked at it. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, a few notable names on here once again today. DWAC upside today, Meta upside today on the cost-cutting measures. If you missed that, some job cuts apparently coming this week, according to the Wall Street Journal. This one tough to see down there, but that's HUDI with the offering. Big move down. Mullen still on here, red side. AMC earnings to come this week. There's Tesla as well, downside, not only today, but the past couple of days. But as I mentioned, if you're seeing this for the first time, the size of the box on this board just represents the frequency we're seeing comments over here on social media platforms coming through, and then directionally speaking, fairly self-explanatory, but pretty mixed so far, guys, for sentiment.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I'm still watching SLNA. It's finally bouncing off that view up, but the spread opens up on this one. Selena Hospitality. No, yeah, so it's a different one. Still long, 14 pennies in the money, but this one, you know, it's spready. And for a cheap stock, it can, like I've seen right now, 12 cent spread. So yeah, you find the bid drops off there while the offer continues to hold. So you may find yourself in a bit of trouble if you get in. I'm holding 6. My out, like I said, is going to be the break of the 50 period. The 50 period's moved up since, so it's going to be the break of that 580. For breaks 580 to the downside, I'm Gonzino, but I'm looking for this one. Hopefully to break through that 650. I want to see how it acts. I think that 650 level is definitely a key level there, but it's got to make it up there, Pride. Jeez.
Yeah. Let's look for stocks from the watch list, guys. If you're not signed up to the watch list, you know, you're making a big mistake. You don't exactly know why stocks are doing what they're doing. For example, when the market did go negative for a bit and you see Meta Platforms going to the north side, you'd be surprised as to why Meta is doing what it's doing. And if you're signed up to the Trader TV watch list, you're not going to be surprised at all. You're not going to be the odd one out there on the YouTube chat asking, why is Meta going up and the market's going down? Part of the reason why Meta is doing that is because Meta is planning a large-scale layoff, getting ready to do exactly what all other companies have done around the board, chop some people off in order to save some money on their own side. Meta already been taking big hits on their books because of their large investment into the metaverse side, which has been taking damage going forward in the current time being. But in the future, Meta Platforms, I'm telling you guys, man, you guys are going to see some craziness coming out. I saw a video from MKBHD recently. Shout out to my boy MKBHD. I don't really know him. But don't show my screen just yet. Don't show my screen. Put my face on. No, put my face on. Don't show my screen. No, Randy. Randy's playing games over here.
That's funny.
Okay, I'll just move this to a second screen. There we go. Thank you. Because I don't want. Anyways, we're gonna go here. Let me find the video real quick. Where's the history? See all. MKBHD. I watch a lot of videos, okay?
Oh, wow.
But basically, okay, anyways, I'll just explain it. MKBHD over there is watching that video, or in that YouTube video, he was talking about how, you have a normal laptop, you slap on this augmented reality reality headset, and now in front of you, not only is the laptop screen there, but you also have 3 different screens right next to you. Like, those type of presentations were not done by Meta Platforms, hence everyone just thinks, oh, Meta Platform is a joke, Metaverse is a joke, the whole augmented reality thing is, what is going on with that camera? Yo, Randy over here playing games. But no, at the end of the day, those extra capabilities were never really talked about for the Metaverse headset and the Metaverse platforms. So I'm still very bullish over here. That camera is donezo. That camera is donezo.
What's happening?
Not sure.
Totally not noticing what's going on here.
This camera over here, we're trying to figure out if there we go.
Okay.
It's hi camera. But yeah, Meta Platforms, guys, today up 6.3% on that catalyst of it cutting down workforce.
Guys, I just got pooped on SLNA. It broke VWAP quite aggressively, and I didn't actually have a hard stop because I had been watching it the entire time, but I flipped back to see what GCT was up to, and then I paid the price for that. So I'm 0 for 2 for today, but I kind of expected that, to be honest with you. My rods and cones still aren't, alive to the vigors of the stock market. That's a lot of big words for no reason. All right, so I'm looking here at GCTQ short. I like this as a possible flat bottom breakdown. The reason is I picked up shorts on this one this morning just in case, we got extended values. It looks like we did. So I'm looking for a flat bottom breakdown, but I'm going to wait for confirmation. I'm not going to jump the gun on this one. Like, I could get in here for a better price, say above the 650s, but there does seem to be a little bit of a competition between buyers and sellers at that $0.50 level. So I'm going to wait until the bottom falls out on this one. A break of 640 to the downside. I'm going to initiate a short. In fact, I'll put that as a stop. So we'll go 639, and then we'll take a short for a half position size. I'll give this to about 636, so 3 pennies or so, in case it moves pretty quickly. So yeah, that's my plan on GCT. I'm looking short now. That was my game plan in the morning, but it kept it kept just popping to the high side, so I kind of changed my bias for a while. Mistake on my part, but that's the way she rolls. Anyway, SLNA I got reamed on, so too bad for me.
How would you use that word? DWAC. We're going to talk about DWAC for a quick second over here. DWAC today coming back into play slightly. It was up 21% in pre-market because people were expecting former President Trump to announce
Tyson Foods
CFO arrested after getting drunk and what? I had to stop speaking to hear what he had to say over there. But DWAC, coming back to DWAC real quick. DWAC, people expecting former President Trump to announce 2024 White House bid, and because of that, we know Truth Social Media coming back into play. It did jump to $30 in pre-market itself, so that kind of ruined my pre-market breakout play, and I said, nope, no trade for me, gonna walk away from this trade, and thank God I did, because it stayed under pre-market once again. If you ignored this candle, it stayed under pre-market area of 23, and that trade would have been bad off the open for me anyways, so never really looked back onto it. I just said, forget the stock, gonna move on. I don't think I'm gonna ever see that trade again that I had too long ago when it went to 180. I don't think I'll ever see that trade coming back into the stock. But if it does, I'll be there to capitalize on it. It sucks that this type of move happened in pre-market itself where I wasn't able to capitalize. Not sure if that move was even dark pool or was it real. So we could head over to our trade ideas scanner, our charts on trade ideas over here, quickly see if there was a move to 30. Yeah, look at that move in pre-market all the way up to 30 from $18, which was yesterday's after hour close, to $30, which is the pre-market high today, and then opening around 21, 22 with the $23 same high being respected, and not really breaking $20 to the south side. DWAC doing good jobs today for the long side.
Yes, Nathan C. sending a $2 super chat saying, can you take a look at Bill? Sure, let's have a look at Bill. I'm going to pull that up on the side chart here, BILL. Let's see what this one's all about. I haven't heard of it before. Okay, so I don't know how much volume it's done, so I'll have to pull it up here as well. One moment. So it's done 1.18 million, so not too bad. It's a $104 stock. It's called Bill.com Holdings. Basically what it is it's a provider of cloud-based software that digitalizes and automates financial operations for small and mid-sized businesses. Well, it looks like it's more like a CRM or just a cloud-based system. Okay, so enough about that. In terms of an intraday chart, it looks like it sold off right at the bell and it was able to get bought back up, bringing it above VWAP. So that's a good sign if you're looking to day trade this. It is trading above VWAP. Bit of a consolidation pattern in between that 103 and that 104, 105-ish range. So a bit of a $2 range. Looking at the daily on this one, let's see where this one's coming from. Okay. So long term doesn't look that great. Obviously going back into 2021 like everything else, it's peaked here at 350 and now it's trading in the 104. So definitely a lot of bag holders probably on this one. Who knows what kind of institutional money is holding this one, but recently it's kind of been in a range, that $95 to the downside and 183 to the upside. It looks like it benefited a little bit from that rally that we had in late or mid-August. So that one, yeah, I'm not really too sure about anything about it. Technically, it's kind of bound in a range. Day trading is probably not the best idea. It's a $100 stock, but hey, if that's your BP, all the power to you. I'm still looking here at GCT for that possible short. It just broke above VWAP and rejected. That's the kind of thing I like to see, that attempt to break through VWAP and then the seller's winning out or the shorter's winning out here. So let's see if we can get a break through that 640 to the downside. That'll be my cue to go short, Brad.
Let's go. Did you watch NFL yesterday?
Yes, I did, but Dallas had a bye week, and I didn't even get to do my rant. I'll get to my rant in a second, because Arsenal's still the top of the table. I'll get to that in a second, but Dallas had a bye week. Yeah, but I saw the late game. That was sick.
Yeah, those yesterday I was so close to winning. Dude, UFC last weekend. Once again, I go 3 weeks in a row where my full fight card parlays are off by one fighter.
I remember that happened to you before I left.
3 weeks in a row, bro.
Damn.
3 weeks in a row. It's been so painful for me hitting this full card parlays. I'm off by the co-main event or the main event. It's so sad, but that's fine. You know, we'll get one of these full fight card parlays. At least we got like the prelims parlay bet, which worked out for us. Yesterday, I hit the John Morant, who's the basketball player, to hit 20 plus, and Patrick Mahomes to do 225 plus. So I put 50 bucks on that. I got 100 bucks off that.
What do you end up throwing?
What's that?
What do you end up throwing?
Like more than 225.
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah.
I think when I checked, he had like 250, and there was like quarter 3 or quarter 4.
Oh,
So there was way more than that already. But you know, sports betting has been somewhat good still. We're still up on the account, so nothing to worry about it right now. But let's bring that back into the market real quick. This market's going to the north side. Looks like that 3,800 test will come into play for the S&P 500. I wasn't expecting it to happen, but that'll just give me an opportunity to re-short that same area where I was short earlier on in the S&P 500 or SPY ETF and the QQQ ETF. Just waiting for a little bit more pullback towards 3,800. But something that's actually to notice is the higher lows every time this market has made on the QQQs, on the SPYs, as we march towards these, towards the highs that I shorted it earlier. So there could be a good chance where this market is now going to stay green on the day. But we'll find out more about that as we send it to Brendo for Euro Close.
Yeah, back on normal time here for both European markets and Eastern Standard Time, we shall say. Here we go. Just waiting for a few of the final prints to come through from the European landscape, but bit of a choppy session as we're seeing in North America. Same story on European markets. That's the way things look right now, as we saw early on. Both England and the Swiss market, the only two in negative territory, but kind of choppy. France basically flat, Spain basically flat. Turkey doing its own thing as Turkey normally does. Big move to the upside today, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, still got my eye on GCT. I don't know why I didn't get filled there. That's very weird. I had one at 639, didn't fill me. So that's quite frustrating. Yeah, I was just talking to Pratt. Sometimes these stop orders have minds of their own, and they don't really care or they don't really care what you have to say anyway, so I got to close all my other orders. But Veru just made a real big boy move here. Very nice breakout above this level. This 1530 level had previously even to the pre-market and after the bell had been an interesting level here. Look at that triple top. And then you had the retest of that 1530 level here and broke decisively. Look, I think we're tops here at 576 or 1576 or 1575. So a nice decisive break, and it closed above that level too. So keeping your eye on Veru, now up 15% on the day. This one won't die. This one's going back well into the summer. I remember this from like June and July. So Veru making another comeback here, up $5 and a quarter on the day. But this is one that's really bugging me here. I really should have had this break through that 640 break, 639 breakdown, went all the way back down to 626 on GCT. I must have hit like some sort of key error there, but I'm not sure why that didn't trigger. But this was the better move, though. I should have had this one on the pop. Like, this is what I was talking about before we sent it back to Prad. This pop-up through view up and a rejection just kind of shows you that the sellers are going to win out, or people interested in going short are definitely have the stronger hand here, especially when it breaks through an important level like that. It triggers a lot of people to try to go long, and so to bring everybody back short, there's got a lot of buying power behind it. So the better part would have probably been at that mid-650s level and then track it all the way down for maybe a 20-30 cent winner on GCT. But yeah, it's still giving you levels to work off. I like GCT going to the afternoon, either long or short. It's giving you both, Brad.
Now, what is going on with the Aaron Rodgers team, bro?
Sean's not here, so I guess I could speak kind of freely. They're not my favorite team, only because like I have a rivalry with my best friend. He's a Packers fan. I'm a Cowboys fan. So anytime the Packers lose, I'm always pleased. But I've had to kind of watch what I say these days because Sean obviously such a Packers fan. But yeah,
their team's in shambles.
I know, it doesn't look good.
It
doesn't look good.
Absolute shambles.
Yeah. And the Bills lost yesterday too.
The Bills did lose yesterday. That was a surprising loss. I thought they had that in the bag.
Yeah.
Josh Allen over here, not sharing the ball with his teammates at all. My man wants to hog the ball the whole time, run it down, get the goals himself. or get the touchdowns himself, whatever, and do everything himself. He doesn't want to share the ball at all. Looks like the market, guys, is actually going to pull back. We got the Tesla over here pulling above 200, but then rejecting 200 once again as we pull back below 200 with the market not even pulling up to 3,800, but looks like we're getting a red candle on the S&P 500 futures and on the NASDAQ futures over here as we try to push towards that 3,800 marker for the S&P 500 futures. So trying to take a small little short here on Tesla, see if we can bank on a win on the short side for the stock that has been clearly weak on the day for the most part, down 3.5% over here, while the S&P 500 is up 0.4% and the NASDAQ's also up 0.4, almost 0.5% on the day. Something to keep in mind, though, is your UVXY. UVXY currently at the lower days, down almost 2% over here, 1.8% to be exact, trading near $9.30. Looking for UVXY to start popping back up. That way, our shorts on Tesla and the market also pull back to the south side for us to capitalize on these moves. Jets and Miami and San Francisco, kid, look it up. Not sure what that statement is probably about regards to football.
Jets yesterday. Was that a division game? Who won yesterday?
No, Jets didn't play Miami yesterday.
No, who they play?
They played Bills.
They played the Bills. Yeah, they beat them. Yeah, that was a division game. Miami, I know, won yesterday. I was shocked about that because, they were doing that well ever since Tua got knocked out.
Yeah, Tua, even with his knockout, coming back and doing what he's doing, that's monster.
Man. Oh, absolutely.
That's
they're a good team, man. They started off real well, but I gotta go. Philly scares me just because they're in our division.
Eagles are 7-0,
yeah,
8-0.
Yeah, whatever they are, they're perfect still. But they're 8-0 because they haven't had a bye week yet.
Neil's here. So about them Bills, eh? And he's out again.
And he's leaving
and he's
now.
out again.
Yeah, that's from yesterday. But anyway, super interesting year in the NFL this year. But the more interesting to me, guys, I'm just going to digress quickly here, is what's happening in the Premier League. The Premier League is looking like a two-horse race now. Premier League table, there we go. It's becoming a two-horse race. Arsenal and City are running away with it. Newcastle, they got a game in hand. So Arsenal and City have only played 13 games each. Newcastle, Tottenham, except for United, they've only played 14. So you got to add possibly another 10 points between Arsenal and Newcastle. And Newcastle's schedule has been quite easy, relatively speaking. Arsenal have now beaten Tottenham, they've beaten Liverpool, and they've beaten Chelsea. So it's not just a matter of them beating up. What? Oh, but Arsenal was definitely Randy was saying that the Chelsea game was wicked, but in my opinion, Arsenal was a far better team in that game. They had the opportunities and they controlled the ball, save and except for a couple of moments, Chelsea. But Arsenal's had a tough schedule. City's had an all right schedule, but Newcastle definitely the easier of the bunch there. But you got to remember, Newcastle's owned by that Saudi group now, and they're going to pour tons of money in, just like the Qataris did in Paris and just like the Abu Dhabians did in City. So there a lot of that Middle Eastern money coming into these teams, and history's spoken for itself about that, Bradley, where they kind of ruined the game, not going to lie, with all these big buys.
Currently looking at Tesla, so I had to take some profits on Tesla as we got $1 per share coming into play. We're still holding some size onto it. We're also watching Apple, not really pushed down for as Apple currently just hanging out at the high days, but people keep mentioning Apple 138 area. Well, people don't mention 138. They just keep saying Apple too strong. I want to mention the Apple 138 area. Look at where Apple closes on Friday, and then in the after hours, obviously it's a Friday after hours. Who's really trading? If you're trading Friday after hours, you need a doctor. But Friday after hours move. We just trade sideways near 138 today. Why is that box there? Get that box out of my face. Trade ideas, get that box out of my face. But if you just zoom in over here, there we go. 138 consolidation all the way to the north side, and then today opening up below 138 and using that as a barrier is the overall idea for Apple. So as we are close to that number currently, I'm expecting rejection to come into play. That's why I'm sure 137.60. I'll add more as we go closer to 138. Looks like I'm not going to get that chance as the market is pulling back right now, and I'm not going to get the chance to short the SPYs again near 3,800. But something something to keep in mind, like I said earlier, is the trend line that the Qs and the SPYs are making. There's a good chance that the SPYs and Qs bounce off of that trend line. And if it doesn't bounce off that trend line and we break it, then that's a beauty for our short. Money as Tesla making a new low a day right now, 197.25. Tesla, $2.50 in the money. We're going to the south side. We're taking more profits on this. We're going down.
Down,
I'm yelling.
baby. Yes, sir. Tesla is continuing to make down. I think 197.20 is the low on Tesla today. So, yeah, it doesn't look like there is a bottom in sight for that one, but we'll keep an eye on Tesla. GCT holding that 200 period moving average, you know, playing around here.
This market getting rugged right now.
What happened?
This market's getting rugged right now.
A nice almost 20-point move now off that 97 top. Now we're down back at 81 on the ES 37. 97 and 37.81 are the levels I'm talking about there. But yeah, it's still in a range though, but a big sell-off, but it's definitely still in that range. Keep your eye on that 37.80-ish, 37.79 level. There's been some play off that earlier in the day that seemed to be a bit of a support level on the ES at that level. So it did break through, especially in the pre-market, but that definitely is an interesting level that I keep my eye on. Anyway, flipping back now, Veru continuing to play off these tops. I think it's 1590 top now on Veru, tracing back into that 7 period on the 1 minute chart. Not a setup I want to take. I'm definitely looking for something off that 1530 if it can retrace back into those levels we had. A key area of resistance there that's going to act as support this time around, or so the plan goes. So I'm looking for that area if it can retrace into that maybe $0.25 area, 30 cent, 35 cent. I'll probably have my order a little bit higher than that level just to get triggered. My level 2 acting up a little bit on Veru, so do not rely on that at the moment in case you're watching off my screen, Bradley.
Yeah, currently just drawing trend lines on the futures market over here to see what maybe I can use as a possible bounce on the market or a reason to exit. But clearly those trend lines are breaking. And Tesla 197 had about 600 lots or so, I want to say. So we'll just do 600 lots calculation, which is 11 million, almost $12 million on 197 for Tesla on the bids over there to the south side. And the market really trying to go down. This market is back into the red side for today. Is there any news that could have brought it down, Brendo? Maybe Brendo can check that for us whenever he's free. But currently, this market is pushing down. That rejection of the high day near that 3,800 area or close enough to that 3,800 still standing true. But man, still an inside day. This market's not really big time red, nor is it big time green.
Exactly.
We're in the exact same ranges as Friday's candle. So nothing really to scream about, right? Yeah, good moves on the intraday trades for ourselves, but no real doomsday event coming in. Tesla currently still $2.70 in the money. And if you scroll down right there, 400, 600, 700, almost 800 lots. But let's just say 600 to 700 lots on 197 to the south side. That's nowhere as close to the amount of size that the 200 level had. The 200 level had about 1,500 to 1,600 lots at the 200 area.
Yes, sir. Just put in my order at that 1535 level on Veru. Waiting for that dip or possible dip back in through a break of 16. You know, I'm looking at the volume here in case there is a significant drop off. It's obviously not where it was between that 9:45 to that almost 10:30 time slot, but relatively speaking, between 10:30 to 11:20, it is higher. So I see a bit of volume coming back into this one. That's what's getting me interested in. We also did retake. We broke day's highs at that 1540 or 1545, I want to say it was here. What was that previous day high? Yep, in and around this area here, that 1547, 1545, whatever it is in that area. So that's my plan on Veru here. Not much of a plan on GCT. It's pulling back down, but I don't really have a good entry point here unless it can do another VWAP retest. And in that case, I'd be a bit hesitant to see if it would continue above this area here, that 670 area. If it were to break that, that could be a possible neckline break to the upside. So I would be weary of that kind of break. And maybe as for a retracement, I'd probably continue upward. Not 100% sure on how I would see this GCT. Let's see what else is going on in small cap world. I'm looking to the side here. I'm not seeing much happen with SON or Putty or SLNA, so gonna leave those guys alone. What's it called? Tesla retracing back close into VWAP at that 95.25. So not much on my radar at the moment, Bradley. These two are what I'm looking at, small cap world, but not much to trade at the moment.
Looks like Tesla did break that 197 area that we were looking at. Now we're $3 in the money, and Brendo did mention there are some Russian comments coming through, so just tread lightly at the moment in the market. Be careful because anything could happen when it's news related, and when we're on an inside trade range on the markets, completely just waiting for news catalysts to come out in order for the markets to decide where they want to go to. Tesla now down 5% on the day, and very well could trigger SSR on the day like today if the market wants to continue going south side, or if Tesla wants to bring the market even more to the south side by putting some weight on it. You know, Tesla is, I believe, what, number two, not two, sorry, I know it's not number 2, but it should be around in the top 10 for sure. Let's just quickly go over to the S&P 500 ETF. I thought I was already on it. I didn't have to do that. That's my fault. But if we go down over here, you'll see Tesla right there at number 4 at 1.85%, and it's part of the top 10. That way, 26% on the S&P 500 basket for Tesla, and for QQQ, Tesla is.
It's ahead of Google. I'm kind of surprised about that.
Well, Google has 2 of them, so technically, if you take 2 of Google, it's more than Tesla, right?
Yeah.
But individually, they're separate. So Tesla over here, once again, at number 4 for QQQ. But you know, if you include Google, which should be number 4, Tesla would be number 5.
Yes, sir. Still flipping and looking for something to trade here in small cap world. Not much going on. They're kind of stuck in between that range. I want to say to the downside, it's about that 1550, to the upside of 1590 or so. It'll bounce in and around that area. So I'm not going to play the range. I'm definitely going to look for the dip or the breakout above 16. The breakout, though, will definitely be with smaller size. This is a full-size position here on the dip at 1535. So I'm putting more chips into that basket, so to speak. Looking through my watch list, I see a lot of stuff red, but there are some standouts here that are making me take notice. First and foremost, SE. So this one is
Gaming company.
So what is this called? C Limited? Okay, so Bradley knows about this one. I didn't know. I have it on my fintech watch list. See, it's a consumer internet company. The company operates across 3 businesses, namely digital entertainment, e-commerce, as well as digital payments. That's why I got it on my fintech list. And then financial services. Okay, so is this got news? Let's see here. Upgrades. Okay, so it's a Morgan Stanley upgrade. Looks like that came in early in the morning, around 7:30 or so. So that one stands out to me because it's like up 9.61%, and that's not a stock I usually see moving all that aggressively. So that one standing out. DQ, the Dow Quo New Energy Corp. It's under my solar list. That's up 10.2%. So that one's standing out to me. Let's see if there's news on this one. I think this one also had, this one announced a share buyback. They announced a share buyback of $700 million, so that always gets investors going. So those 2 standing out to me on my watch list as 2 notable counter market players, Bradley.
Someone in the chat saying, what is your long on DKNG opinion? I don't have a long on DKNG, neither does he. I'm not sure if you mean by the long-term account. And the long-term account, that's because I use their platform to sports gamble almost every single day. So hence, I have their shares. That's about it when it comes to the DKNG long-term account. But unless you're trying to ask me what is my opinion on the long on DKNG today, then that could also be what you're asking me. So let's go quickly over to DKNG, up 2% on the day, currently slightly getting over the 100-period EMA. I don't know if I want to be long right now. You know, we did see the earnings report come out for DraftKings. That was a little bit negative. Not a little bit, it was really negative. Pushed down quite a bit to the south side on that catalyst for DraftKings. I think what we're seeing right now on this pop, it might just be, the shorts covering pop and a little bit of buying the stock at a fair value in quotes pop coming up really. Might not have some substance and oomph behind it. Sorry, to keep ripping to the north side over here, DKNG. Let's see, yeah, relative volume of 1.71, which is good. Anytime the relative volume is more than 1, that's good enough. But if it's 2 or more, that's even better because it shows you that the volume is there. In the stock today doing 17 million shares on DKNG. In my opinion, you know, pre-market ranges do come into play a lot into stocks. And if you see the pre-market range today, slightly under $12, if DKNG has a pop in it, maybe it goes up to that pre-market highs of 1170 and then rejects that and pulls back. I can't see a bigger move coming into play for this one.
We're going to spin the money on Veru because it executed exactly how I predicted or how I planned it would trade. That dip trade off that key support level at 1535. I got it. Where did I get that printed? I got that 1529. So I got that on the lower end. I actually had that triggered from 1535 to 1529. So I got lucky and got bottom wick here. And then I also got top wick, at least for the moment. I got out at 1567. So nice over 30 penny winner there on Veru with full size. I scalped out, obviously. First out was at 46, second out at 55, then another 61, and the top one was at 67. So nice little trade there on Veru. Nice when it executes the way that you see it. That 1530 is definitely a key support level there, playing into that earlier resistance level that we had between that 950 time period to about 1030. The longer and the more tests that support level or that resistance level has, the more relevant it is, obviously. So it's not just like a one-off touch. No, this was touched around 3-4 times, and it lasted for about, I want to say, good half an hour or so. So, yeah, that's a little general rule there I like to go by. GCT, still not giving me anything to trade. I'm going to start writing this one off for a long. I'm going to start looking short here. The interesting short on this one would be that break of 630 into that test of 6. I was watching this one in the pre-market when it traced all the way back down into that 580 area, almost touching the 200 period moving average. But it's currently playing exactly off that level, but I'm looking for a break of that, again, that 630 down into that 6 possibly for GCT. This one is starting to fade as a possible long, Bradley, because, yeah, it's been holding below VWAP for quite some time now.
Right on. I'm looking at my trade on Apple over here, which is now 92 cents in the money as we are pushing to the south side once again on the futures. Looks like that trend line is coming into play once again. I talk about trend lines, and you know, Sharif was messaging me today morning.
Oh, this is hilarious.
He's like, so I was watching a podcast today morning, and I heard someone's voice. It sounded very familiar, and they were talking about take all that trend lines and throw it in the garbage.
Yeah,
and
technical analysis. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm gonna say right now. Take all these trend lines and throw it in the garbage. It does has no value to me, but I still throw it up there just to have it up there, right? But it's not like I'm trading off of it though. But like, look at that rejection off that trend line coming into play on the NASDAQ futures at the moment. The same trend line is drawn on the S&P 500 futures too. Can I please move my chart to my second screen? Thank you. And now, based off of that, we got a nice $1 per share move coming into play on Apple. So I took some more profits on that one. But Tesla, however, pushing right back towards 200 almost. We're only $2 away from 200. Which keeps our trade at $1.40 per share in profit. So waiting to see if more profits do come into play. What does it mean short in the futures? It just means the market's going down and someone's banking on the market going down. So it's the same idea, shorting the equities or shorting options where you're buying puts or you're buying calls or whatever it is that you're trying to do on the options market. The whole idea is to capitalize on the move to the south side on whatever instrument that you're looking to put some damage on.
Yeah, it was just too appropriate this morning, the fact that I completely disconnected from trading, and the first thing that I actually do is put on my headphones, I log into my
and listen
podcast.
To 21, do some for me.
Yeah, put on my podcast, and then you know they don't tell you who the guest is right away. Like they'll give you a little sound clip. First of all, I knew his voice immediately. I'm like, oh my God, I sit beside this guy every day, so I definitely know his voice. And then he started going off about how a technical analysis is nonsense. So I'm like, this definitely has to be him. I looked down on my phone to see who the guest is, Trader Prad. I'm like, I'm not surprised. But that was a nice little way to wake up in the morning, put a smile on my face, which is funny. Yeah, Veru still playing within that range. We banked on that lower end of the range and we scalped to the top end. I'm going to stay hands off on this one for now. I'm not really sure what it's developing or what it's morphing itself into at the moment, but the key levels that I see still are the 16 to the high side break and that 1530 to 1520 to the low side support, 1525, sorry. So those are the levels. It's playing within those levels. I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to have to start looking for something else because GCT and Vero are just not going to cut it. Let's have a look at what SLNA is doing. No, still below VWAP. Let me pull it up here so you guys can follow along. SLNA. Oops, I typed that wrong. Go back. SLNA. There we go. So the reason I don't like this one, despite the fact that it's up 46.5% on the day, is because below VWAP. So it looks like it's made its move now up to that 670 area. Now it's stair-stepping down. We're trading, looks like we bounced off that $5.05 level, $5.05 level. And we're trading below the 50 period as well. I see moving averages, the 20 period moving average crossing below the 50. I see it crossing below the 7. So yeah, this one to me is setting up short, nothing long. I don't have shorts on this one, so I won't be going short. Continue to look, SONN, SON. That one was in play this morning. Let's have a look at this one. It's taking a long time to load on my other platform. Let's see. Yeah, this one, same deal. Even though it's not that much below VWAP, it's still, first of all, it's a dollar. It's a dollar stock, $1.85. That kind of turns me off to it right away. It looks like it's made its move. It's got these 3 high peaks here, all reversal candles. 210 was the high. Ever since then, it's just been below, kind of trying to reclaim VWAP, but rejecting off that. It's going to have to reclaim VWAP decisively and maybe even break and hold above 2 for me to get interested in this one, but I'll keep it on radar, Brad. Other than that, that's it for small caps.
Yeah, looking at Trade Desk at the moment, kind of showing me a trade around this 123. What? No, it's Zscaler. Okay, but pull up Trade Desk real quick. Ooh, the daily chart. Is Trade Desk really going that far? Looks like we could have a retest of 40. What is this? 39 bottom. Ooh, part of me wants to short this 43 break to the south side. This market's trying to go once again. That trend line is working out for some reason. Not like I'm not gonna use it to trade though, but it is working out, and
He says reluctantly.
I don't want to say it, but it is for some reason working out. And we're $1.70 in the money on Tesla, which is not that important because we were almost $3 in the money on Tesla at one point. But right now, Apple getting ready to stay red and continue going south side for us, $1.20 in the money. Right now, we're also looking at Trade Desk, TTD, to see if this stock can continue going to the south side. Something that keeps coming up to my mind when I'm thinking about Trade Desk is going to be Netflix, because Trade Desk is going to be helping Netflix with their ad-supported tier. I forget what other companies also in that basket. Maybe if I remember correctly, I can pull that one up. But currently just looking at these two trades or these two stocks to see if I can find a trade. S&P 500 futures and the NASDAQ futures also stay in mind for me every time I'm looking for a possible execution entry. And along with that is going to be your UVXY. UVXY popping up to a VWAP over here and kind of rejecting in the pre-market low / VWAP area. And keep in mind that the UVXYs are still down on the day. This is your volatility ETF. Being negative, being red, whereas your S&P 500 and your NASDAQ futures are also red. Well, S&P 500 red by only was 0.02%, so not real negativity coming in on that side. But Apple, which is your ringleader of the market, if the ringleader of the market is pushing to the south side, then there's a good chance that the rest of the market follows through with it. Looks like we're kind of getting a little bit of the trend of the break of the trend over here. You know, constantly kept bouncing off of that trend, but now we're going below that trend once again. I wouldn't be using these type of things to make an actual trade for yourselves, guys. Nothing wrong with using these lines as a profit taking, in my opinion, but I would never be using that to make an execution. That's just me.
Yep. Nicole Harris saying she got in on Veru at 13.19. That's a hell of an entry. Good job for you, because you rode this entire wave up here, and you had patience enough to hold through this triple top. That would have spooked the but you know what out of me, so I probably would have sold on this dump here. But yeah, hey, you know, it's kind of held the 50 period here. It's breached it a couple of times, but for the most part, it has been it's been quite solid today. Veru. I'm definitely looking for this one for a 16 break. It's only up 15%, 50% on the day. If you know this one, only, it really does mean only because this one can go. Anyway, we'll talk more about that when we get back from Brendan, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Yeah, still a mixed board to show you here, guys, as we head through to the lunch hour this afternoon. S&P 500 just going back in to the red. In fact, it did try to get green there just for a second, but 0.07 downside. 0.4 for the Dow. It's been stronger than the rest all day long. Continues to be Russell 123,000, all basically flat on the session. NASDAQ showing relative weakness once again. 0.4 to the downside for the composite, and the NASDAQ 100.3 now in negative territory as well. I wanted to point out this one. Apple, we mentioned a little bit of relative weakness in the pre-market on that. China note back to this level, which came into effect right at the open here, this support, but a little bit more sell volume now. Downside for Apple, guys. Back over to you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for that, Brendo. That key level that I was talking about, that 37.79 on the ES, the MES December contract that I'm watching here, just got breached and breached quite decisively to the downside. Here's what I'm talking about. Look at that breakdown. Now we're all the way down to 73s. We're not at low of day. Low of day is at 71.25. So we'll go ahead and put a horizontal trend line there. 37.71. Yeah, that's good. The reason this level is important is this where it closed on Friday. So those are always key levels. And you don't have to be a genius to see this. Touched it there, bounced back up, touched it there, then finally broke it, then reclaimed it quickly. And then you have all these touches on it here. So the fact that, and again here. So the fact that all these different touches on that particular level and movements off, it shows you that it is an important level. But now, back to Veru here. It looks like it's playing nicely off that 50-period moving average. Still within that range that we talked about, that 15.30 to the downside and then that 15.90 to the upside. Still playing, and you can play that range. If you're playing that range, it's been quite profitable for you. It was profitable for me here. If you got in and around that area again on this dip here, you had any patience to hold, you could have got some 70 prints on that one. So Veru playing within a range, but that's not how I want to play Veru. The next time I want to play through that 16 break. Sorry, my vocabulary and my ability to speak quickly is still half on vacation. So you'll have to bear with me here in these next couple of days. Nothing else going on except just keeping my eye on Veru. GCT looks like it's creeping back up into that VWAP area. I'm not that crazy about it. I'm gonna continue to be more short bias on this one and look for momentary breaches of the VWAP and then a selling back down proudly.
Tesla now only 77 cents in the money as we're pushing back to that 200 area. Looks like NASDAQ tested the exact same bottom off the open that it tested earlier, and it bounced off of that slightly, and S&P 500 got pretty close to at 37.75. So Tesla now only 85 cents a dollar in the money, and Apple still $1 in the money. So we took more profits on Apple over here on the down move for ourselves. Always happy when those trades show up for myself, baby. Let's go. Looking at the scanners, guys, I'm not really seeing anything that I really want to be part of right now. You know, the volume on the market today is a little bit light too. Here's the volume scanner. Ignoring the penny stocks because I don't trade penny stocks, so I ignore them on my scanners. It's designed to, if you go here, go to configure, you'll see that the specific filter for this is right here, $1 per stock. If it's not $1, I don't even want to see it on my scanner. So accordingly to that, we got 111 million shares for the 3 times leverage QQQ stock, and also the 3 times leverage semiconductors long side is only at 59 million. Usually these positions by 12 o'clock are already at 100 million each, and we're not seeing that happen. NIO, Palantir, both of them with a little bit of a catalyst. Tesla also and Meta with some catalyst in them. Hence they're doing somewhat close to 50 million shares each. but kind of light on the volume today as the market is having an inside day. So nothing wrong with, just staying lighter on the amount of volume you're trading on the market today. Nothing wrong with protecting your capital for the possible move to come into tomorrow, going into 6 o'clock on the futures, or even tomorrow going into, or not tomorrow, CPI, going into CPI 8:30 in the morning. Those will be the type of moves that we're looking for over here as day traders, right? Not every single day is I need to hit a home run type of day. Not every single day are you going to be Pascal Siakam dropping 20. One day you're actually going to break your leg on the Dallas floor, and you're not going to be able to come back the next day and drop a 20. So just make sure that you're staying healthy, you're keeping your accounts safe, and when the opportunities do arise, you're smacking those options and pushing it around for your direction.
They did, eh? Just getting news from Don Juan Andrusini. He's basically said that they fired, the Colts fired their coach. So breaking news on that.
Don Juan Andrusini? That guy?
Yeah.
Well, I don't get it, though. Who's Don Juan Andrusini?
Because that's his last name, brother. Oh. Come on, you got to see the group chats. It says the last names. You should know that. Guys, Veru made another recent high here, right up to that 1588, I believe, or 87 or so. So showing more of an inclination to go higher than lower on this one. So I'm definitely looking to go long, just not sure where. I want to take that 16 break, maybe scalp with some size for 10, 15 pennies or so. That you got to assume it's going to at least be that much on the initial pop. It just really depends where I get filled and if it makes its way up there. I'll keep my eye on Veru, but that's the main play for me for the afternoon. That 37.79 level still continuing to be relevant on the futures. We broke down below it. Now we're starting to test it from the downside again. So that level continuing to be relevant. I guess that's really what I have to say about that. Looking at big caps here, I don't really see much that I can play off of. I'm looking at Tesla. The relative weakness now seems to be a little bit to the gone side. Looks like it's trying to reclaim VWAP here, but we'll see. The weaker stock at the moment looks to me to be Google and Amazon, both heading away from VWAP while Tesla is approaching VWAP and almost touching it. So if you're looking short-minded, Amazon and Google may be the better two into the afternoon. Apple now reclaiming VWAP and Microsoft also below that. But that's not my specialty. My specialty are these scummy, low float, small cap crappers, as I like to call them. GCT, the king of which, look now, is starting to break through that VWAP level. Let's see if it can break through that 670. That's where it rejected initially, and then we had a move back into that 200-period moving average. If we can break this top here, let's see if we can start reclaiming whole dollar levels, possibly at 7 and maybe even back to 750. I wouldn't put it past GCT, Bradley. This one's been good to me in the past, and even though it's screwed me today, the day's not over.
I would actually go as far as say don't short Google, man. Google's up 0.76% on the day. If you look at the pre-market bottoms on Google around 87 and yesterday's tops on Google around 87, I think that's going to be a good reason for us to look for longs all the way from 87 to 86.50. If 86.50 breaks on Google, then I think that the whole idea just fails and you walk away from it. We're seeing the 100-period EMA hold on to. I do like the idea where Sharif was explaining to you guys as to what stocks to look into short, and I think that's going to be Apple. Apple did come out with a clear negative catalyst that they're going to have to cut down production off their recent phone. 14 is their recent phone?
14, yeah.
Yeah, so 14, which is their recent phone, cut down productions off that. That's why every time Apple bounces up to 138, that's where I'm looking to short and continuously reuse and recycle these levels for myself on Apple. And you're 100% right about Tesla. Tesla now marching right back to 200. There's a good chance that we break 200, go up to 202. If you guys were watching the show off the open, 204 had some size on the ask for Tesla. So there is easily chances for the stock to go up to 204, retest that size at 204, and then reject off it. So I don't want to hold this trade anymore as we're only 40 cents in the money. I'm going to jump out of this one. The S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ market both climbing back towards that previous trend line that I've drew once again. Not Nothing significant about that line. It could work, it could not work, right? That's all I'm saying. It could work, it could not work.
I like how you keep prefacing that.
I don't want people to make a trade out of it and be like, oh, Brad drew that line. Like, I don't want to get blamed for that.
Let me just draw a line in peace, man. But Veru, Bradley, look at that red candle all the way down. Veru selling off aggressively here after bigging it up and saying it's playing within a range. Well, it now broke that range. That 15 and a quarter that we were saying to the downside there has been broken, and it did close below that. It went as low as 15.04 or 5 or something like that, I believe. So Veru now, I wonder if this is a change in trend, but it's still holding above that 15 whole dollar value. So let's see how it acts around 15. Does it hold 15, or do we get a break of 15 to the downside? Right now it's holding, but definitely out of that range that we talked about earlier. Yeah, I think Bradley is actually right about Google. I went back and I looked at some of the daily levels on Google. An interesting daily level. Oh, sorry, not daily level. Yeah. Let me go to that 30-minute chart real quick. Yeah, an interesting level on Google. I don't think it'll make its way down there unless the market flushes aggressively. He's at 86.59 or 86.60. That was last Friday's close. It hasn't made its way down there today. I think the low of day on Google is at 86.75, and that was like super early on, like at 5 in the morning. After that, it's just been, you know, that 86.80 level, and that was like a quick wick right at the open. I was just really mentioning Google for the fact that it was closer or farther away from its VWAP than the other big cappers, but definitely nothing fundamental on Google to go short. Just wanted to preface that. Not much else going on, guys. If you have anything that you want us to look at, type it in the chat. I'll be happy to pull that up here since I've got really nothing on my own that I'm going to trade at the moment. I see someone say CAT. Let's have a look at CAT. Someone was saying DraftKings short earlier. Now it's going long. So, all right, let's have a look at CAT. CAT is a pretty pricey stock, $226. It opened up the day at that 227, made its way all the way back down to that 222, and now it's trading at 226. So a decent range, probably not that big of a range on a $200 stock. CAT is that construction thing, right? Caterpillar, yeah, that's what I thought. It's that construction company, manufacturing of construction and mining equipment. I just wanted to make sure. Caterpillar, yeah. So let's have a look at the daily chart on Caterpillar. Not that I follow it all that closely, but it does look quite good from that middle of September. We've had an aggressive bounce. Looks like we bottomed out at that 160 level. And so if you were buying in and around there, you are well in the money. It looks like we touched 230 on Friday. So nice little bounce there. The overall trend on CAT, definitely not nearly as bad as the market. Let's have a look at this. So this is where we had those highs going into last year, and you know we're not that far away from it at that time. It was up to 247. We're trading at 228. So if you're holding CAT, you're doing a lot better than the ES or the NQ, Bradley.
Yeah, we got some super chats that we're going to quickly address from the open. Dan McIsaac saying, my fellow U.S. friends, go vote. Thank you for the $2 super chat over there. We're going to leave that alone. I don't want to go into politics. So for those of you who feel like you need to vote, go for it. For those of you who feel like it doesn't do any difference, then don't go for it. I don't want to pressure into anybody doing anything they don't want to do. But your country is currently having an election. If you feel like you need to, then go for it. That's all I have to say. Shadow, new member coming in with the AED. Not sure what currency that is again, but please show level 2 chart on BG. I'm guessing that's what you're trying to say on BG. Let's go to BG real quick on New York. Here's the level 2, and here's the chart. Let's go see what the stock is looking like. Ooh, monster move today, 3% to the north side, and currently trying to test the 103 area. That's why they call him Freedom First, Brad. What are you guys talking about, man? Look, I don't wanna like force people into doing something they don't want to do, and then be like, oh, Brad is talking about voting now. Oh, Brad wants us to go do something I don't want to do. I don't want to force anybody. You know, you make the right decisions. You guys are all grown up. You girls are also all grown up in the chat. Enough to make trades for yourself, then I'm pretty sure you're enough to make those decisions for yourself too. Here's BG 3.4 3% up on the day, heading towards that 103 area. Most likely we'll break a 103 and then go to 105, because that was the last peak over here that we saw in August 24th. At least that's what it looks like it wants to do. And if you just zoom in, can I just get a nice little zoom in on the chart? There we go. We just took out that range high at 101 and that previous range high at 102. So 103 looks like it's imminent to break, go all the way to 105 most likely, where we'll probably see some rejection coming in. Not sure if BG can do that today, because the S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ market keeps rejecting that same trend line continuously. So there's a good chance that this market might just trade sideways for the rest of the day. You know, inside day, just go la 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 la, sideways, sideways, and be boring for the rest of the day. It is already 12:15 Eastern Standard Time, so it makes sense more for that market to just go sideways as volume in the market depreciates going into lunchtime and comes back closer to, 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock or so. Sometimes you'll see it come back even at 1:30, so we'll be here if that does end up happening. Where are we going to over here next? Midday super chats. OCN eviction company earnings over 950%, book value 69, share price 37, and ASPS processing evictions up 10%. I'm guessing the stock name is OCN. We can quickly pull that up over here real quick. Let's go see what the stock is looking like. It is currently trading at 36. You said, yeah, share price 37, book value is 69. And evictions up 10%. Let's quickly go see if the stock is going to the ground, if there's even volume for us to trade the stock as a day trade. Looks like there is no volume to trade the stock as a day trade at all. And relative volume of 0.92 and overall volume of only 22,000. Nothing's really going on for myself over here.
ARQQ showing up on my scanner here as a big mover. Up 32% on the day now, testing that 7.5. I got to tell you, though, it's a little spready for a $7 stock, so 734 in the ask, 725 on the bid. So careful, you can get chopped up getting in and out of this one. I'm not really sure what the catalyst is. I'm not seeing anything really of note here coming up, but the company itself is called Arkit Quantum Incorporated. It's a UK-based cybersecurity company. The company supplies quantum encryption platforms as a platform as a service, which makes the communication links of network devices secure against the attacks. Okay, so that's basically the gist of that company. It is moving though, so I don't really like it at these levels. I'm not going to buy it in here. I feel it's a bit of a gamble to take it at the highs of days, especially without any discernible catalyst. But what we can do is play off some levels. So clearly, first and foremost, I'm going to see that $7 level, the whole dollar level retraces back into that. I wouldn't mind seeing a test of 7. Also below that, there's a nice interesting area here between that 780 to 790-ish area that could be a possible area of support as a result of this peak and this consolidation area here. So ARQQ making moves. It's continuing to move higher. Just as I spoke, made a new high at 752. Still have an 8-cent spread on this one. So tread carefully. I won't be getting into it in the moment. It's not my type of trade. The chat saying here, let me see, ARQQ new deal with 923. Okay, I don't have that here in my my news item. Let me just check quickly. ARQQ, Reuters Stock Reports Plus, the company's fundamentals look very poor. No, that's definitely not it. So I'll have to take your word for that. Who actually mentioned that? Neil Wood saying they got to deal with 923. I don't even know what 923 is, but whatever it is. Anyway, so now flipping back to Veru. Veru staying in that consolidation area. It did test almost 15. It came down to that 1504, 1505-ish area, and bounced right back up into the 1530. So holding 15, that's a good sign for now. What I don't like is below the 50-period moving average, albeit above VWAP, but you know, it had been holding the 50-period moving average for quite some time for the majority of the day, save and except for these breaches here, which it quickly reclaimed. This case is not exactly the same unless we can have a quick reclaim here of that 50-period moving average. And then I see a bit of a cross here, the 20-period crossing the 50-period, which is never, not never, but it's typically not a good sign. It usually shows a bit of a trend reversal. So that's the bit on Veru at the moment, but ARQQ continuing to make these higher highs here, sticking in and around that 7.5 level. Let's see what it continues to do. GCT, we were trading that one all morning, so let's have a look at this one. Reclaimed VWAP here, but not enough flex to stay above it. It looks like it's retracing right back down. And that's what I was worried about. That's why I wanted a decisive break of this peak right here. I wanted to make sure that the buyers were still there before punching in on this one, and it really didn't break through that 670 all that well. And now it's breaking down below VWAP again. So despite the fact that there's a nice little interesting uptrend line here that you could draw between this trough and this peak here, let's see how it does. If it continues to break through that, then we'll have a feeling that the trend maybe
Gang CEO.
there's a trend change here. Bradley's singing as he gets back. I guess maybe he's in the money. What's going on over there, Brad?
You know, just Slaughter Gang. Slaughter Gang. All right, anyways.
He's going to censor himself.
I have to. The whole song is just like swear words every second in there. The album's okay. The album's not as hype as everyone makes it seem, but it's not bad. It's not a bad album. We'll say that. The 21 Savage and the Drake album, for anyone wondering what I'm referencing to. Tesla getting back above 200 right now. Tesla going back above 200 and taking the market to the north side with it. We're seeing, that's not the Tesla chart. Here we go. We're looking for some size to short on Tesla over here. I'm not going to diddle in the middle. Not worth it. Not worth taking away from my profits that I've already banked today. Ooh. That vape is hitting the wrong spot real quick. I just had to go for a vape break. But Tesla over here, man, still down 3% on the day. Let's look for other positions that might be moving around that maybe we could look to put some damage on. I'm currently drawing my eyes are quickly just being pulled towards a Chinese ADR, Pinduoduo, as it marches towards the high of day. And I don't expect Pinduoduo to break out the high of day over here. And, you know, not having an inside day, but, like, I don't expect it to break out the high of day. So part of me wants the short day. I'm going to be careful over here, though. I'm going to look for, you know, the signs for shorting it to come into play, such as the tape slowing down to the green side, more mid-prints coming into play, and some selling pressure coming into play around the 6460, 6450 areas. We could get a nice little pop-up to 6460, but you know, like I keep saying, I keep expecting the rejection to come into play once S&P 500, which is currently at VWAP 3785, 3786, rejects on the S&P 500. NASDAQ currently at 10,900. It could also pull up a little bit more past 10,900, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens for the whole market over here. Apple now trading above 137. No positions on board for me. You know, I made my profits. It's time to keep those profits and not give it back to those JP Morgan and Wells Fargo algorithms right now. As people do, the people who have already made their money are looking to go get their lunch, and the people who have lost their money are looking to also go get their lunch. Right now, the people trading are the ones who are either too greedy to realize that this is an inside day. I'm not joking. Be serious. We're too greedy to realize it's an inside day, and the volume is not really there in the market, who are gambling with the algorithms out there. Those are the easiest people to take profits from, and the algos are not going to be the easy people to take profits from. So you got to be careful. This is completely dancing with the robots, as Luca always puts it.
I like that, dancing with the robots. That's funny. It's actually very appropriate, though. Long GCT at 672, 5 pennies in the money here. I see interested buyers here with a volume change, definitely and a trend change here, breaking through this particular level. I knew that this 660-ish level was definitely an interesting one. Let's take out some here. What is happening? There we go. Scalped up a little bit there, so we have half a position left now on GCT. Almost 10 pennies in the money on this one. Let's wait for that 685 break. Just as it flushes right back down. Thankfully, got a lot of profit out on this one. Still break even. Looking for a possible break between that 665 to get completely out of this one. It's still a profitable trade. I got to probably exercise a bit more patience with this one. I'm looking for a 685 break to completely take out my position, but we're now in the mid 670s, which is good. Average price of 672 on this one. I'm going to leave this for now. I'm going to try to exercise some patience, especially because the position I have is not so big as to warrant me to be so worried. So let's have a look at the other one we were looking at, which was ARQQ, right? Yes, ARQQ. Still staying in and around that high. The spread is just opening up way too wide on this one for me to be able to make any sort of reasonable or decent play. I'm gonna stay clear of that one. I'm try to focus here on the GCT. Yeah, it's gonna take its time, but definitely a trend change from what I see, a reclaiming of VWAP and a break through this 666 ominous level. The reason I say that level is because of these two peaks here, and then there was an interesting consolidation area and right here around those levels. So I'm going to continue to wait for some profits to ring in on this one, Brad. The market making a move, though. Inside day. You seem bored.
I'm extremely bored, for sure. I'm extremely bored. Nothing's happening, man. It's just putting me to sleep. I'm kind of slapping myself to wake up over here a little bit.
I guess we're not really that surprised, right, going into the print.
Yeah.
The print's going to kind of put everything on hold, and then once we get the print, things usually light up, right?
Pretty much. That's the expectations, at least. We'll have to wait and see. If any big catalysts do come out, market will just wait for news to come out, and news will move the market without fail. While we're here at 12:25, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, let's take a second to talk about the like button, which is very underappreciated today. Only 2.5K likes. We still got about 4.8K of you watching. Let's send that number to 3K. I think that's a very doable goal for us to achieve 3K coming into the closing of the midday show over here. Also, 31 to 32% of you are not subscribed, so smash that subscribe button. We're already at 358,000 subscribers, sorry. Not too long ago, we just recently broke that 350,000 barrier, so lots and lots of new subscribers coming into play for the Trader TV Live umbrella. Look, this channel easily deserves 500,000 or more, right?
Yeah,
so let's share it with your friends and family. Hit those likes, hit those subscribes. We're now at 2.6K. Only 400 more left to hit that beautiful 3K number. So for those of you who already hit it, my thank you to those people. And for those of you who haven't, come on, smack that number, smack that button, baby. For those of you who are green in the chat, this next sentence does not really matter too much for you. But for those of you who are not green colored in the chat, if you want to be green, you can click on this little join button right next to subscribe. You'll get a nice little pop-up box with Brando explaining to you exactly what it entails being a member of the Trader TV Live family. We also have merchandise. A lot of people on the floor today are actually wearing the merch. We got our floor manager, Brankles, wearing this white hoodie over here that says, "I'd rather be trading" on the back. I think even Luca is wearing the "I'd rather be trading" the black one today instead. And we got fruit salad time. Yeah, we got lots of hoodies over here. Soon to come, more merch and better quality products too, like some mouse pads, maybe some stickers and so on. So stay tuned. If you want to buy these designs that might not be offered again, this is your last chance, or at least last few weeks or months before we revamp the whole store. So go check out the YouTube merch store that we have directly on our homepage of the channel. And if you do end up buying any, make sure you're taking a picture, throwing it on social media for us to share it with our friends and family. Look at Pinduoduo. I told you I can't expect Pinduoduo to really take out the high. So it looks like that trade is working out. Sadly, we were too busy talking about other things for us to be actually pushing an entry on this position. Pinduoduo now working out for the short side off the double top on the high day.
Yeah, quickly before I get into an interesting topic I want to engage with the chat with. I was long GCT at, where did I get in? At 671 or 672. I'm completely out. I got my second position here at 682. So a nice little 10-cent winner here on GCT for half the position. And then the other half was, I think, for a 6-penny winner. So nothing really to write home about, but a nice little move here on GCT. And the reason, again, I took this is because it broke through this resistance level here that had been touched about 3 or 4 times. So this one was a nice little long for me and had reclaimed VWAP. So a confluence of variables there coming into effect helped me decide to take that long. But you know what I noticed? And you know what I noticed actually when I was in Egypt? And I would look at the, just like the openings and the closings of the day. I didn't really monitor it too closely, I mean. There was a clear divergence between the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ. The Dow had been clearly stronger on a lot of key days than the other two. So on days where the NASDAQ would be down 150 points, 200 points, the Dow would be up like 250 points. So it made me wonder, like, what is causing like that divergence? And then I started thinking, I'm like, well, the Dow are kind of like they're blue chip names, right? And so they're more safe stocks. So I feel like at least for the period that I was monitoring, and I haven't done like the math to the T, but I feel like the money's running to the safer stocks now, right? Like the more speculative stuff, the stuff that's growth related, not really profitable at the moment. It's kind of money's running away from it. And so at least that's what I feel. How do you feel about that, guys? I see people saying yes, nice observation in the chart. But yeah, if you feel differently, or if maybe I've misstated that somewhat, light me up here and tag me in the chat. And I want to have this debate with you, because I've been sending this to my friends too, and I've been having this conversation with them. And basically everyone's got a different philosophy or different reason why they think that that's the case. Let's see what some people are writing here. Risk isn't looking for growth. Yeah, so it's a risk-off situation. Dow, lower PE, pays dividend. Another very good point. A lot of those stocks are dividend-paying stocks. Yeah, so I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons here why I think this could be happening. I don't know if there's just one, but there's definitely one that I picked up on, Bradley. What are you looking at? Brad's looking at UFC stuff. You can tell like he's got nothing on his agenda right now. What's up, Brad?
I mean, you tell me there's something to do in this market right now?
No.
If there is, trust me, I'll be doing it. There's nothing to do. This market, I mean, look at the chart of QQQ. That's all you have to say. It's a complete range of what, only $2 on the QQQ today. If that's not an indication of what to do for yourselves on the market, then I'm not really sure what to say, guys. That being said, there are opportunities out there for us to look for. We got Snowflake currently breaking 130 to the downside, 128 to the downside, but a double bottom coming into play. Am I going to short that double bottom when the market's inching itself to the north side? Not really. If the market starts pulling back down and if Snowflake is hanging out at the same lows over here, then I would love to short the crap out of Snowflake over here and push it much further. Maybe we do get that 127 breakout and also an extension all the way back to 110 coming into the end of this week and so on. People in the chat saying DWAC is running. Yeah, DWAC is actually moving to the north side right now. So it looks like there's some fun coming into the market. And this is what I was talking about. Just because you're not looking at the right stocks, you might be bored, but you have to use tools such as a trade idea scanner that will show you stocks that are moving around. And on that scanner right now, you can see that not only DWAC, but also DWAC's warrants, DWAC with a W, are also moving to the north side with a relative volume of 18 on DWAC right now, 9.6 million shares traded so far. So monster move coming in. Let's see if we can get a 25 breakout off to the north side. My trade was a 23 breakout, which obviously did not happen when we were looking at it. But over here, we got the 23 breakout on some volume coming into play for DWAC. Trump was supposed to announce presidency. Did he announce yet?
No, it's basically moving on that.
Yeah, it was supposed to announce presidency. People have been waiting for that to happen all day for the most part. It was also in our watch list that people are expecting that to happen.
Jeez.
But this is for 2024, right?
Yeah.
So we still got 2 more years for that to even play out. I think that news is getting bought up a little too quickly. You might watch DWAC sell off later on.
Oh, yeah.
And go back to that same consolidation price of $15 to $20 or so. That's just my expectations. But anything could happen. We've seen markets been crazy when Trump is involved with it.
Oh yeah, Trump has a way of moving these stocks in ways that they typically wouldn't move. Definitely correct on that, Bradley. But this one it's at day's highs. I mean, 43.5% now. Let's just move up here. Yeah, definitely at day's highs at the moment. So not really sure how to trade this one. I probably have to play off whole dollar levels, maybe the 24 to the downside here. There's a bit of a consolidation in and around this area, a bit of a bull flag that formed, then a breakout. Maybe we're at 23.5 or 28 or so, 23.80, excuse me. Yeah, so DWAC definitely on my radar, just not really sure how to get in at the moment. So I'll continue to watch for any pertinent retracements or any patterns that develop there. But yeah, it's interesting because I figured, this stock would just go to the wayside once Elon Musk took Twitter over and he kind of promised he would reinstate all these banned people. I thought that would be where he would go in, but it looks like he's going to stay the course with this SPAC. I don't know what his obligation to them is or what deal they've got together. But be interesting to see if this one survives even after I know Twitter becomes the new beast that Elon Musk wants it to be, or the beacon of free speech, or whatever he's calling it these days. Yeah, so DWAC, another really good one. I'll continue to watch that. GCT continuing to make higher highs here, moving into that 690 level. Let's see if we get a test here at 7. Previously, I tried to take that dip trade on it at 7. I got filled at 701 or 702. It didn't go my way because it was like a selling frenzy here, and I ended up getting in for about a 25 penny loser. This is where I went long on GCT off the bounce of view up, and I scalped here. That's what this blob of red triangles is. And then we had the long here again where we got filled at that 672 and then scalped up to the high side here going into the mid 680s. But yeah, not really much going on here. Bradley, DWAC pulling back a bit. Let's see if this is an opportunity actually to get in.
To get into the long side, I don't know about that, but I'm sure you guys see something different over here. We got the jacket on. It's quite warm. It's nice.
It's thick.
It's nice. It's pretty nice. I can't deny it. It was nice too. It just says Petronas on the back, which is the sponsor for them.
Got it.
Their sponsor, and I think it's an oil company. Pretty sure about that. But yeah, thank you once again, Playmaker.
He's not in the chat today.
He was in the chat earlier on, but obviously might be on job, might be on duty. Yeah. Only a couple more days left, my friend. After that, you are retired, so go have fun on your retirement. Maybe you could fly out here for your retirement, or maybe we could fly out to you and we could have some fun in your hometown, Miami, 305, and you could show me all the crazy places that you worked for. He has crazy stories. Your boy Playmaker has crazy stories all the time. But coming back in the market, guys, we're quickly taking a look at Coinbase. This stock moves around so drastically. One day it's at $70, the next day it's at $50, the next day it's back to $70. Currently, though, we're watching Coinbase drop to $56 and create almost a new low a day. We'll see if that new low a day gets created as we break that 56 to the downside. And here is cryptocurrencies today. Bitcoin, thankfully, still above 20K. Ethereum up about 1% on the day. Solana down 1.4. Cardano up 1.5. Dogecoin and Shiba both up barely even to the green side. But the market is for the most part green. Bitcoin is down 1%, but still above 20K. So Coinbase over here getting absolutely destroyed. Market getting ready to go back to the south side. Looks like that short on Tesla at 208 was the right idea. We missed out on that one. Sorry, not 208, at 200. We could have gotten back in on it. But right here, as Apple is near 137.56, we're going to jump back on that trade. And if the market flushes, we're going to capitalize on the Apple short, which was our best trade of the day.
Man, the chat will not let you slip with one. They're like,
I'm trying to take it off. I just put it on. Leave me alone.
That's funny. He already knew what I was going to say before I even said it. But
I'm trying.
You guys don't let him have, just let him have one slip. It's not a big deal, guys.
This chat wants everyone to be perfect at every single time, because they're perfect. The chat's perfect. They've never done anything, even one misstep wrong in their life.
Yes, guys, by the way, I'm looking at energy stocks today. Whew. They're all green. Oxy is really close to all-time high. So I just pulled it up on my chart here. Oxy's all-time high, guys, 77.13. Today's high, 76.11. So we're really close to all-time highs on Oxy. That stock just seems to never run out of energy. Did Uncle Warren do any buying while I was gone?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Or Buffett?
Yeah, Uncle Warren, baby.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, it's up near all-time high. So Oxy definitely putting on a show today. BTU also. BTU, you guys will know, is Peabody Energy. And that deals obviously with nat gas and stuff like that. No, actually, it's thermal coal, okay, and thermal mining. That's what it is. Anyway, make a long story short, this one making a big boy move, up 9 and almost 0.25% on the day today. So that's another nice little move on BTU. Let's see what Devon is. Devon Energy showing up on here? Where's DVN? Yeah, Devon not doing much today, only up almost 1%. But yeah, Oxy definitely on my radar now. I want to see what Oxy's going to do the next couple of days. especially when we move in closer to that, that all-time high. DWAC pulling back into that 20-period moving average and then having a nice little bounce. You could have had about a 40-penny winner on that one. Yeah, I'm not going to play it off these levels. Just much too volatile. I'll stick to the whole dollar level here at 24, and there's a nice period area of consolidation that could support that whole dollar level. So if it bounces back to 24, I'll take a quarter position into this one for a possible long. But you know, the DWAC lately, it pops up and it sells off. So this may be a short going into here. I'm not gonna make a decision on this one way or the other. I'll have to keep the price action. He's got some more material today show. It's been kind of like an early Christmas for this guy. He comes in and then one of the traders here on the floor like gifts him all this stuff. Let him tell you about it.
Yeah, so exactly. I didn't even know that. Well, I knew Playmaker sent me something related to racing, because he did say I wanted you to have that jacket next to Luca and so on. So I knew it was something related to racing. But I come into work and I had no clue that one of our traders on the floor, Cal, DJ Cal as I call him, DJ, just came into the workplace with a nice little goodie bag with Hennessy on top over here. It says Hennessy, as you guys can see, and has a bunch of items. Not sure where he got this or what the idea behind this is, but thank you for that. You know, it has a nice little NBA logo on the side over here, just a Hennessy snapback. We got a bottle of Hennessy, obviously.
That's a good one.
That's staying in the office. We're killing this on this Friday, because this Friday we have a absolute rager going on. On this Friday we have a graduation party for Ian and for Max. So that's going to be an absolute rager. I'm not going to be able to walk straight, that's for sure. I'm going to be like absolutely drunk on that day. And here's the lights a little bit too bright. You guys can't really see the print on it, most likely. There we go. A little bit of, maybe if we put it in a different light, maybe go
there
here.
You go.
You can see a little bit better. Maybe if I can get closer to it. It's got number 8 on the back, Hennessy.
So, it's thick material too. It's thick.
Yeah, it's nice.
Silky,
it's nice.
thick material.
So a little bit of an early Christmas for me. I'll be honest, never really celebrated Christmas because I'm Indian. So it's not like all Indians celebrate Christmas. Some people in India do celebrate Christmas, but I never celebrated Christmas. So this feels nice.
Pre-Christmassy. There you go. Get in that spirit. Okay, let's see what we got here. DWAC still doing what it's doing, holding that 20-period moving average, showing you that it's got a little bit of a potential maybe to break through that 25 again and start creating new highs. I'm still weary with this one. It's burned me in the past before, especially after that move. It usually has an aggressive retracement. I want to keep saying that because I want you to learn from my mistakes. Don't get caught into this DWAC trap too quickly. Let it prove itself to you. That's my recommendation on that one. GCT making a move now, retracing a bit, but the good thing about this one is it's reclaimed VWAP. At least going into the afternoon, we've got something to work with here in terms of that play that I like to have, that VWAP hold high of daybreak going after that 2 o'clock period. This one's kind of stating its candidacy for that potential play. It's got to stay above VWAP though, and even better if it breaks and holds 7. At least that will give us a whole dollar level with which to work. Which is the other one I was looking at? Veru, yes, Veru over here doing kind of nothing at the moment. Where is VWAP on Veru? Oh, VWAP's ways away. That's why. Okay, so Veru here is real candidate going into the afternoon. The fact that it's almost $1, yeah, $1 above VWAP. And then in a consolidation phase here, holding a little bit below that 50-period moving average. This could be a nice little play going into the afternoon, but the only thing I don't like about how this is setting up is it's setting up for a flat bottom breakdown. And we've seen this a lot on these small cappers. They'll have that aggressive 1 or 2 or 3 candle sell-off that'll move $1 or so. And then they'll consolidate sideways for a bit, right? And they'll play within a range. And to me, that's a continuation of the down move. And so I look for the flat bottom to break on this one. In this case, maybe it's that 15-10 level, maybe a little bit higher, that 15-20-ish. Anyway, in that range, it could break. Keep your eye out for that $15 level. Should it break break this range? If it holds up at 15, that may be an interesting bounce play. But this one, I like the fact that it's above VWAP by a ways, but I don't like how the chart is setting up at the moment, especially on the 1 minute anyway, Bradley.
Right on. Currently just looking at the weather to see how beautiful the weather is or not in our area. We had a beautiful weekend
unreal,
so far.
man.
Unreal weekend.
I came back and I'm like expecting the weather to be poo-poo.
How hot was it in Egypt?
Okay, so it depends on where I was. So in Cairo, it's like beautiful. It's like mid-20s, high 20s. But in the south, where I was like
Celsius, guys.
Yeah, Americans and their Fahrenheit. That's so funny. I'm kidding, of course. I love you guys. It was like in the mid-30s, especially midday. You couldn't go without like a white hat. You couldn't wear anything dark either. You swelter.
Yeah.
So that coming back here and seeing mid-20s, I was like, okay, I'll take that.
Did you do anything? I know you went for like a charity of some sorts.
So the trip was like broken up into like 3 components. There was a family component where you got to see everybody and make the rounds and stuff like that. So that was that. That's all in Cairo. My family's in Cairo. And then there was a service mission where we went to the south of Egypt and like we had, it was awesome. We did like micro loans for like widowed women who wanted to start their own business and their venture. We would give them money and we're going to follow them next year. And we were giving them substantial loans. And then we also had meetings with like university students who just wanted to be able to pay their bills and buy money for laptops. We gave them laptops, gave them cash. So that was an awesome component. My sister was doing like the medical component. She's a dentist, so she was doing like free dental work and stuff. And then the third part of the trip was like the funnest part, which was a Nile cruise where we got to see like all like the Egyptian, ancient Egyptian like remains, like the Valley of the Kings, the Temple of Hatshepsut. I can go on and on. I took a lot of pictures. Hopefully I'll show you sometime on the show. But that was it, and I couldn't tell you, man, I loved it. It was an awesome trip.
Awesome, man. I'm excited. You know, one day maybe I'll have the luxury to go visit some of these beautiful monuments in Egypt and around the world in general. So I'm happy that you got to take a little time off from the market and now you're back into the saddle, ready to boogie, ready to dance with the algos. Ready to dance with the algos, baby. Currently, that's what we're doing right now at this time of the hour on the day as the market really can't decide what it wants to do. S&P 500 around VWAP, around the 50-period EMA and the 100-period EMA. And the EMAs are flatlining like the market is basically is. It's flatlined. Right, it's completely dead, not really doing anything. It's almost like time to take a stick and poke the market and say, hey, do something. But nothing's happening. We're also short on Apple, which is what, 10 cents in the money, so nothing really too much to talk about it. Looks like that Tesla short would have given you about $1 per share maybe at best. So that's also not a great trade coming into play for myself over there. So part of me is glad that I didn't jump into that trade. Looking at the scanners, nothing's popping up either. Most of the stocks that are popping up are either near low a day or actually Snowflake was a stock that we were talking about, and Snowflake is near 127 and 127 breaking, so that might be something to look into. We were talking about a possible break of 127, fill short, but I didn't have an order out there, so obviously no fill. But looking at the tape right now, we're not seeing the stock hold up above 127. Look at that. We're just watching it sell off a little bit more and more, and the ask keeps coming lower, and the bid stays tight, though. The bid's not really moving, so that's not the best thing that we need to see. Maybe if the bids start getting punched a little bit, we don't want to see the bids step up. We want to see the bids go down, along with the ask going down too, just like that. So that would have been a good short. You saw the selling coming in exactly around 75s and 80s as the traders were waiting for the market to decide what they want to do. And now that the market is deciding to reject VWAP over here for the 5th time in the last 5, 10, 25, in the last 35 minutes, it's just been hanging out there. Looks like Snowflake is going to start moving down with the help of the market.
Yo, the chat said you did a trade in Hindi last week.
Yeah.
Good for you.
They asked me to, like the day before that, the chat was like, can you talk in Indian?
Okay.
So me being the smart ASS that I am, I'm like, there's no Indian languages, guys.
Exactly,
so I kind of negated it and moved on. And the next day, I think either the same person or another person comes back to the chat and goes, can you talk in an Indian language?
Hey,
so I
smart.
I start off again. I'm like, there is no Indian language. And I read back. I'm like, wait, they got me.
An Indian language.
So
okay.
Fine. I'll do it just because you worded it properly.
That's funny. Okay. Theru still playing within that range, guys. Looks like that 15. I want to say because it wicks below it at times, but basically the level is at 15, 20 area. You'll have breaches of it momentarily, but then You know, it's still holding that area, but it's still looking like a flat bottom breakdown to me, if I had to guess, especially because it keeps rejecting off that 50 period. We can't really reclaim it with the same vigor it had earlier in the day. So I'm going to continue to remain south side biased on this one until further notice. But, you know, anything's possible. It could continue to go to the high side. By the way, if you're looking at my tape, or sorry, if you're looking at my book on this one, my level 2 is and has been kind of messed up. So you'll ignore the first line here and ignore the level 1 and then work off these levels. So 1531, 1532, so there's a 1 penny spread on it at the moment. So if you're looking, negate that first level right there. Let's see what else is going on. Not much. I think DWAC had a nice little bounce. Yeah. So off that area of support that we identified on BWAC, yes. So look at this area here, which is where kind of the bull flag formed before the continuation breakout. That little 2380 to kind of that 2390 area was the area of support that we talked about, and it retraced back into that area. So if you had a dip trade off that, I didn't, sadly, but if you had a dip trade off that 2390, 23, I think it made it all the way down to 85 or 86, you're caking now, because now it's printing mid 2440. So that would be a nice little 60 penny winner there on DWAC. But the trend is still to the downside. So if you're going to play these micro pullbacks and whatever, tread carefully, take your profits, right? Don't get too greedy and don't hold for too long. The area for me on DWAC to kind of show me that there is a trend change is going to be the break of that 2480. If we can break through this peak right here and continue possibly into higher highs, that's for me an indication of a trend change. Otherwise, play the ranges or look to the south side.
I see people in the chat asking, what is that red flower thing that a lot of you guys have on your chest all of November? Most likely we'll be having that on. It's because, you know, back in First World War, when the bodies were being buried after all the casualties and so on, they were buried they were buried
fields of poppy.
Fields of poppy. Yeah. So the fields of poppy were growing on top of the bodies of the veterans where the bodies were buried, and hence to remember that war and so on, people wear those poppies. Might be a Canadian thing, might be a British thing, or an American thing, British and a Canadian thing. But yeah, just on the fact that on the 11th day of the 11th month of the 11th hour, the peace treaty was signed for the First World War. I think on the 11th of November, if that is a working day for that's a Friday. Yeah. Wow, we're getting smacked on that Friday too. Awesome.
I love how you said that, bro. You could have just like skipped over that part. No, we're getting smacked on Remembrance Day, bro.
Friday.
Come on now.
But no, it is you know, on the First World War. During November 11th at 11 o'clock at 11:11:11, we'll probably do a 1 minute of silence for everybody in the chat, just to you know, remember the craziness that the world's been through and how far we've gotten so far in life. You know, if it wasn't for all that craziness, I doubt we'd be here today. And we're here today sitting in front of 5,000 people talking about trading, enjoying our day, enjoying our life. So yeah, people in the chat saying, least we forget, exactly. That's exactly where it comes from. For those of you who might be from different countries who don't know, you in the chat saying 11 shots of Hennessy, yeah, that's hilarious. But let's put some respect in the chat, guys, because obviously this is coming from a way deeper place in life than all of us ever even would think of.
Yeah, no question about that. And Americans have, I believe, a similar holiday. They call it Veterans Day. I think this is kind of the same thing. It's not Veterans Day, I guess. It really celebrates all veterans of all wars. In this case, I know that we tend to include everybody, including World War II vets, but the day is specifically memorialized around a First World War event. But I think over time, it's kind of come to include anybody who served in the military. And that's stuff that, you know, that's just beyond me. How they went through that kind of stuff and the guts they kind of had. Obviously, you know, it's a whole different issue than what we're dealing with. But I've always.
But we also, like, these poppies are like a whole idea of donation, kind of.
Yes.
Like most places that have this poppy to buy, you just drop like a toonie in that box, grab a poppy, and all the money, for the most part, if it's not a scummy business, who are selling poppies just to keep profits for themselves. Most of the money generated by selling these poppies goes right back into veterans who have survived that. I think there's not many survivors sadly left, but whoever's left, it goes to like helping them out and also helping all other veterans around the board. So that's a culture that has been in Canada as far as I've been in Canada. So the only thing I can do, or the best thing I can do, is jump in on that culture and help with that whole side over there.
Absolutely. DWAC, guys, let's get back to trading here. DWAC making a nice little move off that support area, that 2390, 2380 area we talked about. Moving all the way, broke 25. Looks like we had a 2507 print on DWAC. So DWAC starting to make moves again. The high of day on DWAC, let me just confirm that with you guys, is 2542. So that 2550 will definitely be an interesting break. The book getting quite thick here, starting to thicken up, and I'm seeing some movement on the tape. So this one's having some life breathed right back into it. Never say never with DWAC, but to be honest with you, up until about 5-10 minutes ago, I was more downside biased to this one than upside biased. But that shows how much I know. It shows how unpredictable DWAC is, Bradley. But let's move back to GCT. GCT kind of pulled back into that 50-period moving average. What I like about it is still above VWAP. So this one looking good for a possible move back into that $7 area. Now this one, you're going to have to load up on some size because this one doesn't move all that much all too aggressively. Obviously, look at these big red candle here, kind of make me eat my words a little bit, but these definitely have been the exception, not the rule. For the majority of the day, it has been these incremental moves up. So if you're going to get into this one, possibly pack your patience until that volume comes in, because you're not going to see really that many aggressive spikes, save and except, again, for those two areas. Let's flip back to Veru. Veru, I knew it. What did I say about Veru? Yes, it is a fail. Yeah, I definitely didn't take this one, but this was the one I was talking about, a flat bottom breakdown. You don't get paid for your calls, but I didn't have shorts on this one, so couldn't do that, couldn't execute that one. But that's what I was talking about. This big move down and then a consolidation, then you have a continuation of the move down. So look out for these patterns. I see them often. You could even see a bit of a double top here, but this is what's most telling about it. The big move down, the over $1 move down, and then a long period of consolidation. The bottom's going to come off on that. It's continuing to come off. Let's see if we can get back to the 200-period moving average, Brad.
Uno mas hour more left for the show between Sharif and myself, so feel free to throw it in the chat, whatever stocks you guys are trading and looking at, for us to pull up over there too. I hear Ford being yelled. That's probably because Randy's in the building. Obviously, we'll take a look at Ford in a second. Here's Apple that I just covered my short. Not all of it. I covered some shares for some profit around VWAP just to make sure that we're not getting too burnt on it. Let's head over to Ford to see what Ford's doing today. Currently trading at $13.61. Looks like it's up about a percent on the day almost, and trying to, well, it did make a new high a day based off of the pre-market highs, but now pulling back with the help of the market. We would love to see if it bounces off the 100-period EMA or the VWAP areas on the downside, which is at $13.50 for FORD. Sir? Thanks. Oh, no problem. I was like, what was going on? I was a little confused over there. But yeah, Ford over here currently up almost 1 full percent on the day. We also saw a couple other stocks that are in the same realm, which is Tesla being down 4% on the day, getting absolutely beat down. 200 seems to be a level today as we cannot get back above it. And 204 is going to be a level that I'm going to remember for the future, because 204 had some thick size on the ask when we were pushing to the downside. So we broke 204, then we popped back to the north side, and then 204 or 204.50, if I remember accurately, had some size on the north side for the Tesla stock, not allowing it to go too far north past that area. And now that the markets are moving back north again, Apple, which was 50 cents in the money, now only 25 cents in the money. So these are part of the sadness and story that the market is making us go through, which is just boring moves, no real moves coming into play. I guess most of the moves that are coming in right now are going to be on DWAC, according to chat. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about DWAC. DWAC still trying to go up north, but how far do you think DWAC can really go today, ladies and gentlemen? That's my question. Are we expecting $30 to come into play? Maybe it does. maybe it doesn't. I don't know, and it's just way too much of a gamble for me to make a trade out of it. So I'm just going to stay out.
Guys, daily high on DWAC today is $30.25. So right off the bat, we got to throw a trend line around there. I doubt it'll get back there, but hey, we got to do our job. So 30.25, that's a level that I'm playing off of here. Everything else is going to have to be on the intraday chart. Daily chart won't have much relevance here just because of the span. You've got a low here of 1886. You got a high of 13.25. That's almost, yeah, it's about $12 or so of range. That's typical of VWAP. So in order to really discern any levels here, we're going to have to look to the intraday. You know, mind you, the high was made at that really early time slot, 4:30 in the morning. Clearly, these were either algos or traders and other continents. I can't imagine too many people being up at that time trading it all the way up. But hey, what do I know? So 30.25 to the high side. Right after the bell, we are at highs after the bell. So the high post-bell is going to be this level here, which is 25.67. So I'm going to put a line in there, 25.67. Although this may not be relevant for long, I'm going to have that there. Playing off these levels, I would say the best area for a pullback is the exact same area I said before, that 23.80-ish level. This was the area here, and look how it retraced back, right back into that area, right up into the high of day. I don't really see it respecting too many moving averages. Maybe that 50-period moving average, it really hasn't been close enough to test it, but I think this one's more of a price level as opposed to a moving average kind of stock. That's the levels it's respecting at the moment. So that's what I'm going to play off there. Moving to Averu, because that short is still in play. Look at that now, all the way back down to that 14.63. That's a nice little move. You would have taken that 15.20 dip. You would have been 60 pennies in the money or so. That's a good little trade. Let's see if it'll retrace back up anywhere around near 15, and then maybe possibly another move short. We'll keep an eye on Averu, but it's still up 42% on the day, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, these bunch of memes over here that the group is sharing explains exactly what's happening around the floor. So this is exactly what one of the traders is doing. He's so bored. This is another thing that another trader is doing. He's just sitting there waiting for the market to wake up. Another trader is going, wake up, wake up, wake up. So it's just not, oof. Come on, man. If this, oh, you know what's standing out for me right now, though? Mobile Eye. Mobile Eye is apparently getting beat up to the downside. It's at $25. Oh, my. Mobile Eye on a straight downside move currently. This is the Intel's...
Yeah. It's a self-driving
unit. Yeah, Intel self-driving car that is absolutely getting smackarooskied. If I remember correctly, 26 was the level of the IPO day right here. Yeah, look at that. 26 was the bottom of the IPO day. Looks like after a couple days after that, we did manage to go well below 26 to all the way up to 24.80. But now that same level coming back into play. We'll see if Mobile Eye breaks this 25 area when the S&P 500 is actually climbing to the north side. Here goes S&P 500 right back to the upside. Same with NASDAQ.
Where would you categorize Mobile Eye if you had to put it on a watch list that's categorized?
Like EV stocks?
EV? Yeah, because of the self-driving thing?
Yeah. So here's the trend line again. Once again, useless trend line. But if it does pull back to it, and we'll see if it rejects it. We'll see if it pulls back to the south side off of that. Stop messing with me, mouse. I hate this mouse.
Get it, mouse. Mobile Eye definitely is one that I had my eye on for a while, even when it was private with Intel. That's why a lot of people even owned Intel stock. They didn't look at it from this is an excellent chip maker perspective. They're like, I want a piece of Mobile Eye. I think that was really the move. I don't know if this was talked about on the show while I was gone, but the IPO is while I was gone. So yeah, that's one that I've always had my eye on, Mobile Eye. It's an Israeli-based company. They got picked up by Intel that went Israel, viewed the facilities, talked to the CEO. I remember they had a huge special on CNBC about the CEO back like a couple of years ago. I remember being really impressed. The technology they were using is different than Tesla's. Tesla's using bifocal cameras, using basically two cameras to kind of see like a human so that there can be depth perception. I think Mobile Eye is taking a completely different perspective on that. They're using a combination of things. So not the same technology. So if you think that, you know, they're one and the same, they're not. Like there's really good documentaries on Google that will get into the differences. But I think that this one, I think it has the most data apparently, because Mobileye was that company, you know, like when you have like a lane departure warning on like your Lexus. Well, Lexus is not the one that came up with that. They're not leasing, they're licensing that technology from Mobileye. So in exchange, they get to have all that data that the automaker accumulates about how their drivers are using that technology. So once they have all that data, they can like mine it, they can do all these things, and that's not my specialty, but I kind of have the understanding that this is going to be a data-driven field. Whoever has the best data and is able to interpret the data on the self-driving components of the cars is going to be the one on top. If I'm wrong, light me up in the chat. Tell me if I'm... Randy, are you chiming in on that? Okay. I thought Randy was chiming in because he's a Tesla buff and he may know a couple of things there. But yeah, anyway, LiDAR is what the chat is saying. Yeah, that's exactly it, guys. All right, let's have a look now at DWAC here, now hovering at that high of day, kind of creating what looks like to be a bull flag. I wonder if we'll get another leg up. Again, we don't have any like daily levels to look at. We can only look at intraday levels because we've got like a $12 spread from the low of day to the high of day. Again, I want to mention that the high of day was made at that 4:30 time slot in the morning, 4:30 Eastern. So it may not be the most accurate of ranges, but here we go. I see more buying coming in on DWAC, Bradley. There's just a lot of he's snoring, but hey guys, come on. DWAC's giving us something to be excited about.
21, can you do some for me? Can you move these markets for me?
Who's
Come on, 21, do your thing, 21. You don't know who 21 is?
No, 21 Savage?
Oh my God, you need to get acclimated, bro. Come on, you need to get acclimated.
Who is that?
You need to know what 21 can do. 21 can do a lot of things.
Wow, you said Genie? Who is he?
That's 21, baby. 21.
So who is 21?
That's Slaughter Gang. Where's the gang? Anyway,
right.
Coming back. I'm not going to answer your question. You know exactly who 21 is. It's 21 Savage. You got it right. Randy wanted us to take a look at Lulu. Let's take a look at Lulu over here. Down 2% on the day, poor thing. Lulu, I used to talk too much smack about Lulu at one point in my life, but now we're actually liking Lulu. You know, I like their products. I have their backpack right here. We also have another trader on the floor who actually put me onto Lulu. We know Ian's a big fan of Lulu. So overall, man, the company is doing great things. The company is Canadian. They are doing big things in the fitness apparels area, and the earnings report is when. Let's quickly go see when the earnings report is. Lulu. Oh. Earnings report is on December 8th. Okay, quite a way to go for the earnings report to come out. Sadly, though, the volume is not really there for ourselves in the stock today. No real position to trade. Only 400,000, almost 500,000 shares traded on the day for this one. And what the trend is clearly lower highs and lower lows, except for this one. I guess now it's kind of bottoming out near $318. Look at this bottom over here too at 312, which is the 100-period EMA on the daily. Not sure if you guys can see the chart. Let me just make it a little bit bigger for you. There you go. Bang. The bottom around 318, 310, the 100-period EMA, all coming into play around those areas. So might be a little bit of a bottom coming in for LULU. The NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market exactly near that trend line that we drew not too long ago. So part of me, is wondering if we do see a rejection of that, or do we get a breakout and then go right back to the north side, at which point, the market continues to reject those high side numbers and then reject the low side numbers too. Just having a nice little range that we're trading in today. No real big moves coming into play today, but that's fine. You just have to adapt, right? It's in this game, it's adapt or die. So you just have to adapt to the current market environment and trade the ranges that the market's giving you. So maybe getting short once again closer to 266 would be something to take a look at. I'll actually throw an order out to go short 256. 265.80s or something around there. We'll see if that, we'll actually do it right now, 265.80. We'll throw an order to get short on the QQQs over there, on the SPYs. what is this right here, around 378 or so. So we got 377.80. We'll do that again over here on the SPYs. And Apple, we're already short. But instead of being happy with that short, let's actually add to our position because it's exactly where our average price is anyways. And looking back to see where other positions are moving to, let's quickly head over to Coinbase to see if Coinbase bottomed out. Looks like Coinbase did bottom out a little bit. Also want to head over to see Meta Platforms. Looks like Meta Platforms did pull back. We missed out on an ad opportunity to the long side on Meta because I thought Meta would not have pulled back, so I was a little wrong on that side. Meta already moving north side without me.
What's interesting is that
What is interesting?
the move on Meta up was because of the layoffs, right? Like, shareholders like that because it saves money. It's kind of predatory, but the fact of the matter is it saves the company money. But by the same token, Zucky wants to invest all this money into the metaverse. So, like, any of the cash they're having is really not going to go into, it's not going to go back to the shareholders, put it that way, in the form of a dividend or anything like that. It's going to go back into what people speculate will be the metaverse. And so a lot of people didn't like that idea. So I feel that that's why maybe the stock's been a little weak lately, even though, up on the day today, up 5%, obviously having a great day. But I want to see how investors continue to feel about this big investment into the metaverse. I'm not sure everybody's sold on it. But yeah, it's the future. Let's just see who's the leader. DWAC now making even higher high. 25.79 is where we're at now. We're trading at 25.50. So holding the 7 period quite well here on the 1 minute chart. I'm just, for some reason, I've just got this feeling that the bottom's going to drop off any minute, but try not to judge it. Let's see what it does at 26, if we can break through 26 and then get some real momentum here. But what I see on the bottom of this chart is a whole lot of volume, even higher than what we had earlier in the day during the peak hours. We're getting all the volume in on this guy now. So a lot of people are watching it, a lot of money involved in it at the moment. But it's just which side it's going to go. Let's see. I think maybe a break of 26 could be very interesting, maybe to the high side. The trick is where to buy. I mean, you could buy here off that 25 dip. We're getting real close to it. I'm seeing 25.15 on here on the bid. The levels are so skewed. I mean, you have an interesting area of support here at 25.15 because of this peak. And then you have this consolidation area here around it. So there's a good level there. Do you get in there or do you wait for the whole dollar? So it's bit of a mess for me, a bit too risky, especially for my first day back. I'm going to stay away from this one. But the good one is Veru continuing to pull back. I think this one was a real nice flat bottom breakdown. The thing is, I had it zoomed in. I didn't really see where it was going to go. Zooming out, you had an excellent price target possibly of either, if you're more conservative, that 20 period moving average at 14, 60, 14.55, or you could have been more aggressive and waited for that 14.30s. Where VWAP is. Either way, I think it'll probably make it way down to VWAP. If you have the 200 period moving average, you're caking. Your game on that one. You're already $1 almost in the money. So Veru and DWAC continue to be my two going into the afternoon, Brad.
Yeah, so it looks like we did get that SPY fill short. We didn't get the QQQ, but we jumped into Microsoft. Microsoft's a little scary, though, because it's been way too positive on the day. Way too strong on the day is what I'm trying to say, actually. So gotta be careful with this trade. It could burn us. The market is still breaking out to the north side. NASDAQ and S&P 500 are both breaking out of those channels or trend lines that I drew not too long ago for you guys. So now we'll see if 3,800 actually rejects on the S&P 500, or does it once again reject 87.95 that it already did previously. So just be a little careful, guys, if you are watching the market. I think keeping an eye out for what the UVXY is doing is also a very good indication, because we're continuously making new lower days on the UVXY, which is helping the market stay positive. Most of the time, they do have an inverse relationship. It's pretty rare to see UVXY and the market also stay red. So hence we're watching, a little bit of a positive move. NASDAQ now up 0.3%. S&P 500 also up 0.3%. Open to SPY short here, says Dan McIsaac. Yeah, basically I have the same short, looking to take kind of the same move on there for myself in order to capitalize on the downside move if the market brings back, chill, don't say anything. If the market brings back to the south side over here. Coinbase is at 55.87, so that means Coinbase actually broke 56 for the second time of the day over here, and we're going back south. And the market, it looked like it wanted to keep going higher, but looks like we're pulling back again below that trend line.
Yeah, big fake out there, at least for the time being. But guys, we're talking about 4 points of range here. This is what we're talking about. This is how lame of a day it is, either on Big Tech or the futures. But DWAC, I kind of had the feeling that here comes the bottom dropping. It breaks through that whole dollar at 25. Now we're printing 91s and then, oh wow, 76s. Okay, so the bottom is really dropping off. Let's see how it acts around this 50-period moving average. 24.68 right through that 50 period. Is it going to close below, or how much longer do we have in this candle? No, 45 seconds or so. So we'll see if it's just a wick or not. But it broke below, for all intents and purposes here, below the 50-period moving average. The area of support that I see is going to continue to be that 24-ish, that between 23.80 to 24. That's an interesting area of support. That was the area of resistance here before the breakout, and that's where it retraced back into. So an interesting area of support between 24 and 23.80 if it makes its way back down there. Let's just, we got another 15 seconds here on the 1 minute candle. I just want to see if it's going to close below this 50-period moving average, DWAC. Yeah, I think we may have seen the top on DWAC for now. We got 2 seconds. Close, close, close. There we go. Okay, well, it closed below it. So, yeah, I'm not really going to risk it on a short here, but I think this one may have made its move. Veru continuing to make its move back down into the VWAP area. That VWAP currently at 1432. We're at 1443, so about 10 pennies or so. It's decidedly below the 200 period now. So if you were looking for that area to take profits, you've already taken profits by now. If you're looking for VWAP, you got another 9 pennies or so to go on that, Bradley.
People still looking at DWAC. Yeah, I mean, it's up 41%, so why would you not be? But people are saying that it is trapping humans. The robots are trapping humans, so be careful if that's what you're noticing. There is a higher volume than previously on DWAC, so there's a good chance that there might be, you know, some fun to actually look into these trades over here. But I still don't want to be trapped up by the algos and by the robots. So just urging carefulness for you guys. Looks like we are creating a higher low and a higher high on DWAC over here. So the pattern that you might want to see exactly playing out for yourself. So not sure if this trend line even matters over here, but you know, we'll throw it up there. We'll see if that trend line holds around 24.50 or so, and then allows DWAC to go for another line or another leg up to the north side for itself. Also looking at the scanners over here to see if we can find anything to trade. I mean, Coinbase keeps popping up, but like no other real big names pop up for myself to look to trade. So I guess part of me is just hands off, waiting for the market to pull off right here as the market's once again showing a new red candle for the new 5-minute candle. So if the pullback does happen to play out for us, then the SPY shorts that I and somebody else in the chat have, the Apple shorts, and what other shorts do I have over here? I have the Apple, Microsoft, and the SPY shorts. Microsoft, sadly, 20 cents out of the money, but depending on the market pulling back here, I think the Microsoft shorts will pay us also.
Veru breaking right through that VWAP, right down into 1442. That was an epic drop on Veru, especially off that flat bottom. So disappointed that I didn't get to take that one, but it was a nice mover too. I mean, it had like these bigger candles, but for the most part, it kept you in one direction. You wouldn't have really been shaken out of this one. You don't have too many green candles here to kind of put the fear back in you that there's a trend reversal. The majority are red candles, and they're all in the same direction on Veru. So that would have been a hell of a short there. I wonder if the same thing is going to start materializing here on DWAC. I think that if we get a decisive break of that 24 level to 23.80 to the downside, and it continues south, then that's an indicator to punch short there, maybe ride it into 23, maybe even lower. Who knows? DWAC can do anything. But if you have a bounce off those levels and there's not a decided move down, I'm thinking I'm going to take this one long. So I'm focused on DWAC for the remaining afternoon. I think we only got about 40 minutes left on the show before we send you back to Neil and Sean. But DWAC's what I'm watching at the moment. But I want to talk about something. The Brazil squad for the World Cup just got announced, and some notable names didn't make the cut. So this is really interesting, guys. If you're interested, and I know a lot of people follow the Brazil national team because they're just awesome. So the goalkeeper is going to be Alisson and Ederson, obviously from Liverpool and Manchester City. And then there's another guy. I don't know who he is, so that's interesting. let's talk about the forwards because that's where all the pizzazz is. Neymar, obviously, is going to lead that line from Paris Saint-Germain. Vinicius Jr. from Real Madrid. I don't know the captain's probably going to be a defender. Usually
Thiago
Marquinhos. Thiago Silva's right there. It's going to either be Marquinhos or Thiago Silva. You want to have the captain either in the midfield or the defender. You don't want him on the offense because you sub those guys off.
Was the captain last FIFA Cup or the
I think
Cup
so.
before that?
Yeah. Marquinhos has made a name for himself now at Paris Saint-Germain after Thiago Silva left. But anyway, Neymar, Vinicius Jr., Gabriel Jesus, yes, from Arsenal, baby. And then Anthony for Manchester United, Rafinha from Barca, Richarlison from Tottenham, and then Gabriel Martinelli again from Arsenal. He makes a cut. Rodrigo from Real Madrid and Pedro from Flamengo. So the only guy there that's playing in the front line that actually plays for a Brazilian team is Pedro. Everybody else plays outside of Brazil. But yeah, hard team to make. Let's put it that way. If you didn't make the Brazil team, you shouldn't feel that bad because you're competing with a whole bunch of people, Brad.
Yo, I made the Brazil team. Bro.
You made the Brazil team?
That's the easy team right there.
Was that like a daydream or a night dream?
Both.
Joker.
Yeah, I'm just drawing out some lines over here. Once again, trend lines, not sure if they have any importance at all, to be honest, behind them. These are very subjective. Depends on what traders are drawing them, what lines they're drawing together. Is there big money who was on the same trend lines as the ones that you drew, which would allow it to, have that bounce or rejection or breakthrough off those trend lines. So just drawing a quick one over here. Looks like we have a little bit of a pizza slice pattern coming in on Netflix. Now, I don't know if it's a sopressata with black olives or it's one with pineapple on top of it. Hopefully it's the one that you like. That way you're able to chew on that pizza slice and take a trade out of it for yourself. I myself don't see a long coming in on Netflix. I think that's what someone in the chat said, a long off Netflix over here off the 255 break. I don't believe in the longs, guys. The market is not really screaming at me, telling me go long, nor is it screaming at me, telling me to go short. So there is no real trade being offered to me on Netflix at the moment. If I do want to be on Netflix, it's going to be to the short side, and I'd much rather short it at the previous pop over here near 258. So unless that trade shows up, and also 258 matches with the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. So now my trade has a bigger confluence.
Yeah?
Yeah, now my trade has a bigger confluence over here around that 258 area. I'd much rather short it over there than 255, and I do not want to be long.
Guy's drawing trend lines. He's creating, tightening wedges.
Bro, it's a pizza slice pattern, bro.
Whatever you want to call it, man. Whatever makes you happy. The fact is you're using it, despite the fact that it's the first thing I heard this morning, this guy docking technical analysis. I just put a smile on my face.
Technical analysis for robots.
It's so funny. Guys, DWAC flirting with that 50 period. I just kind of guessed it would. And to be honest with you, it really hasn't shown its inclination to really break below it. It kind of broke below it a little bit. Reclaimed it quite aggressively. It's still flirting within that range. Let's see if the bottom can fall out on this one. I'm looking again. I'm going to keep repeating myself between that 24 level to that 2380. I think that's an interesting buying zone. If you hold that with a super tight stop, if it goes against you, flip short there because then you have a nice move from that 24 all the way down to VWAP, which is a little bit above 23, currently at 2312. But that would be a nice move if it does flip on you. Yeah, that's my DWAC play. Veru kind of briefly broke below that VWAP level. VWAP was at 1430, made its way back down to that 1418, 420, 1420 level, but reclaimed it quite quickly. Yeah, 1420. Did I say 420? I'm silly. 1420, guys. But this one, yeah, not showing that it's really not in the mood to break below VWAP at the moment because it reclaimed it quite aggressively. Can we make a move back up, though, or are we going to stagnate and just stay above VWAP for the sake of staying above it for the remainder of the afternoon? We need some volatility in this bad boy for us to generate any revenue. So let's see what this one does. It's in a range now between the 200 period and VWAP, but I think going into the afternoon we may find some new levels, either to high side or short side.
Let's see where the market's going to. Our Discord moderator. And yeah, guys, we have a free Discord too. If you're not signed up to there, you're probably missing out on great fun, exclusive conversations going on. Let's see what these clowns in the Discord chat today are talking about. And I don't mean clowns as a derogatory way, right? I'm calling you clowns because I enjoy reading the conversations. Like, look at this conversation over here. I wonder what this this GIF over here is about. It's Kangaroo Day. Okay, I like that. I like that. It's Kangaroo Day indeed. The market's moving around in a kangaroo way. Lots of ideas being thrown up about the market. Jin says we're on TV. Before Jin gets too hyped out that he's on TV, let's get him off the TV over here and moving back to my second screen now, JK. Join up the Discord, guys. Do ! Discord. Join the chat group over there and you know, share your thoughts, share your trades, share your ideas, and help each other grow, because we can bounce ideas off each other. We could help each other get better by every single day. And if you guys are not in the Discord chat, you're gonna miss out on a lot of those moves. Currently, S&P 500. What Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator, just pointed out is the S&P 500 on the 5-minute chart is showing the pizza slice pattern. So yeah, I mean, I guess you could see that. It's I don't know if I guess so. You know, like a line this way, a line this way, kind of creating this lines that I just drew over here to see what he's talking about. So bang, right there. Right there,
look at
the pizza slice pattern, and now that trend line that I drew earlier is still being rejected to the south side for the market. Our buddy Sharif, C-Dog, wants us to take a look at BlackRock, BLK, if I remember correctly, the ticker.
I think so, yeah. Abhishek from the chat, Abhishek Desai wants...
yeah, BLK.
Yeah.
$600 stock, BLK on BlackRock. Let's quickly go over here too and look at it on a higher time frame for BLK. This is the daily chart. This is the 30-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart. And on that, I see absolutely no information at all. So I gotta love it. It looks like we're kind of around, you know, some sort of a resistance area near 668, 670 areas over here. Looks like we want to be rejecting that a little bit longer. If it wants to break out of that, we might have a move to 690 to 700 maybe eventually. When is BlackRock's earnings report? October 13th pre-market, so that's already finished, and BlackRock's done reporting it. Now, any other moves that come into BlackRock might just have to be those like price target, like price target to the upside or price target to the downside. I'm forgetting.
Upgrades or downgrades.
Upgrade, downgrade. Thank you, Sharif, for helping me. My brain just fogged up a little bit. While you were in Egypt, though, the Canada got absolutely fogged out. FOGG, for those of you who are thinking I'm cursing. Canada got absolutely fogged out.
Oh, I came back to this day, dude. It was insane. That was like on Friday or something, Thursday or something.
This is, we used to have a trader on the floor called Adam, who's no longer on our floor. He has his own floor now. One of his traders actually flies a plane.
Go to this guy's screen.
And flies a plane. And this was the day where we had crazy fog. Look at the CN Tower over there peeking out, and the fog all over it.
Send me that. That's cool.
Yeah, I saw that on social media.
Realistically, though, this is Randy just smoking out all of CN Tower. He just smoked out the city, eh, Randy?
You guys are funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, I remember actually seeing that Friday. I came back, or Thursday or something like that. I forget. What day? The days are blurred ever since you get so tired with the time shift. But yeah, saw that. That was super interesting. Yeah, it was Friday. It was Friday morning. Friday morning. I came and I came back the night before and I opened up the curtains in the morning because of the time lag. So I was up super early and I was like, what is this? I can't see nothing. I had to take my dad to the airport. He's visiting my sister down in LA and we drove like super slow to get to the airport that day. Okay, guys, I'm starting to really think that DWAC may be holding the 50 period here and a breakthrough 25 may be in the cards, but I'm not willing to pull the trigger yet. I want maybe a 25-20 break or something like that, a little bit higher. I don't want anything superficial, 25.01, 25.05, no, because DWAC's just much too volatile for that. Currently, the spread's already 11 pennies, and sometimes it's wider. So, bit of a consolidation moving in at the moment between that 25 range to the top side and 24.50 to the downside. So about a 50 penny range on this one, but looks like it's setting up for something. Veru continuing to hold above VWAP quite nicely. I do like that about that. So if it continues to hold this level and we can get like some sort of curl up, maybe breaking above that 1460 or 1470, yeah, maybe reclaiming the 50 period here at 1470. That might be an interesting little move into the afternoon, possibly up into 15, but my sense is maybe even higher at that 1520 or 1540 level, that area of consolidation that we held out for so long before moving back down. So Veru still in play, in my opinion, above VWAP, and just really depends on how it's going to maneuver. As I'm telling me to look at Tesla, saying Tesla is flying. I don't know what you mean by flying, but the peak here or the trough here is 198. Let me switch to Tesla on my other chart so people can follow along. Here we go. I don't know what definition of flying you have, my friend, but this is definitely not flying to me. It's below VWAP. It's been in a consolidation range for the better part of the afternoon. I'd say about to around noon till now, almost an hour and a half. It's been within a range. So yeah, definitely not interested in this one until the market shifts or it has a secular shift on its own through that break of possibly 200 and reclaiming VWAP here at that 270 level. But not for me at the moment. The range is super small and the volume is decreasing, Pratt. So Tesla, not for me.
People in the chat taking a look at Peekaboo. Well, it's Peak Bio, but not Peekaboo. By the way, it's pronounced as Peekaboo for myself. That's it, right? Guys, I wanna urge you guys to stay away from these trades. There's no volume happening on Peekaboo. There might be a random 20-cent spike, but there is on no volume. The spike comes off of no volume behind it. So it's gonna instantly fade it or just trap you in those moves, right? The stock has barely even done 1 million shares today. The relative volume is 0.18. When there's actual volume coming in, I'll trade it then. Also, I wanna teach you guys something that one of our OG traders on the floor has taught me. Why are you looking at stocks that are in an absolute range stuck? When the stock breaks out of a range, that's when you find the volume and the liquidity to trade it and give it a little bit more pump behind it. So when it trades above 12 or below 3, I'm not really interested in Peekaboo. So it's a pretty recent IPO, yeah. Okay. Pretty recent IPO, but the whole idea still stands true there. No real trades for me to be even worth. The whole day is not worth trading. The whole day is not worth trading. So why would I bother putting my money on a $7 stock with a 30-cent spread? That makes no sense at all, right? I'd much rather go trade Tesla off the open, which has 5-cent spread, and it's a $200 stock compared to a $7 stock with a 30-cent spread in the middle of the day. So just got to be very careful with where you're picking and choosing your gambling spots. This is gambling with putting proper risk management behind it, and trading positions like this is completely taking that risk management and throwing it in the garbage. No pennies, man. No, yeah, I mean, whatever works for you. If this trading like this works for you, then whatever I said, just take whatever I said and throw that in the garbage. At the end of the day, there's a million ways to make money in this market. As a day trader, you're looking for volume, right? But if your setup involves not having volume and you just somehow know the future of a stock and you can buy it at the perfect bottom and sell it at the perfect top and you can get out with their volume at the perfect top, then more power to you. Yeah. I just haven't seen that being a repeatable, consistent strategy. It's not something you can scale on consistently, because if there's no volume behind it, you can't scale behind it. If you can't scale behind it, it's not consistent, it's not repeatable, then it's just a random lucky trade.
Yes, absolutely. I'm looking here at DWAC as a possible short now. I'm starting to become more convinced that this may be a flat bottom breakdown, not in the exact same shape as we saw on Veru, but a more elongated shape to the high and the downside. So it's got a bit more range, but I'm seeing that possibly a break of that 2440. It's flirting with that 2450, so I don't want to say the $half level here, but I'm more inclined to take a short on this one, and my out would probably be that $25 level. Possibly taking profits at that $23.80 to $24 area, just because we identified that as a previous area of support. So the DWAC, an interesting one. I'll get to that one in a second. Someone in the chat here by the name of Paolo Barro wants me to look at FLR. FLR up 5.25% on the day. Nothing to sneeze at. Not a stock that I'm familiar with. In case you're wondering, it's called Fluor Corp. I hope I'm saying that right. F-L-U-O-R, Fluor Corp. Fluor Corporation is a holding company which provides engineering, procurement, construction, fabrication, and modularization, operations, maintenance, and asset integrity, as well as project management services. A whole slew of different things, probably around the same kind of idea of project management and the other related things that come along with it. From an intraday perspective, the volume's a little suspect. It's only done 1.8 million shares on the day. I don't know what the average is. The 5-year average is 1.3, so relatively speaking, it's probably a little bit higher. Let's look at the daily chart. I'm going to do it on a different chart because this one tends to freeze when I do the daily. Let's switch to daily on this one. It looked like a decent chart when I looked at it the daily. It looked like I had a good counter trend to the market. So it looks like we bottomed out back in March 2020, obviously when everything kind of bottomed out. But if I was to draw a trend line, from March 2020, you could make an argument so everything's up from March 2020, but this one has a consistently higher low, higher low, higher low. So, and that works for the upside as well. So this one has an ascending channel, looks good. You can play the ranges. If you're looking for a fundamental analysis perspective, I don't have one for you, but if I was to glean one just from the technicals looking at that, it looks like it's a company on the way up, albeit, it's not at all-time highs, but definitely at recent highs. It's definitely at recent highs. Yeah, definitely 52-week highs and 104-week highs. Look at that, I can add. So that's interesting. Let's flip back now to DWAC, see what DWAC is up to before I send it back to Prad, because that was a trade I thought could be made at the moment. Still flirting with that lower end of the range, that 2440-ish range to the bottom there. It's flirting with that at the moment, but not really breaking it decisively. But I feel like DWAC may be a short from here on out, Prad.
Looking at the S&P 500, someone in the chat said, Prad, can you please call out TQQ and SQQ levels when you're talking about the futures? I could, but that would just take an extra second, and the show's already delayed by X amount of seconds over there. So you gotta realize, like, it doesn't really work out for you that way. What's better is technically just punching into the QQQs or TQQs or whatever you're using, just using the futures yourself. So when I say futures level 3,800 or 3,795, I would urge you to have the futures up somewhere on the second screen and then punch into your SPY shorts off of that level like I did over here, which we're now in the money. Let me quickly go check how much we're in the money on the SPY shorts. It says 95 cents. That's not true. We're about 60 cents in the money on the SPY shorts over here. Microsoft shorts were slightly out of the money by 27 cents. That's not too much of a worry for me. The market is indeed pulling back at the moment, so these shorts should start playing out for us in the direction that we're holding them to. The market, S&P 500, looking to reject 87.95 again, and that pizza slice pattern should take it all the way back down to what, 87.80s almost, and bounce off a little bit higher than the previous low around 37.75, expecting 37.80 to come into rescue. But currently both of these markets are at VWAP, so that could itself bring in some bounce coming in for the market. Yes, interesting little tidbit of news coming out of the sports world here. I'm getting some members in the chat, and I got this confirmed by Sean, that Liverpool is up for sale. Fenway Sports Group is putting them up for sale. Look at this, guys. They bought Liverpool in 2010, so measly 12 years ago, for 300 milli. They're now asking for 4 billy. We're in the wrong business. Let me just tell you. Like, what did Jerry Jones buy? What did Jerry Jones buy Dallas Cowboys for, man? Years? 12 years. 12 years. 300 milli to 4 billy. That's some ROI. That's some decent ROI, right? Guys, but if you have one Powerball, you turn 20 into 1 bill. I don't know if it's the same thing, but that's interesting take. I got short DWAC quarter position here. I feel like I'm taking this reluctantly just because, this one's so volatile, but I do like the downward setup here. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to give it room. Like I said, I'm going to give it to 25. It breaks through 25 in Bonzino. That will be a 60 penny loss for me. So if that happens, I'm in at 24.32, a little bit lower than what I like. And just as I get in, all of a sudden this upward move comes in. I just knew my luck was too bad to take this trade. Let's go ahead and put my out. I'm not giving this any more room than I have to. How much am I in for? There we go. So what is that? That's a sell. Okay, good. So there we go. Looks like it's going to trigger me, but sucks to be me anyway.
Did I put? No, that's a sell. Okay, so I got to fix that. Okay, take it over, Bradley, because I got to fix this order.
Yeah, no problem, my friend. Market's still trying to decide what it wants to do near VWAP and UVXY hanging out near the low at days. And we're just sitting there watching for UVXY to pop, because if UVXY pops, that means we're in the money on the shorts. I mean, we're already in the money on the SPY shorts, but in the money on other shorts. Wow, look at Coinbase. Big volume candle on Coinbase, taking it below $55. Now we're at 55.40, sorry, 54.40 on Coinbase over here, continuing to accelerate to the south side. I want to quickly go check if cryptocurrencies are to blame for this. Not really. Looks like Bitcoin is still above 20,000 and not really pushing too much below 20,000 just yet. We were under 20,000 over the weekend over here. No, that's in October. Never mind. I'm stupid. But, you know, still above 20K and not sure why Coinbase is getting absolutely slapped today. Looks like we might be able to trigger SSR at some point. That big volume candle actually has me wondering if it's being talked about on any media platforms like CNBS or anything. Not really watching it over there just yet. But looks like, yeah, Coinbase, something's going on over here. Keep an eye out for COIN. People in the chat talking about fun guys, cheap. Buy instead of DWAC. Yeah, but it's two complete different companies. It's not the same idea. Funware does move every time DWAC moves, but just because Trump is running for presidency again doesn't mean that Fun has to move. DWAC, though, has different rule set.
Yes, the chat loves when you say CNBS, by the way. Yeah, it's
That's
one of my
a you
favorites.
thing anyways.
I got shaken right out of DWAC. I bought at the most inopportune time and sold at basically at an area where I had to sell at. So I got rinsed on that one. I won't say the other R word that I said earlier today because I got a little flack for that. But yeah, DWAC showing me that I don't know how to trade it. So that will be my first and last trade on DWAC today. It's just not my kind of stock. Never really has been. Let's stick to what I know. Let's flip here from FLR. Where is the other one we were trading? Veru. There we go. Is this on Veru? Why does this look? Oh, it's a 3-minute chart. That's why. Flipping to the 1 minute. What an excellent short off Veru this would have been now. It would have been almost $1.50 in the money. This one looks like it continued to go because what's the daily on Veru? Let's see what we can get in terms of some levels here. Okay. Let's flip to the daily here on Veru. Let's glean some levels. Let's bring that in. Okay. So Veru, look at this kind of like encompassing, I know that this is there's a certain technical analysis name for this green candle here, the fact that it encompasses the red candle. Maybe the chat can remind me of what that's called, but I think it's called an encompassing candle. Geez, I can't remember. Anyway, so in terms of a move to the downside here, we can possibly find some support at that, I'm going to say $13 level. That does seem to be a good daily area here of resistance, which will act as support on the way down at 13. So about 90 cents from where we're currently at. If you're looking to hold this one, this could be an interesting area to hold into. Engulfing, thank you. I said encompassing. Everyone in the chat reminded me. Look at that. That lit up pretty well. Thank you guys for that engulfing candle. I knew that it was called something. I just couldn't remember exactly what it was called. Encompassing, engulfing, yeah. Tomato. Anyway, DWAC continued to make moves up and Veru to continue to make moves down. I don't see anything interesting coming up on my scanner. Let me just check ARQQ. We were looking at that one earlier. Okay, so this one is doing things, but it's a slow mover. Let's bring in ARQQ into the mix here. This can load. There we go. Let's bring this back over. Yeah, it's been slow. So we were watching it in around this like 12 o'clock period here. Then you had a real area of illiquidity. I mean, like, look at this. When the candles look like this, when there's not that much movement in between them, and the volume looks like this, you know that this was an area of a really dry spell. And then the volume came in, kind of like clockwork. Right after that 1 o'clock area, that 1:15. The volume started coming back in and started making new highs. So we're at 832 high of the day today. Currently trading at 818. Maybe an interesting area of support is that 7 3/4 area. It does seem to be a bit of a bottom in this consolidation area at 7 3/4. So if it makes its way down there and you're looking to play the range, that's possibly a way to go. Otherwise, maybe you're looking for a high of daybreak. This, to me, doesn't seem like the stock that's going to move aggressively off a high of daybreak. Like, you're going to get 20, 30 pennies. This one, I think if it doesn't have a high daybreak, it's going to stair step up like it did before. I mean, this is really the only aggressive candle. What's the range on this one? 768 to 832. Yeah, not bad. Okay, so there's potential there. I take that back. A high day break here could result in a nice little move, but to me, it looks like a slow mover, Prad.
Right on. People in the chat still getting hyped up about DWAC, as DWAC had a nice little pop-up off the bottom range over here of 2440, 2460 or so. We'll wait to see if it has a bigger follow-through to the north side past that area. Also taking a quick little look at the like count, guys. We don't have much time left over here on the show. Only about 15 minutes left, so let's see if we got to 3K. We did not get to 3K. That's surprising. We only got 200 likes from 2.5K to 2.7K. So for those of you who did not hit the like button yet, please do us a favor over here. The show is absolutely free, right? We're not asking gifts to be sent to us, but we got some amazing viewers who do that, so we appreciate that. But we do ask you to hit that like button for us, because every single like button helps with the YouTube algorithm, and in return helps us with helping out more new traders and more people out there who want to learn about trading. So help us with that like button and the subscribe button. Share it with your friends and family so we can grow this wonderful YouTube community to at least 500,000 followers, or even 1 million followers somewhere down the road.
Where are we at?
358,000 subscribers.
All right. We got that 400. That'd be nice.
Yes,
Pop
sir.
a bottle of champagne.
This weekend, we got a pretty big UFC fight card. You'll probably hear me talk about it every single day of the week because it's so hyped up. We got Izzy and Alex Pereira, the only guy who's ever knocked out Izzy twice in kickboxing career, is now coming after Izzy for his belt in MMA. So a little bit of a scary fight over here. Obviously, I want my boy Izzy to win, no doubt about that. We got the Carla Esparza and the Weili Zhang match. This is also a belt title match. I believe Weili Zhang will beat Carla Esparza into pulp. Absolute pulp. The way Carla won the belt against Rose Namajunas was a joke anyways. So I believe Carla will lose this, and Weili Zhang will absolutely beat her to the ground. Dustin Poirier, Michael Chandler. Now that's going to be a fight to watch. Michael Chandler kicked Tony Ferguson's face in on the last fight and absolutely put him to sleep. That was, sad to watch. And then Tony Ferguson then fought, I believe, was it Nate Diaz, and then he lost that fight too. Dustin Poirier's last fight, I believe, was was against, if I can remember correctly, it was Charles Oliveira. So I think he lost to Charles Oliveira on that side. And we're going to have an absolute insane UFC Fight Night weekend. So get your bets ready. Get your picks ready. Dustin for hot sauce. Yeah, Dustin does have a hot sauce coming out. Izzy is a boring fighter, says Dude Rocks. Hey, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not going to argue with you. You are you're entitled to your opinion.
Guys, I got a little bit of revenge here on DWAC, and I hate to use that because it can be interpreted as a revenge trade, but I saw this as a little bit of a pullback and then a continuation up. So I got long here. I got in at 25, 35 or so. I scalped out into the 50s and into the 60s. So a nice 20 to 30 penny winner here on DWAC to make up for the blunder that I had earlier. Still red on it, to tell you the truth, if I'm being honest. But hey, at least I recouped some of that. I didn't really get exact top wick here. I think top wick might have been in the low 70s or the high 60s. My last out there was mid 60s, so not such a bad print on that, especially since the spread is like 6 to 8 pennies at times. But DWAC, yes, got in, got a little bit of revenga on that one. Who knows where that's from? Scarface, remember? Revenga, when he like goes and kills the dude in the refugee camp there under the bridge. That movie, oh my God, it brings back a lot of memories. You watch Scarface, obviously?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I won the world, Chico.
Revenga.
Was that Scarface or was that something? No, the won the world, Chico. That was Scarface, right?
Yeah. He's like, well, we can't really repeat what he says, but yeah. First you get the money.
No, but you know the scene where he's driving with Chico in the car and he's like, I won the world, Chico, and everything in it.
Yeah, that is
it.
That's it. Yeah, that is him.
I want what's coming to me. He's like, what's coming to you? The world, Chico, and everything in it.
Exactly. No, that was a sick movie.
That Al Pacino, they don't make movies like that anymore.
No, man.
Right?
Oh my God.
They just simply don't. They've been sucking these days in the movie theaters. Absolutely boring. What's the latest movie that I watched? I can't even remember right now. I've been watching a lot of TV shows though. All right, coming back to the market, guys. Where are we going? Is that the name NME? Well, what happened to Tuna. Is that a ticker? TUNA. Let's go check out Tuna. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about the movie in there, Mikey. I'm pretty sure now you're talking about the movie.
There's no ticker called Tuna?
No.
That sucks.
Yeah, I tried to pull it up, didn't find anything. NVIDIA wants that high pop, says somebody in the chat. We got Ink Meaties coming in saying NVIDIA wants to pop over here. Let's go pull up NVIDIA real quick. See where it's moving around to. I mean, NVIDIA looks really dead. I mean, if you're talking about pizza slice patterns, that's a pizza slice pattern and a half right there. And looks like the cheese is about to drip to the downside, just sliding off the pizza slice, and the cheese is about to drip to the south side. So I don't know if there's a pop coming in. Looks like there's a drop coming in instead on NVIDIA. Super
tight range on NVIDIA. Can't do anything other than play the range on that one. And then your guess is as good as mine as where it's going to stop and where it's going to start, because there's really been no consistency in the ranges today. But yeah, NVIDIA definitely having an inside day. Good call on that, Bradley. What is decent today is AMAT. AMAT having a decent day, up 2%.
And you say like an Egyptian or an Indian would.
AMAT?
Amat. Yeah, AMAT.
AMAT, okay.
Amat. It's like you're saying like a name like Amar or something.
Yeah, like Amir. Yeah, good call. Maybe I didn't even notice I was doing that.
It's like an Egyptian or like an Indian or like someone else would.
AMAT, it's having a decent day, up 2.1%. NPXI also 2.68%. So those microchip semiconductor stocks having positive days. DWAC continuing to make that push to 26, guys. Can we see a 26 touch here? Obviously, we're at 31 and change, but that was super early on. We're definitely at days high after the bell. So no question about that. After the bell, we are at days highs. Let me just double check that. Yes, sir. Yes, we are at days high. So 26 coming in here. I see a lot of size in on that 26. See if this one can break through that size. I have a feeling it's going to get eaten up real quick, but a bit of a fight now. I see 99 on the ask, and yeah, the spread's opening up and tightening up. Like it's super volatile at the moment. I see 10-cent spread, then a 2-cent spread within a matter of moments. 26 still acting as an area of resistance here on it, but I don't think for much longer. Now I see 26 again on the ask. Some decent size on this one, Bradley, for, I've seen bigger, but about 8,000 shares or so, maybe a little bit more sitting there on the ask on 26, Brad.
Yes, sir. We're looking at the scanners once again. I want to shout out to the Trade Idea, shout out to Michael Nosboss himself for hooking us up with these scanners, hooking us up.
The Nosboss.
Wow.
What happened? You guys having conversations during the show?
No, I'm just talking about a couple things over here. But yeah, Trade Ideas coming in with Michael Nosboss coming, hooking us up. Guys, I know that 25% deal is now done, sadly. But if you want, you can still get Trade Ideas for 15% off. And maybe somewhere down the road, we'll have that 30% and that 25% coming back on for those of you who missed out on those sales. So be sure to check out Trade Ideas, 15% off by clicking on that link that Nightbot just posted there in the chat for you, or do -- Trade Ideas like Bears versus Bull just did in the chat, and check out their software. Wonderful software. You get scanners such as this one over here, where look at that, it shows you this better not be on replay mode. Yeah, it's not on replay mode. It basically shows you that DWAC's moving. Coinbase is moving, IRM is moving, even Zscaler over here is moving. Sorry, Zoom Info, not Zscaler. Zoom Info. Let's actually go check out Zoom Info ZI over here on the daily charts and so on. Looks like we're breaking multiple ranges and actually getting ready to go test that 2777 low maybe, which was yesterday's low or Friday's low. Sorry, on Zoom Info on New York, on NASDAQ. Sorry, on NASDAQ. Let's quickly go here, ZI on NQ, and see what the chart looks like. Yeah, lower day breaking. I think that trade is actually a decent trade. If it goes back through lower day to the north side, we just jump out of that trade, take that tiny little loss. But if it doesn't go back to the lower day, then we have that move all the way to $27, and then maybe all the way to yesterday's lower day around 27. It's not that big of a move. It's only 27.96. So maybe there is no move coming in for this trade.
You gonna hit the gym today?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, finally, I get to go back to the gym. It's been like 2.5 weeks of maybe like doing 1 or 2 workouts a week, if that. So finally get back to my routine. Pumped about that. Gonna go to the Good Life. Gonna get in a good leg session. Then I'm gonna cry about it tomorrow because that's how it works. All right, let's have a look at some Stocks. Okay, I don't see anything going on, guys. It's still super slow day today. ARQQ making higher highs, flirting with that flat top breakout. Look at this is a wedge pattern. If you could draw this, yes, there we go. There's the upside trend line. Then you have the flat top trend line right there. So the idea is you're going to have a break of this like 832 level to the high side. I don't expect too much from this. I only see 1 or 2 really big green candles for the most part. They're, you know, it's kind of rangy. It moves incrementally, step by step. That was my concern with this one, is that you'd have to be a bit more patient with this one than perhaps some of the others. And time is not on your side here because the show is ending in 5 minutes. So if you're looking for this one into the afternoon, look for that 832 break. The bottoms, the up trend line here, sloping upward, has held for, you know, the better part of, I want to say 40 minutes or so, but it is on the 1 minute chart. So take that with less importance and maybe on the 5 minute or a 10 minute, 15 minute chart pattern. So DWAC continuing to test 26. 26 still hasn't broken. In fact, I see more size now on 26 than I did previously. So that, and it's going to be interesting to see how aggressively that can break, if at all. But 26 definitely the level to continue watching here into the afternoon. 5 minutes left on the show, guys, before we send you over to the big kahuna, Sean, and it will be Trader Luca, because Neil had to take the afternoon off. So it's going to be Sean and Luca today on the afternoon show. I heard you guys got a good dose of Luca when I was gone. There we go. That 26 did break, but ever so momentarily. I think we got up. What do we get up to here? We got up to 2607. Maybe even lower, 2606. Anyway, there's a flush right below. You have that break of 26 and then a flush right below. Maybe this is an interesting buying area here. Let's take a long here, Pradley. What are we going to do? We're going to take a long. We're going to take a long. Can we get filled? No, we didn't get filled. It's going without us, Prad, just as I suspected. It's going without us. But, hey, those are the breaks.
Yeah, people talking about Tesla probably breaking out of the wedge over here. I mean, 200 is a rejection area. Clearly, we've seen that level play out multiple times throughout the day. If it does want to reject it again, I'll be there trying to take advantage of that move. But we're a little bit away from 200 over here. Thanks for a great day, says chat. Y'all made it tradable. You're appreciated, man. Look, that's the point of the job over here, to educate, entertain, and to inform as to what trading is in general. And look, we made money, we made profits. We got some trades on board right now that are in profit, such as the SPY shorts. SPY shorts are exactly $1 in the money currently. Well, sorry, no, take that back. No, they're not. They're exactly flat for us because the market is around exactly where we shorted. But Apple shorts, I believe, are in the money. Let me quickly go check that out. We're short 137.54. Yeah, we're short about 30 cents or so in the money on the Apple shorts. And the market's not really doing a whole lot of anything for us. We're not getting the 3,800 break. We're not watching the market either break to the downside also, which is 3,775 break. 3K likes for 4K view, best ratio. Yeah, that's usually what we get. What's your name again? That's usually what we get, 3K likes with 4,000 viewers. So yeah, we're almost there at that point. We're only like, what, three minutes more left on the show over here. Only 100-ish likes left for you guys to push us to 3K.
Guys, let's go.
So I think we can easily break that barrier. Just quickly scroll down on your phone. If you're on your phone, quickly scroll down to see if you hit the like button. Yeah, if you're on your desktop, quickly scroll down to see if you hit the like button. Yeah, if you're not, I would appreciate if you did that for us, please and thank you. And for all the 2,900 of you who have already, thank you every single day for continuously coming in and smashing a like. The first thing I actually do every single day when I come in and sit at my spot is I open up all my software, then I go to YouTube, then I click the like button, and then I open the chat in a different window so I can take a look at all your beautiful faces, all your beautiful names, and look to see what type of trades you guys are trying to put on board. And yeah, we love having you guys over here every single day, Monday to Friday.
Apple making a nice little bounce off view up there. View up.
Cursor's messing up over here.
I don't know. Yeah, it's something to do with the monitor, I think. Yeah, nice little bounce off view up here on Apple. 136.90 was, give or take, a few pennies the range there. consolidated in and around that range, and then a nice little move back up into 130. Let's APPO. Oh, wait, 1 second here.
3K likes, let's go.
There we go.
Thank you,
We got
ladies and
3K
gentlemen.
likes. There we go. So this is what I'm talking about. This consolidation range and this bounce. It's not really corresponding with the general move in the market. Yeah, Apple, you could say, looking like a little market-ish. Let's see, between these two. Yeah, there's some correspondence between them. Not a whole lot, but I think we have a nice little bounce here on the market. Nice off view up as well. Let's see what this one does into the afternoon. I've exhausted anything that I've got to look at today. Sadly, we only had a couple of stocks in the playbook to be able to share with you guys today, but tomorrow's a new day. Hopefully, we'll have some more small cappers to look at, and yeah, hopefully we'll have some continuation plays, so we'll be familiar with some of these levels. Veru, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Veru came into play tomorrow, but DWAC here breaking above 26, real nice. There we go. Now we're testing 26.5. Nice little move on DWAC. If you got faked out here through the break of 26 and right back down, that was your opportunity to dip by maybe into 26.80s and then hold through this area here. But nice little move. We're continuing to make higher highs here. I think we're 26.50. We're almost at that 26.50 area again. High of days 31, but that's a 4 a.m. print. So take that with a grain of salt, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Let's see where. Oh, DWAC has some size over there on the ask. 3,000. Is that shares or lots?
Those are shares.
Those are shares.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're looking at direct shares, so
Yeah.
it might not be that much then. We'll see, obviously, where this one goes to. Guys, it is about the time to wrap it up over here. Thank you for getting us to 3K likes.
Yes,
Keep
sir.
in mind, on the closing show, the like counter is absolutely fresh. So hit the like counter on that one too. Getting up to 2K likes on the closing show might just give you a special wrap on a Monday like today. So we don't know if that's going to be true or not. Well, actually, Neil's not here, so no wrap today. But yeah, we got Luca on board. Go have fun on the closing show, guys. Hit the like button. See you tomorrow. Adios.
Take care, guys.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, welcome back. Yeah, a couple hours left for a Monday that, let's face it, has been very sideways. If you look at the overall market all day long, we are back to positive territory, so that's good, obviously. But if you were not concentrated on individual names that were moving today, would have been a tough day. Back and forth we go for the futures. Here's how things stand right now. 0.44 for the S&P 500. The Dow pushing 0.8, 0.9% to the upside.